Welcome back, everyone. A lousy day for the stock market. We're going to go through some of the averages as we talk to these next few geniuses. Joe Granville, he predicted this deadlocked election on Monday, and it is not the first time Joe's been dead right on this sort of thing. He's the editor of the Granville Market Letter. He joins us from Kansas City. Joseph, good to see you.
Good to see you again, Neil.
Also, Scott Blyer here. He says that Wall Street really doesn't care about any of this. Nevertheless, this is the focus of our segment, so we've asked him just to live with it. He's the chief investment strategist over at Prime Charter. And last but not least, the Bulls and Bears host extraordinaire, Brenda Butner, here as well. Joseph, to you first. You saw on Monday that there would be problems. What did you see?
All right, Neil, I'm going to read you a brief statement that I gave out to people on that night.
Tell me it's short.
Okay, it takes 40 seconds to read.
No. Get to the point real quick.
Okay, the point is my indicators were so bad on that day, they could only spell one thing out. They told me that there would be trouble on Election Day, and therefore I predicted a gridlock. I not only predicted the gridlock, I said you wouldn't know who the president would be for days, maybe even weeks, and we would have a recount. And that all came from technical analysis, because technical analysis told me there was trouble on Election Day, and what else could it be other than gridlock?
All right, now that gridlock, or whatever you want to call it, I don't know whether that was an excuse for the NASDAQ to fall nearly 200 points today or whatever, Scott, but it's messy, or are we making a bigger deal out of it?
It was a stinky day, no doubt, kind of like the election. But the bottom line is that we were predicting last weekend that markets need a correction from the little bounce we've seen. We're not predicting a V-bottom. We are predicting a sawtooth pattern that is very frustrating to investors. Cisco had some comments that took a little more air out of the semiconductor group.
The election had nothing to do with this?
I think a little uncertainty might breed a little extra momentum to the downside, but I still think we're stuck in the range, and that this uncertainty makes for a buying opportunity.
Fear about interest rates didn't take down the financials?
Fear about interest rates
didn't influence the bond market?
It doesn't matter who is president. If Gore is president,
it does.
Bonds will do better because he's not going to spend the surplus.
Right.
And bonds have been seesawing
I got to disagree, Scott, so love you dearly. But
okay.
Joe Granville, one of the things I see in this is Wall Street abhors uncertainty, and if, as you indicate here, this could go on for days, maybe weeks, the weeks part might be a stretch, but if it does, that ain't great.
I think it gives you a totally different outcome in the fourth quarter than most of your Wall Street so-called experts foresee. And I think also this will spill well over to next year. I definitely think we're going into an economic recession. Again, I call your attention to simply read the headlines of the Wall Street Journal every day. I've been doing this and putting them together since August 31st, and they spell.
So what happens? We're sinking. How much do we sink?
Okay, it spells out recession with the Dow going down to 7,000 next spring.
All right, Brenda, are you that bearish?
No, I don't think it's necessarily a recession, but I think it's another R word. We're not going to have the relief rally that we come to count on in the fourth quarter, because we usually...
What if Bush is confirmed, though, as the winner?
It depends on when that happens.
I see.
Because usually we count on having this election, that's another uncertainty out of the way, and we move on, and stocks move up. It's not happening now. It may not happen tomorrow. It may not happen next week. And the market hates uncertainty.
And it hates close elections. The history, Scott, is in closely contested elections, it meanders at best afterwards for a while.
The point is, it will be resolved. There will be the kind of gridlock in Washington that Wall Street wants. The only negative I could see is that the gridlock is going to be so bad that it's going to be worse than what anybody expects, and virtually nothing will get done without giving up too much on the other side.
Well, let's step back. If Joe's right, and Joe, I want to raise this with you, whoever gets in is a Herbert Hoover, right? I mean, he's a one-termer, but if you're right.
Not only that, look at the car sales. Worst warning you can get are declining car sales. Look at the number of CEOs that are getting kicked out or quitting, like rats leaving the ship. One indicator after another points getting worse, getting worse.
Well, wait a minute. There must be something good happening on this earth. What, Brenda, do you see anything?
Well, I mean, the lowest unemployment in 30 years, the stock market, the fact that more Americans own stocks and, you know, have more in their pocket because of the stock market. I mean, yes, it's gone down in the last year, but it's been going up for the past few years on double digits. So it's not all a bad story. Profits are slowing, yes, but I don't think that spells recession.
All right, and we were supposed to have John Bogle here, the Vanguard founder, of course, is a big legendary investor, and we're having some problems with that. Hopefully we get him. But upshot, Scott, he says, don't pay attention to these movements. Is that what you say?
This is part of the trading range that we've established. And the bottom line is, again, it will be resolved. The uncertainty will go away, and it will be replaced with new uncertainty.
Okay. For your next trip to Paris, is this just what the doctor ordered or not? We will explain after these three wonderful guests leave.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced, the most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. You Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
And Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
Fox presents
科学分析グロー危険人物関与目撃証言消去
だが真実はそこにある X ファイル on Fox
さあスカリー行くぞ
2人の FBI 捜査官が挑む世界の裏側の巨大な謎
I think that we've succeeded in doing that first and foremost. It's become a lot of other things, but I think it is a scary show.
X ファイル全米のメジャーなテレビショーを連続受賞
The X-Files has really caught on because I think people around the world like to be scared.
X ファイルその魅力は今も世界中にファンを生み出し続ける
X ファイルよくできてますよねもっと続けて来週はどんな話なんだろう見ればハマる
テレビ史上真実が知りたいかつてない
答えを見つけて
進化し続ける最高傑作真実はそこにある目撃者はあなた X ファイル毎週月曜夜10時 Only on Fox
Fox News Live, I'm Jane Skinner. All eyes today on Florida, where votes for George W. Bush and Al Gore are being recounted. The winner gets the state's 25 electoral votes and the presidency. George W. Bush predicts it'll go his way, says he's looking forward to the transition of power. And even though he won the popular vote, Al Gore says it is the Electoral College that matters. Whatever the result in Florida, Gore says he will accept it. Both men are sending some old friends to Florida to keep an eye on this recount. Bush has sent former Secretary of State James Baker, and Gore has sent former Secretary of State Warren Christopher. Well, and now that he is almost a lame duck, President Clinton has made his first public comments on the election. He said today the Florida nail-biter shows that every vote counts on Election Day. Clinton talked with Gore. He says the vice president is in good spirits. The president says he watched the returns last night, says he was riveted. He credited both Bush and Gore with running strong campaigns. And as Mr. Clinton prepares to leave office, Mrs. is about to enter it. Hillary Clinton, the senator-to-be from New York, greeted her new constituents today. Mrs. Clinton, of course, is the first lady ever to win elected office. And those are your headlines for now. We'll have another update for you coming up at the top of the hour, just about 30 minutes or so. But stay with us now because there is more of Your World with Neil Cavuto coming up next. How is Wall Street reacting to all of this? Neil will tell us. Stay with us.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Neil Cavuto. As we've been saying, still no winner in Election 2000. The Florida recount goes on and on and on. Officials saying that they expect a final tally, probably not until the end of the business day tomorrow at the earliest. Fox News will have them when they get them and the reaction on the street if they get them. The Democratic National Committee may sue to stop the recount, saying that it is not being handled properly. And there could be a recount coming in Wisconsin. Al Gore squeaking past George Bush by some 6,000 votes. The Grand Old Party has yet to concede defeat there. Wow. Now, whoever wins the White House, you got to wonder what the markets do in response. Our next guest has said on this very program that if Gore got in with a clean sweep, meaning Democrats also take control of Congress, it would be disastrous. Now, at least 2 out of those 3 developments do not appear to be happening. Democrats, however, still making a chance for a control for the White House. So if Gore gets elected, what then? James Glassman is the fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, co-author of Dow 36,000, joins us from Washington. James, good to see you again.
Good to see you, Neil.
Play this out for me. One scenario first says Bush ultimately does win, takes the Republican House and Senate with him. What then?
Well, if Bush wins, we do have one-party government, which I talked about in my Wall Street Journal piece as being something that could be a problem. But in this case, it's one-party government with really not much of an ability on Bush's part to get any kind of major programs through. So gridlock is good. Most likely things will be fine. And in fact, one good thing for the markets is that we're going to get from Bush the kind of regulators who are not interventionists as we've seen in antitrust and the FTC and privacy cases and so forth. So I think that's generally going to be good.
Switch it now. Al Gore wins.
Well, Al Gore wins and we got divided government, which basically we've had 18 of the last 24 years. And in those years, the Dow has been up an annual average of 23%. In the years when we've had all Democratic government, it's been up 2%. Al Gore will have a very difficult time getting any kind of major, radical, big spending programs through. So I think this is an excellent result. The only problem is if the recount drags out, it's certainly weighing on the market now. There's no doubt about that. But I don't think it will.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you to play sort of a short-term prognosticator. Let's say tomorrow we do get the results. They confirm Bush won, and this would be a surprising development. Gore concedes tomorrow. The immediate reaction on Friday would be what?
I think it would be very, very positive for the market. Obviously, there are other things going on in the market that are hurting it.
Absolutely.
You know, slow down. It's very clear the economy, for example, is slowing down. But if you just isolate the political, it would be extremely beneficial for the market. And by the way, the scenario that you just played out is the one that I think is actually going to happen. It may not happen tomorrow or Friday, but it will happen quite soon. One of the things, I used to be the editor of a congressional newspaper, and we would see recounts all the time. And one of the things about recounts is it's quite rare that a recount comes anywhere near changing the result in a major way. And this is actually a fairly large lead as recounts go. Well, I've seen recounts with 15 votes, you know, so where the winner had a 15-vote margin. This is 2,000 votes. Almost certainly, with the absentee ballots, Bush should add to his margin. So, you know, unless the Democrats decide to make a huge federal case out of this in the courts, which I doubt they will, because ultimately Gore is a mensch. I don't think he's I really don't think he's going to create a constitutional crisis.
Well, that mensch won the popular vote, and I think that kind of changes things, James. I think that it's not as if he lost the popular vote as well. He could argue, look, you know, the American people have spoken, and I don't know what the markets read into that, but certainly he might say, I'm justified in fighting this further.
Well, Al Gore and I have something in common, which is that we were in the same class as undergraduates at Harvard, and we had the same tutor, Richard Neustadt, and we were taught by Richard Neustadt that there is something good about an electoral college system. And in fact, today, Gore said he respects the Constitution. He knows why the electoral college system was put in, and that's the system. It's not a popular vote system. If it were, he and Bush would have campaigned differently. You know, Bush really ran a brilliant campaign. I mean, the fact that he went out into Tennessee, into Arkansas, and grabbed those votes at the end, that basically won him, or may have won him, the election. And that's
the question is, how does this win over Wall Street? And you raised something very interesting, and my guest did in the prior segment, James. That is that if you're looking, assuming Gore or Bush gets in, for anything sweeping, either tax cuts on Governor Bush's part or aggressive spending on the part of Al Gore, forget about it. That there is no clear mandate here. There is no clear sweep. So it's going to be very, very difficult for either of these guys to get entirely what he wants done. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that's true, although if Bush is elected, we may actually see something in the way of tax cuts, maybe moderate tax cuts. I mean, don't forget, Congress passed tax cuts. They were vetoed by the president. They're not going to be vetoed by Bush. But I think the major effect that Bush will have in a political sense will be much more on the regulatory side. The people he appoints to the FCC, the people he appoints to the FTC, the fact that mergers are not going to be held up the way they have been recently, the fact that the antitrust specter is going to come, you know, the kinds of things that have been happening recently as opposed to what happened under the Bush administration, the Reagan administration, are going to stop. So those kinds of things, I think, ultimately are beneficial. They are not major legislative efforts. I think those will be very difficult to come by. But in general, it could be very beneficial. And this could represent a short-term buying opportunity right now, because I think there's too much pessimism.
Interesting. All right, James, always a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
James Glassman in Washington. All right, well, are folks around the world having a good laugh at our expense? Up next, the reaction over there to what is going on over here after this.
Market data provided by Bridge Information System. Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this ready or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's
An
better.
argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Fox News Channel. Powerful all day. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman. Bringing the world to you. Making the issues clearer. Powerful hour to hour. Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Breaking stories. Aggressive coverage. Powerful all day. Fair and balanced. Fox News Channel. The most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Fox Monday.
目的は強力な生物兵器を作ること。
操るのは何者か。
組織にはワクチンがある。メンバーの分を揃えるのがやっと。
戦慄のクライマックスが今。
そんな死に方見られたくない。
ミレニアム月曜夜11時オンフォックス。
Well, election 2000 certainly one for the history books, and they ain't written yet. It's certainly raised the awareness of presidential politics in this country. But what has it done for our image overseas, and how could it affect our role as a world leader? Let's ask Tom Rhodes. Tom is a correspondent with the Sunday Times of London. He joins us now from Miami and in Nashville. Stuart Ramsey from our sister station overseas network, Sky News. Stuart, I end it with you. Let me begin with you. What's the fallout? What do you think?
Well, I think most people in Britain would probably see this as much more like a Russian election, for example, than what you would expect to see in the United States elections. Certainly there was confusion. Obviously, because it broke so late, it didn't make the morning papers this morning. But I think confusion, it's probably as confusing for the British people as I'm sure it is for many American people as well. I don't think people are going to actually think that there's anything wrong with the system, per se. They're just going to be confused as why it's become so difficult. I think the most criticism is going to be levelled at the polling. The fact that it was wrong on at least 2 occasions overnight, and that was a big problem. We've had problems with polls in the past. America is renowned for having very, very accurate polling, and of course it hopelessly let everyone down this time.
All right, but still a lot of that polling, Tom Rhodes, has shown that it was at the very least a razor-tight election. It lived up to that. How do foreigners feel about the split verdict here, particularly, you know, the guy who wins the popular vote possibly not winning the election at all?
Well, I think that, you know, in England we have a system whereby it's first past the post, and, you know, we don't have the similar system to you, and therefore it has been seen as a rather strange result in many terms. But we do, at the same time, respect a system which was set up under your constitution And after all, you set up your constitution to, I think, as far as I remember, to get rid of our queen. So, you know, we have to stand by that, I think.
All right, grudgingly so. But Stuart, let me ask you something about this, that maybe since the United States is seen as the last great superpower, we have to be a global leader. Is there any concern that whoever emerges as the victor in this presidential contest is a wounded leader or a Pyrrhic victor? You know what I'm getting at.
Yes, I do. And obviously there is this concern about the popular win and the Electoral College vote win. But I think what is fair to say, especially with Britain's very close relationship with America, that whoever becomes the president becomes in charge of the world's only superpower. And I think when anybody takes over the presidency, they become more presidential. They change almost immediately. Everyone I've spoken to here who has spoken to presidents, beforehand, they were just a guy who was running for president. Afterward, when the weight of responsibility falls on their shoulders, they become very, very different people. And I think that's what the British people would expect to see. And indeed, I'd imagine most people in the world would expect to see that as well.
Tom Rhodes, what about the relationship this new president, let's say it's George W. Bush, has with Tony Blair? Bill Clinton and Mr. Blair, of course, very close, very tight. There are many who say that Bill Clinton helped Tony Blair get elected in the first place as sort of like a new Democrat in your fine country. I wonder whether that hurts George W. Bush in relations with Mr. Blair.
Well, I don't think it hurts George W. Bush at all. I mean, this is, after all, the world's most powerful country. I think it does hurt Tony Blair, however. He was desperately hoping for an Al Gore victory because that would have meant that the so-called transatlantic relationship between the two would have continued as it always has during Clinton's term. I mean, I think the people who will be very excited about this are the Conservatives led by William Hague, who have been trying to formulate a type of compassionate conservatism along the lines of Governor Bush.
Stuart, let me ask you the role of Hillary Clinton, the first lady in this country who gets elected in her own right to, in this case, a Senate seat. You know, this idea of pageantry and how this plays out as a powerful family here and abroad, how's that going to play out in Europe?
Well, President Clinton is very popular in Britain and Europe, be under no doubt about that. And Hillary Clinton is a very well-known figure, and I would say popular as well. There is that element of Camelot, I suppose. There is that element of remarkable story, of course, of a First Lady running for office and winning it. I think people in Britain will look at it and say, well, that's a pretty good job. Is she potentially going to be the first female president of the country? But as far as it goes, that's as far as it goes, because basically it's a Senate seat. Anyone in Britain knows it's got pretty much nothing to do with what happens to people in Britain and Europe, of course.
Tom, Stuart raised a good point, this notion that if Al Gore does lose, many argue in this country, you know, that Hillary Clinton kind of emerges as a de facto front runner for the presidency 4 years hence. It's always a leap of faith to do that sort of thing, and here I am doing it. But what do you make of that and how that might play out abroad?
Well, I mean, I think, as Stuart said, that, you know, people are fascinated by Hillary Clinton in England. We have been for years, ever since. I mean, not just because of the whole Monica Lewinsky saga, but just this extraordinary relationship between the president and his wife, based seemingly on power more than love. And I think, you know, what will amaze us more than that is if she does eventually end up in the White House as someone who really has very little electoral experience to speak of. She's someone who's just emerged in New York, as most New Yorkers feel, a carpetbagger, I think. But at the end of the day, most of them also are quite taken by her sort of celebrity status, it seems. And they decided to put her in office with really quite a large margin. And I think it will be very, very interesting to watch for Britain over the next, you know, 6 years, if she remains that long in the Senate, or as to whether she goes on to the White House.
We're giving you guys a run for the money in the big headline department, aren't we? All right, thank you guys very much. Tom Rhodes and Stuart Ramsey taking a look at what we Americans are up to. All right, up next, what kind of investment opportunities might Election 2000 bring about? We're going to explore that after this. A surprise for you. Stick around.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith, powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh, powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Opinions, I have them, you have them. fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Brit, Hume, Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Channel V.
Channel V.
Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V. 24時間 100% music. US, UK のトップヒット on air. Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does the V stand for?
Channel V.
Fox Tonight.
ザンダーが恋した相手は
あなたが好き。
古代の眠りから覚めた美少女。
ウィローは大事だ。一番の友達さ。つまりキスを考える対象にはならない。
切ない思いは地獄のキスへと変わる。
よせ！生きたいなら俺の命を奪え。
バフィー恋する十字架、今夜10時 on Fox。
Well, does uncertainty over here lead to investment opportunities over there? Here, of course, the USA. There, Europe. And the fact that we still don't know who our next president is, raising a lot of questions about our system, maybe even our dollar. Crazy as it sounds, could this be a golden moment for the dollar to tank and currencies like the euro to soar? Let's ask our former ambassador to the European Union, Al Kingan, and our own ambassador to the credit markets, Karen Gibbs. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Al, to you first. What's the fallout?
Well, remember, I was on the program a couple of weeks ago and I said it was time for an intermediate move of the euro. I still believe it. I still believe as we go through our slowdown and hesitancy and doubt comes in about us, some money will go out of the country into either the yen and the euro. Do I think it's a long-term thing? No. I think it's an intermediate move, a respite in this long advance of the dollar, which after everything settles down in this country will continue.
Karen, you always remind me when you correct me, which you're one to do a lot, that the markets abhor uncertainty. Do the credit markets, do the currency markets too?
They hate uncertainty. This was something that nobody had calculated, even thought of, and the longer it goes, the more concerned I become. I do think it's a possibility that the euro will benefit from this in the short term, and particularly if we start getting some saber rattling, say from our old friend Saddam Hussein, that uses this void to do some damage here, that could hurt us.
Do you agree?
I don't think they'll do any damage right away. What I am concerned about, and I disagree with some of the people that were on the show a little earlier, everybody in Wall Street has this mantra that it's okay, gridlock is fine, because it is true that what the American people want is no change. And that was clear from the vote. There is no mandate for either party. But I suggest to you, if you look at it, Bill Clinton has had 8 years of no problems. We haven't had one major foreign problem. Once he...
Bosnia.
No. A couple of troops into Kosovo, that was it. We haven't had any problems domestically. He left it to Rubin and Greenspan. But I suggest to you, in the next 4 years, what we will have are troubles in our own economy and market, finally. I guarantee...
Because Alan Greenspan overdid it.
I guarantee...
Can't put it on
I guarantee you we're going to have foreign troubles, especially in the Mideast.
So is the next guy Herbert Hoover?
No, the next guy is going to have to make really big decisions and show leadership. But if it's all perception, hey, we have to accommodate, the Congress is so close, and I didn't get a mandate, and I have to sell myself to the people because I didn't do it in the election, how does he exert leadership? I am concerned about that in the long run. It may cause real problems.
I do think, though, it's an incredible opportunity, though, for the next president, whether it's Bush or Gore, to become an incredible statesman, broach this, to build a consensus as well as do something internationally.
Yeah, normally close elections do that.
Yeah, I think they can rise to the occasion here. So all is not lost.
I hope so, that they don't have to compromise and wheel and deal with the Congress every minute on everything, because I'm convinced leadership will have to be shown.
I really do agree with, in this part that in fact, I'm agreeing with you, but
folks, get this.
We got the trifecta here. But no, that all of a sudden people are so convinced that they're being maligned for not cooperating, for badgering each other. And if it's a Bush who has a record in Texas, he has to work with a Democratic majority. Then maybe this is the way to encourage that.
It is very possible. Now,
would the markets be positively disposed to that?
Yeah, now we're going to have to wait and see. I don't know which one.
Let's say it's Bush. He gets in there.
Okay. He's going to have to demonstrate over the first few months that, A, he has foresight, intelligence, and he can work with the Congress.
Even if he had never got the popular vote?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. And
if it's Gore?
The same thing. He has to demonstrate he can deal with the Republican Congress. It looks like the Republicans have held on to the Congress, although there's still some problems there. And the Europeans especially are going to look to us, and they're going to watch very carefully, are we still have the capacity and ability to lead?
You know, 2 out of the 3 cases where the guy lost the popular vote, won the electoral vote, the guy who won the popular vote came back 4 years later to beat the pants off the guy.
Something for both of them to think about, and that's what's going to be very important in the next 4 years. It's not just going to be gridlock, but if they can exercise some sort of financial restraint, fiscal restraint, meaning things get done, but not to the extremes of either party, it could be very good for the bond market and the stock market.
Well, I'll tell you something. I'm concerned if either there is a big tax cut or spending on a surplus that I don't think will exist to the degree we all think it is if the economy slows down.
Greg Valliere yesterday. He thinks it's going to be more generous still.
Well, it may be, and I hope they're right. But I must say, I doubt it, and I think really you're going to have to be very, very careful in what you do and how you do it to show the credibility to the credit markets, not only here, but around the world.
The global market.
What do your old buddies in Europe think of GW or Gore?
One of the guys said to me this morning, he said, aha, you're having fun like the Balkans do with elections.
So, is it that bad?
Yeah.
And they're just amazed at this?
Yeah, everybody's kind of shell-shocked. It's Twilight Zone.
Listen.
Okay. That's the appropriate name for this show, too, by the way. Karen Gibbs, final word on the subject. Ambassador, good seeing you again. You're looking great. All right, up next, some final thoughts on what has been an extraordinary, remarkable, historic, you've heard it all, presidential election.
What, you got the tickets? You bet I'm there. I'll pick you up. Oh, wait a second. You know, I can't make it. No, I can't. Yeah, it's pretty important. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. There's Daddy's little girl.
Fox News Channel Daytime. The whole story in context. Facts presented fairly. The issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
And Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
恋のゲームはもう終わり。悪女。
ピーターには近づかないでほしいわね。
アマンダ言い過ぎだぞ。
いざ。
実際前から君のようなチェスパートナーを探してたな。
プレイボーイ。
私を抱きしめたくなったんだろ。結婚してる。
気にしないよ。
男好き。
All right, finally tonight, I will never forget when my father was still alive how old-fashioned he was. I mean really old-fashioned. For one thing, he refused to get an ATM card. I would keep telling him, you know, Dad, with these cards, you don't need to go see a teller to get your money. I remember he would look me straight in the face, say, Neil, I like to talk to a real person, so shut up. And that was it. No fancy schmancy ATM card for my dad. A guy who looked at new technology as more a headache than a help. I wonder what he would say now about this presidential contest, still very much in doubt. I bet I know. Neil, he'd probably say all that fancy schmancy equipment and computers and tracking models you hotshot journalists have, and you still screwed up. He'd be having great fun with me, and why not? All of us fancy journalists botched it. All of our tracking models, all of our scenarios, all of our exit polls wrong, or at best premature. Hard to say how all of this ends up, but consider this. In a span of little more than 4 or 5 hours, Florida went from Gore territory to Bush territory to no one's territory yet. No wonder why folks are so confused. No wonder fancy schmancy experts have egg on their face. Ironic as well that even with the razor-tight Kennedy-Nixon contest my dad remembers so well decades earlier, at least then we knew the winner by dawn, and most of those ballots were counted by hand. This one we might not know for sure for several dawns. But that's not my message here. My father's is. He was a circumspect fellow, but an upright, decent one. Son's bias there. Who wouldn't suffer fools gladly or their fast-talking ways easily? That's why car salesmen hated him and shysters avoided him, and why today, if he were still around, pollsters would be running away from him. For good reason. All right, don't forget, we'd love to hear from you here, whether you want to condemn us for our polls or whatever. You can reach us at Your World. Drop us an email. The address is cavuto@foxnews.com, or U.S. mail us on the Concourse level, 1211 Avenue of the Americas, New York, 10036. We'll be sharing some of your comments later in the week. For more information on any of the subjects we cover on our show, you can check out our website, foxmarketwire.com, for all the business angles you really want to get on this election. I think we tried to cover the major ones for you today. We hope to do more of that tomorrow. In the meantime, all the latest headlines just around the bend. Have a great night. 5 seconds. There we go. 4, 3, 2.
And Christopher head for Florida to oversee the recount, which Bush and Cheney say will confirm they won. But Al Gore concedes nothing. More after the other headlines.
Fox News Live, I'm Lori Dew. The drama continues in the Sunshine State as America and the rest of the world waits for a recount of Florida votes for George W. Bush and Al Gore. Bush says he is confident the recall will go his way, says he is looking forward to the transition of power. And even though he won the popular vote, Mr. Gore says it is the Electoral College that matters. Special report with Brit Hume will have continuing coverage in just a moment. In other news this Wednesday, Israel is trying to make a deal to end the bloodshed in the Middle East. Prime Minister Ehud Barak is offering what he calls, quote, a viable Palestinian state, but says the violence must stop first. An Israeli woman and 3 Palestinian teenagers were killed today in clashes in the Gaza Strip. That raises the death toll to 183. Most of the victims are Palestinians. Meantime, Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat is on his way to Washington. He is set to meet with President Clinton tomorrow. And back here at home, the Sara Lee underwear company is issuing a voluntary recall of some baby items. It says puffy decals can flake off after washing, and they could cause choking if they are swallowed. The items being recalled include a one-piece union suit, a receiving blanket, and a terry cloth hooded towel. The next update at the bottom of the hour, Brit Hume coming up next.
Welcome to Fox News Central in New York and our continuing coverage of You Decide 2000. I'm Brit Hume. With 2 former secretaries of state heading into Florida to represent the 2 candidates, Florida began an official recount amid some early signs that it won't be easy to get the Democrats to accept the result if it goes against them. We begin our coverage in Florida with Fox News' Shepard Smith. Hi, Shep.
Brit, the law in the state of Florida is if no candidate wins by better than a half a percentage point, then everything must be recounted from all 67 counties, every single ballot looked at once again, and that process now underway. 67 county precinct captains will report in those numbers once they're tabulated sometime in the evening on Wednesday. Those will be called into Tallahassee. They'll run them up the flagpole and make sure they all match from yesterday. The biggest dispute across this state comes from Palm Beach County, where the Democrats complain that more than 3,000 people who voted believe they may have made a mistake in the process. It has to do with the way the ballots were laid out. Though Joseph Lieberman and Al Gore were the second candidates on the left-hand side of the ballot, they were the third hole to be punched. Many have complained that they believe they may have voted for the wrong person. The director of the State Elections Commission is now in on the process, and here's what he has to say about it.
The voting system is a reliable one. There are instructions. You know, if you find your person, follow the arrow and punch out the punch next to that arrow where it points, you voted for the right person. Is it possible for someone to go in there and not follow the instructions and vote for the wrong person? Well, certainly it is.
Now, the Democratic National Committee claims that the format for that particular ballot in Palm Beach County was illegal. The DNC threatening a lawsuit and asking, they are threatening at least, for a re-vote in Palm Beach County. There's a threat of another lawsuit as well, saying that complaints by individual voters across the 67 counties have been ignored by the precinct captains. Be that as it may, Jeb Bush weighed in on Wednesday afternoon in a news conference from the state capitol, saying that the claims should all be dismissed, that in fact that ballot was published in advance, that it's been used in the state previously, that if there were questions about that ballot, they should have been raised prior to the voting. He also recused himself from the process on Wednesday, saying he didn't want anyone asking questions about the way it all came down. He says it's very important.
There's a process in place. If there are real concerns, let the process work. But please don't over-exaggerate the incidences that, you know, the accusations. Let's let this be done in a thoughtful way. This is hugely important business. And, you know, what's at stake is the next leader of the free world.
Now, the counting process expected to be completed by late in the afternoon on Thursday, all the numbers published, and then possibly, Brit, we could know who the next president will be.
Look forward to that, Shep. Thank you very much, my friend. Though behind in the popular vote nationally, the Bush campaign is staunch in its public display of optimism that the Texas governor will win the electoral race and become the next president. Mr. Bush says he believes the recount underway in Florida will affirm the initial call that he won the race for the White House. Fox News' Carl Cameron is at Bush headquarters in Austin and filed this report.
The election officially up in the air, George W. Bush nevertheless claimed victory with a message of confidence.
Secretary Cheney and I have carried the state of Florida. And if that result is confirmed in an automatic recount, as we expect it will be, that we have won the election.
But there is nervousness in Bush country. The governor has tapped James Baker, his father's former Secretary of State and a hard-nosed negotiator, to represent him during the recount in Florida.
He's a man of impeccable credentials and integrity, and someone the American people can trust.
Bush, who watched the returns with his family, admitted amazement that the vice president first called to concede, then to recant. Aides said Bush was so incredulous that Gore defensively interrupted, saying, quote, "You don't have to get snippy," to which Bush responded, "You do what you have to do." Bush's description of the conversation was guarded.
Got 2 phone calls, and it was, we had a good discussion. Last night was obviously an historic moment, and it's going to be resolved in a quick way.
Over lunch, Bush lightened up a little with a half-serious jab at his brother Jeb.
Needless to say, there was some consternation with the Florida's governor during our family dinner when somebody jumped the proverbial gun, as we say. And so he is the person that really went through some, you know, obviously some interesting emotions.
Do you feel like a president-elect this morning, Governor?
Carl, I feel like a man who worked my heart out, put out a positive message, and a person who is looking forward to a quick resolution of of the ballots in the state of Florida.
Bush aides, ever loyal, ever confident, dismissed the possibility of a reversal from the recount.
Historically, recounts tend to almost always confirm the initial result. And the initial final result this morning shows Governor Bush and Secretary Cheney winning the state of Florida by more than 1,700 votes.
That razor-thin margin in Florida and across the country, equally thin in the popular vote in the Electoral College, pretty much contradicts about 10 days of victory predictions from the governor's top political strategist, Karl Rove, that the win could be a margin of as much as 5 to as many as 9 points in the popular vote and 320 in the Electoral College. The Bush campaign saying they just must have miscalculated a little bit, and Al Gore deserves credit for getting his vote out. Brett?
Well, Carl, though, I mean, how do they now explain, if they do? Were they being candid when they were expressing all that confidence in the last couple of days and even up into Election Day and night?
Sometime around 5 o'clock in the morning after Election Day, one aide acknowledged they were using a rosy scenario, but quickly pointed out all the public polls suggested that Bush was ahead. They don't have very many alternatives. Either suggest that their numbers were wrong, which would be embarrassing, or that they were misleading us, which they obviously don't want to do either. Britt?
All right, Carl, thanks very much. Al Gore, noting that he and Joe Lieberman had won the popular vote, apparently, urged that the Florida recount be done expeditiously, but Mr. Gore hastened to add, not in any rush. It remained unclear whether he and the Democrats will be prepared to accept the result or if court challenge or challenges will be inevitable. Jim Angle reports.
After a night and day of confusion, Al Gore stepped before reporters to say the election is still up in the air.
We still do not know the outcome of yesterday's vote. And I realize that this is an extraordinary moment for our democracy.
Gore took no questions and made no specific allegations of irregularities. He simply said that the issue is the fairness of the process. But he couldn't help but note that nationwide, he got more votes than Bush.
Despite the fact that Joe Lieberman and I won the popular vote, under our Constitution, it is the winner of the Electoral College who will be the next president.
Gore left quickly. Campaign Chairman Bill Daley was asked if Gore thinks he won this election.
There's no question he is ahead in the popular vote and ahead in the electoral vote. There is one state left to be decided.
But when that is finally determined, Daley insisted, Al Gore will be our next president. A bemused President Clinton returned to the White House earlier in the day from his wife's victory in New York and captured what everyone is thinking about the presidential race.
The American people have now spoken, but it's going to take a little while to determine exactly what they said. Well, if ever there was a doubt about the importance of exercising democracy's most fundamental right, the right to vote, yesterday put it to rest.
No American, Mr. Clinton said, will ever be able to seriously say again, my vote doesn't count.
The American people.
Now, the Gore campaign, as you noted, Brit, has dispatched Warren Christopher and other top aides to go to Florida to monitor the recount and make decisions about any ballots to be challenged. They say they have seen the reports of irregularities, but don't know enough yet to know whether it will affect the outcome. Interestingly, Brit, 3 days ago on the campaign trail in Philadelphia, Al Gore was telling voters that this race was so close that their grandchildren would ask about it. He didn't have any idea how right he was. Brit?
Jim, there are now some several thousand absentee votes from military personnel that appear to be the remaining outstanding votes here still to be added into the count. What do the Gore people say or think about what the effect of those votes might be?
Well, you know, there is some speculation that that would tend to favor them because it's military. They say that some 1,200 of those may be people living in Israel, which might very well favor the Democrats, and that some of the military votes could be blacks and Hispanics, which also might favor the Democrats. So they're saying that even the overseas absentee ballots might work in their favor. That's it, Brett.
All right, Jim, thanks very much. Coming up, how could the election results affect the balance of power on Capitol Hill? Will the slim majorities make the chambers more united or more divided? I'll tell you in a minute. Stay tuned.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテインメントが待っている。夜9時、ひょんなことからホーマーが宇宙飛行士に。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、留学生に恋したザンダー、でも正体はインカのミイラ。バキ、恋する十字架。夜11時、記憶をなくした少女、宇宙人の仕業か、X ファイル。夜9時、感染死亡率 100%。未知の病原体が人間を襲うミレニアム。夜10時、強烈な個性がリングで弾ける。これが噂のバトルエンターテイメント、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。夜9時、転倒したブルドーザーの下に作業員が。人命救助 SOS。夜10時、凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル。夜11時、全米警察24時。夜12時、のどかな週末を悪夢に変える大惨事、まさかの災難パート2。胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテインメントが待っている。シンプソンズ、バフィー、恋する十字架、X ファイル。ミレニアム、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。人命救助 SOS、凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル、全米警察24時、まさかの災難パート2。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもうフォックスしかない。
Throughout this election cycle, the Democrats had focused on taking back the House of Representatives. That did not happen, but the party did manage to narrow the power gap in both chambers, especially the Senate, where the GOP now holds the slimmest of majorities with one race left to be counted. Fox News' Steve Centani has the story.
This election marks some unusual milestones for the U.S. Senate. The historic election of a First Lady, Hillary Rodham Clinton. The defeat of a Republican icon, William Roth of Delaware. And the election of a candidate who died in a recent plane crash, Missouri Governor Mel Carnahan. He ousted incumbent Republican John Ashcroft. The governor's widow, Jean Carnahan, will take his seat through a gubernatorial appointment that some consider questionable. The Senate is now split 50-49, with Republicans still in control and one race yet to be decided. If Democrat Maria Cantwell of Washington defeats incumbent Slade Gordon, the Senate would split 50-50. But even then, Republicans would stay in charge, either because Vice President Dick Cheney would cast the deciding vote, or because Vice President Joe Lieberman would likely be replaced by a Republican appointee, and the GOP would gain back a seat. In any case, the Republican margin will be razor thin, and Democrats say,
I think it's critical that we start with a clean slate, that we recognize the power sharing that comes with 50 votes on either side.
A similar olive branch from Republicans in the House.
May not be able to compromise, but by being creative, I think we can find things we can agree on and to move ahead and find some win-win situations.
One big battleground for the House was in California, where former Clinton impeachment manager James Rogan was among 5 Republicans who lost their seats. In Connecticut, Sam Gadenson, the top Democrat on the House International Relations Committee, was also defeated. A handful of House seats are still undecided, but it looks like Democrats will gain about 2 seats, nowhere near the 7 seats they would need to seize control of the House. In Washington, Steve Centani, Fox News.
Many people are saying that Hillary Clinton's election to the U.S. Senate is only the first step in a long political journey for her that could end with a bid for the White House. In her acceptance speech Tuesday night, the First Lady thanked her supporters for seeing the possibilities of what she can do for the state and the nation. Fox News' Catherine Herridge has that story.
At her first news conference as Senator-elect, Hillary Clinton's message was bipartisanship.
I'm very confident that on many of the issues I care about and have worked on, I have allies on both sides of the aisle.
But the issue was whether she would run for the White House.
I'm going to serve my 6 years as the junior senator from New York.
At the White House, the president mentioned his wife only in response to a question about a late-night conversation with Al Gore.
And we had a very good talk, and he congratulated Hillary, and they had a nice little visit.
In her election night speech, Mrs. Clinton referred to her husband, but only briefly.
I would not be here without my family. And I want to thank my mother and my brothers, and I want to thank my husband and my daughter.
During the 16-month campaign, critics claimed Mrs. Clinton was using New York as a stepping stone to higher office, a chord struck by her opponent in the final days. Pollsters say it was an issue that resonated with some voters.
Here's an ambitious woman who came, from out of state, is not a New Yorker, didn't pay her dues in New York, and perhaps they figured, we're just a step on the way for her.
Whatever her true ambition, some political observers here believe Mrs. Clinton will need to establish herself as a senator first.
I think she's going to go in there scared. I mean, she's a new senator with a new job. She's never done this before. Everybody's going to be watching her. It can't be easy for her to produce now.
Having won this year's most closely watched Senate race, the media glare will intensify when Mrs. Clinton returns to Washington, especially since she's laid out an ambitious legislative agenda for herself. In New York, Catherine Herridge, Fox News.
And coming up, with the presidency riding on the recount in Florida, what kind of legal challenges does this present? We'll ask election law expert Carol Lamb coming up next.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's better.
An argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel. The power to bring you the people and places. From mega markets to emerging nations. Reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet. The global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Come first to Fox News for breaking news, exclusive stories that impact the world, unique, timely interviews that shape our nation. First on the scene with breaking news, continuous coverage from over 70 bureaus around the globe.
We're the only ones here who still have live pictures out.
Reporters, anchors, and correspondents that are first, fair, balanced, powerful insight, powerful perspective, powerful news. Come first to Fox News for breaking news.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V 24時間 100% ミュージック US、UK のトップヒットを on air Concert、Music News、スター独占インタビュー and more International Music Scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music!
Channel V
So what happens in America when votes are cast and counted? And how much chance is there that the tabulation may have been wrong? Off by enough votes even out of millions cast that this slender Bush margin could be upset. To sort all this out, I'm joined now by Carol Lamb, lawyer in private practice in Washington, specializing in election law. She's previously an attorney with the Federal Election Commission and has practiced before the Supreme Court and other appellate courts on election law issues. She joins me from Washington. Welcome. Nice to have you.
Thank you very much.
So, in the state of Florida, most of the votes are cast, I assume, in the kind of automated voting booths that we may be familiar with. How do those votes add up? Do they add up on paper? Or are they on punch cards? What happens?
Well, if it's a voting machine, Brit, what happens is at the end of the election, they lock down the machine, and then they open up the back of the machine, and there's a counter in the back that is, by each candidate's name, there's the number of votes tabulated for each candidate.
And all of that has been automatically done, right? Like a calculator, correct?
Exactly.
So the chances of an error in the addition there are remote, unlikely, impossible, what?
The chances are very unlikely. All the machines are tested before the election to make sure they're working properly. And then what happens is the clerk reads off the numbers in front of inspectors. And they do that 4 times in Florida pursuant to state law.
So you got so you open the back of the machine, you look at this, look at the tally count, and it's read out loud, and you got representatives of both sides in the election, or all sides in the election, standing there, and they do it 4 times to make sure they get it right, correct?
Exactly.
All right. Then the number is conveyed how to some central headquarters?
The number is then written down on a sheet of paper, which is then conveyed to the county election officials and then to the state election board.
Now, is somebody standing over that and looking and supervising that process the whole time to make sure it's right?
Absolutely. There's no chances for mistakes here. And recounts very rarely result in any change to the election count.
Now, I assume that in most states, including Florida now, most votes are cast in the kind of machines you just described, correct?
I think that's true, although my sense is that Florida has some punch card machines, and they may also have some writing ballots.
Well, let's talk about punch cards machines earlier, because we saw some pictures earlier of what looked like computer punch cards being stacked and put in place. What is the likelihood of an error in that kind of situation?
Well, then there are separate machines for counting those ballots, and those are electronic machines. You put the punch card in, it counts the ballot, and it spits out a number electronically at the end.
So there's no human error involved in that kind of thing possible?
No, there really is not.
And then once again, somebody's standing there and looking at it when that vote is tabulated?
That's right. Every time you have an election, you're going to have a clerk, you're going to have inspectors, you're going to have poll watchers. It's a very public process.
All right. So now all of that gets together, and then it comes into some central place and gets added up there with people standing over it the whole time, correct?
Exactly.
All right. Now, in this situation, we have these absentee ballots coming in. I assume they're counted by hand. Am I correct about that?
Well, I would assume they are counted by hand. We don't really know what kind of ballots they are, but they're probably something that you check off, and they'll come in over the next 10 days and be counted.
Now, when they're counted, may I take it that you have the same kind of supervision with representatives of both sides in place for that as well?
Absolutely.
All right. So let's assume that, as most people seem to be, that the count as it exists is affirmed, give or take.
Right.
And after tomorrow evening rolls around, Thursday evening rolls around, and it's announced that Governor Bush has won by whatever margin. Now, there's some military ballots outstanding from overseas. From what you know about them, is there a chance, any serious chance that they might end up changing the leadership in this race?
It's highly unlikely. In the past, the military ballots have fallen for the Republican candidate. In the 1996 election, in an election where Clinton won Florida, Bob Dole won those military ballots by 56%, I believe, to 44%.
All right, so there's at least, it would seem a greater likelihood that this will add to this narrow margin Mr. Bush has rather than change it.
Right.
All right, so let's assume then you're the Democrats and you're not happy. What are your chances of mounting some sort of court challenge?
Well, Florida law just allows them to protest the election, and there's no specific reasons that they have to give for the protest. In other words, Florida law doesn't require that you allege fraud. You just have to tell them what your reason is for the protest,
right? And
then the state courts will take it from there.
Right. And what would be your sense of the likelihood of a protest based on what we now know about about this vote getting anywhere?
My personal sense is it's hard to imagine that protest will change the results of this election.
And is there an endless process of appeals that could get this into federal court? Last question.
Yes, I believe there is, and We'll see whether Al Gore chooses to go that way.
Your sense is that not promising.
It is not promising, no.
All right, Carol Lamb, very nice to have you, and thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
We got to take a quick break for the other headlines here, but when we return, find out why Al Gore voted for George Bush. Really? Be right back.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you're going to get this ready or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, falls all over you. You gotta make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
And Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
Fox presents
科学分析グローバル危険人物関与目撃証言消去
だが真実はそこにある X ファイル on Fox さあスカリー行くぞ2人の FBI 捜査官が挑む世界の裏側の巨大な謎
I think that we've succeeded in doing that first and foremost. It's become a lot of other things, but I think it is a scary show.
X ファイル全米のメジャーなテレビショーを連続受賞
The X-Files has really caught on because I think people around the world like to be scared.
X ファイルその魅力は今も世界中にファンを生み出し続ける
X ファイルよくできてますよねもっと続けて来週はどんな話なんだろう見ればハマる
テレビ史上真実が知りたいかつてない
答えを見つけて
進化し続ける最高傑作真実はそこにある目撃者はあなた X ファイル毎週月曜夜10時 Only on Fox
Fox News Live, I'm Lori Dew. American Airlines pilots will have to start paying for last year's sick out. The airline says it will start collecting on part of a $44.5 million court judgment against the pilots union. American executives say they owe it to shareholders, but the Allied Pilots Association says the judgment could bankrupt the union. Creditors of Daewoo Motors say they still hope to sell the company to General Motors, but they admit the bankruptcy of South Korea's third largest car maker could lower the price. Daewoo is $10 billion in debt and has defaulted on millions of dollars in loans. GM will say only that it's keeping a close eye on the situation. And it was a good day for Congressman Patrick Kennedy and his father. Rhode Island voters gave the younger Kennedy a fourth term in Congress, and Massachusetts voters gave Edward Kennedy a seventh term in the U.S. Senate. However, it was not a good day for the senator's ex-wife. Joan Kennedy was in court pleading guilty to a drunk driving charge. She got 2 years probation, lost her license, and must get counseling. Coming up at the top of the hour, the Fox Report with Shepard Smith. Shep is in Miami tonight as Florida recounts the presidential vote. But now, more special report with Brit Hume. Brit will have the latest going on now with this Florida recount and the rest of all the activities from yesterday. That's coming up right here on Fox News Channel.
And now the latest harvest from the political grapevine. George W. Bush political strategist Karl Rove is suggesting there may have been a whiff of bias in the way networks chose to call certain state races Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. He notes that Florida was initially called for Al Gore, while some polls in that state's western area, which is on Central Time, were still open. but he says it took much longer in key states carried by Governor Bush, such as Ohio, New Hampshire, and West Virginia. Matt Drudge, the internet pamphleteer, vowed that he would publish Election Day exit poll information as fast as he could get his hands on it. But very few people ended up getting very much information from his popular website on that. The reason is that the site, drudgereport.com, got so many hits that it crashed on Tuesday afternoon and remained inaccessible for most of the rest of the day and night. People in Washington woke up to the startling news that Al Gore voted for George W. Bush. We're talking about people in Washington State, in the city of Yakima, where Al Gore is a 72-year-old shoe salesman who says he's been a conservative Republican all his life and has not voted for a Democrat since Harry Truman in 1948. President Clinton and Newt Gingrich now have another thing in common. They both have gotten furious with Amy Goodman, a correspondent for the left-wing Pacifica radio network. Goodman got under Gingrich's skin with questions during last summer's Republican convention, and she made Mr. Clinton hot under the collar when she questioned him on the air on Tuesday. Finally, the president told Goodman, quote, "Now you listen to me, you ask the questions, and I'm going to answer. You've asked questions in a hostile, combative, even disrespectful tone," end quote. Goodman later told the Washington Post, quote, "These are the kinds of questions our listeners are concerned about." Missouri Senator John Ashcroft says he will not challenge the will of the people. The Republican lost his re-election bid in a very close race Tuesday to the late Missouri Governor Mel Carnahan. Carnahan's widow, Jean, is expected to serve in his place by appointment. Ashcroft said his decision was an emotional one, but he said the right thing to do. Fox News' Steve Brown has that story.
Surrounded by family, John Ashcroft politely bowed out.
Will of the people has been expressed with compassion, and that the people's voice should be respected and heard.
Ashcroft pulling the plug on what was shaping up to be a nasty legal battle. This was Ashcroft hours earlier. Ashcroft left his campaign headquarters without conceding the race to Missouri's late governor. Mel Carnahan died in a plane crash 3 weeks ago, too close to the election to have his name taken off the ballot, and Carnahan won, paving the way for his widow Jean to be appointed in his place. Mrs. Carnahan's only statement came by telephone Tuesday night to supporters in St. Louis.
I pledge to you. Rather, let us pledge to each other. We will never let the fire go out.
But what rankled Republicans was the short-lived extended voting period in democratically dominated St. Louis. A city judge ordered the polls in St. Louis to stay open an extra 3 hours because of long lines at polling places and huge numbers of people showing up who could not be found on the voting rolls. 40 minutes into the extra voting, a Missouri appeals court reversed the stay open order. Carnahan ended up winning by a narrow margin, 49,000 votes, and the Missouri GOP was screaming foul.
If they steal the election by keeping the polls open, I think people ought to go to prison. I think this is criminal.
Obviously, you have in Senator John Ashcroft someone who's very disappointed with the outcome of the election yesterday. I believe he and his surrogates are now trying to raise reckless allegations to try and call that into question.
As Republican attorneys were planning their legal assault on the election, the man who stood to gain the most from the court challenge instead stepped aside, admitting defeat.
I will not initiate any legal challenge, and I will not participate in any legal challenge.
And the Missouri Republican Party says it will bow to Ashcroft's wishes. In St. Louis, Steve Brown, Fox News.
Until the controversy surrounding the Florida ballots is resolved, the leadership of what used to be called the free world hangs in the balance. This confusing scenario with the popular vote is what our founding fathers may have wanted to avoid by establishing the electoral system. Its usefulness has been questioned in recent times, and there was even a movement on Capitol Hill this year to abolish the system. As Fox News' John Dupree tells us, though, this election is putting the system to the test.
Bush now has 246 electoral votes to the vice president's 248.
Late on election night, Bush and Gore deadlocked in the closest presidential race in 40 years, prompting questions about the process we use to choose a chief executive. The Founding Fathers formed the Electoral College to represent the interests of the 13 states without getting 13 separate election results. They gave each state as many electoral votes as it had congressional representatives, based on population. But the system is not without some flaws. For instance, it is possible for the electoral vote to disagree with the popular vote.
I think the American people would be very upset over that if their national vote total favored one candidate and the electoral vote elected another candidate president.
Some policy experts argue the Electoral College system is necessary to ensure less populous states are not forgotten.
It's the only thing in our political system that forces candidates to go to states and regions, to talk to voters, to organize on the grassroots, to take into account the interest and the interest groups that will help form a governing coalition.
The Electoral College convenes December 18th, when electors are supposed to vote the will of the people in their states. Only about half the states have laws that say electors cannot change their minds. But both campaigns insist they will not try to influence these votes that really count. In Los Angeles, John Dupree, Fox News.
And coming up, we'll dissect Tuesday night's election results with Michael Barone of U.S. News and World Report. Be right back.
Side 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Power. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Power. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Nobody gives you more original live programming. The power of news to keep you up to date. Shows that go in-depth. Issues in context. Topics that matter to you. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Fox News Channel Daytime, the whole story in context, facts presented fairly, the issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced, the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Fox, Monday.
目的は強力な生物兵器を作ること。
操るのは何者か。
組織にはワクチンがある。メンバーの分を揃えるのがやっと。
戦慄のクライマックスが今。
そんな死に方見られたくない。
ミレニアム、月曜夜11時、オンフォックス。
So what do the results in this extraordinary election tell us about this country and its current political makeup? Who better to answer that question than our own national resource, Michael Barone of U.S. News and World Report, co-author of the Almanac of American Politics, who joins me now from Washington. Hello, Michael.
Well, good afternoon, Brit.
Tell me what you think about what the Republicans and Democrats see as they look across the national landscape today.
Well, I think what they see, Brit, is a new political map that has emerged from the Clinton-Perot years, you might say. If you compare this year's apparent victory for George W. Bush with the map of the victory of his father, George H.W. Bush, back in 1988, you see some things that are really different. The senior Bush carried big states like New Jersey, big metropolitan area states like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Illinois, California. And George W. Bush lost those states this time. What we've really seen is a movement in the Clinton years to the big metropolitan areas with their cosmopolitan, cynical, secular electorates. Those big suburban sprawls have gone towards the Democrats. So how did George W. Bush actually amass, assuming he gets Florida, an electoral vote majority? The answer comes partly, Brit, in ancestral Democratic territory I'd call the country music belt. Arkansas, Bill Clinton's home state, Tennessee, Al Gore's home state, Kentucky, West Virginia, Those are all states that were carried by Bill Clinton and Al Gore in 1992 and 1996, some of them heavily Democratic like West Virginia. They were all carried by George W. Bush last night. In addition, Bush ran well in some states that went for Michael Dukakis in the northern tier of the country, where he made real inroads among what I'd call lumberjack Democrats. You know, this sort of old Northwoods working class guys that were always strongly Democrats. Now they're more concerned about their guns and about liberal cultural values. Wisconsin, Minnesota, we saw an effect of that in Oregon and Washington, though the states seem to have split. What's really happening here is that in the last 12 years, the Republicans have made big gains in some of the rural areas that had historical Democratic roots.
Michael, let's talk for a second, if we can, about the third-party factor here. We know that there was something on the order of 95,000 votes, give or take, cast for Ralph Nader in Florida, which would presumably have denied Mr. Bush the victory there, assuming he gets it, had they gone for Gore, even partly for Gore, even a fraction of them for Gore. Is it beginning to be fair to suggest that Florida really is no longer a state that the Republicans can count on really at all?
Well, that's absolutely true, Brit. In 1988, the senior George Bush got 61% of the vote in Florida. It was one of his big states, and whether it was sort of conservative Southerners in the Panhandle or rich retirees in Southwest Florida, kind of folksy people in the I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando, in the shadow of that great institution, Disney World, Cubans in Miami, they were all voting for George Bush. It's a different Florida today politically. In the big metro areas of the Gold Coast, from Miami up through Fort Lauderdale and Palm Beach, in the I-4 corridor from Tampa, St. Petersburg to Orlando and Daytona Beach, Democrats have increased their percentage. These are really very major metropolitan areas. You drive around those areas and you don't see any sign of wilderness or anything. It's gas stations and fast food places and supermarkets and stuff as far as the eye can see. And they're voting a lot like people in New Jersey or Illinois, which in fact is where many of these people came from. It's different from the other southern metropolitan areas. It does not have as much the conservative cultural values that we see in the ring around Atlanta or in some of the cities of Raleigh, North Carolina, for example.
Now,
yeah, go ahead,
I was going to say, if you're a Democratic strategist today, are you looking at the possibility that the country could have Republican control of the House, Senate, and the White House, and yet a more tenuous hold on power there than has perhaps been true in any recent time for either party?
Well, I don't think anybody after last night is talking about a Republican lock on the Electoral College anymore, or a Democratic lock. But the Democrats have the advantage. If they've been making gains in big metro areas as they have, that tends to lock up big electoral vote states because big metro areas tend to be in big states. So that means that Al Gore could go into this race with New York, New Jersey, California pretty well in hand, despite some efforts by Bush in California. And he had a leading commanding position throughout this race in Illinois. You're toting up well over 100 electoral votes there. You're getting nearly halfway to victory. So that becomes an advantage, whereas the Republicans winning these small states, that can get iffy. I mean, George Bush, it looked for a while last night, was going to carry Wisconsin. Evidently, he didn't by a very narrow margin. Ditto Iowa. You know, he could you could have a result where he's having a hard time carrying some of those little states, or if he misses carrying a few of them, he ends up below that 270 level.
I think it's fair to say, Michael, and thank you for this. This is a victorious, maybe victorious Republicans with a kind of sobering picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our panel of all-stars is coming up next. Stay tuned, folks.
You got the tickets? You bet I'm there. I'll pick you up. Oh, wait a second. You know, I can't make it. No, I can't. Yeah, it's pretty important. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. There's Daddy's little girl.
Opinions. I have them, you have them. In fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
Fox News Channel, primetime power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith, powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh, powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Come first to Fox News for breaking news, exclusive stories that impact the world, unique, timely interviews that shape our nation. First on the scene with breaking news, continuous coverage from over 70 bureaus around the globe.
We're the only ones here who still have live pictures out.
Reporters, anchors, and correspondents that are first, fair, balanced. Powerful insight, powerful perspective, powerful news. Come first to Fox News for breaking news.
Channel V. Channel V.
Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel
V. 24時間 100% ミュージック。US、UK のトップヒット on air。Concert、Music News、スター独占インタビュー and more。International music scene をそのまま catch。
What does the V stand for?
Channel V。
ザンダーが恋した相手は
あなたが好き。
古代の眠りから覚めた美少女。
ウィローは大事だ。一番の友達さ。つまりキスを考える対象にはならない。
切ない思いは地獄のキスへと変わる。
よせ！生きたいなら俺の命を奪え。
バフィー恋する十字架、今夜10時 on Fox。
See all of the confusion of this election and the extraordinary events of Tuesday night expressed in a series of newspaper headlines. Some insights and reflections now from Fred Barnes, executive editor of the Weekly Standard, joining me here in the studio. From Washington, Mort Kondracke, executive editor of Roll Call. And Mara Liasson, correspondent of National Public Radio, joining us now from Nashville. All are Fox News contributors. Let's get a sense, Fred, if we can, of how peacefully the Democrats and Mr. Gore will go if the recount is completed and the result goes against them. What's your sense?
Which is the most likely scenario, that the recount will finish. They will certify that Bush was the winner in Florida. Now, Democrats have cited a number of irregularities that they claim existed. People vote because of the improper ballot, voted for Buchanan when they tried to vote for Gore in Palm Beach, and they claim as many as 2,100 people there. Voters turned away from polling places, missing ballot boxes in Broward County. Now, it depends on what Al Gore wants to do. He may have a very large decision to make tomorrow night, whether he wants to go to court, whether he wants to challenge the legitimacy of George Bush being the winner. If he followed, for instance, the Bill Clinton scenario when he was impeached, he would challenge try to delegitimize not only the process in Florida, but his opponent himself, George W. Bush. None of that was ruled out by Bill Daley and Warren Christopher in their press conference today.
Mara, what's your take on that?
Well, my take is that Gore really is weighing that very important decision. On the one hand, he spoke with respect of the Constitution, and I think that that's for real. I mean, he doesn't want to be seen as a spoiler. It's also bad for his political career, such as it might be in the future. I think that he wants to make sure he didn't really lose I don't think he's talking about challenging the legitimacy of the Electoral College. He certainly is not. And I thought Bill Daley made a point last night of coming out and saying, look, if we lose, we're going to concede.
Right. Now, Marv, let's talk about just briefly about the complaints that we've heard to date. I had an election law expert on here earlier who pretty well dismissed the possibility.
Very, very unlikely.
But these miscellaneous matters that have been brought up from around the edges, the so-called Buchanan ballots, there's an allegation that Highway Patrol members prevented some African Americans from voting in one place, a safety checkpoint or something like that.
You'd have to have a lot of that. I mean, Al Gore really has to decide if he wants to be seen as a spoiler, somebody who's kind of keeping this tied up for weeks and weeks and weeks for nothing. I think it would be very hard. It would be one thing if they were separated by 75 votes or even a couple hundred, but it's hard to get 1,800 votes on irregularities. And, you know, then you do have the absentee ballots, although people say most of them are from military personnel stationed overseas. Some of them might be from people living abroad. You know, in the past, there is an organization called Democrats Abroad. I'm sure Republicans have the same thing, and they made a big effort among people who live overseas, and maybe some of them would go for Gore, but I think that it would be to Al Gore's detriment if he was seen as being a sore loser.
Mort?
Yeah, my sense is that so far, people are going to try to not polarize the country any more than it is already polarized by bringing up extraneous or new challenges. But there is pressure, obviously. What's going to happen, for example, if there are disputes over, you know, whether ballots are spoiled or whether ballots are lost or new ballots are found? That's the sort of thing where you could start getting partisan passions at work, and you might slide down a slippery slope, and the next thing you know, you've got a constitutional crisis on your hands. So far, so good. And Fred's right. I mean, there may be a decision point for Al Gore. One hopes that if he's losing, or if George Bush is losing, that they would do the right thing for the sake of the country.
Now, the Gore campaign staff, it should be noted, is circulating a paper from the DNC on Florida voting, citing these various problems. So while Mr. Gore and Mr. Christopher may be talking about not provoking a constitutional crisis, these are not what you would call peace overtures.
No, they're not at all. And I think here's the thing to look for, and that is if Democrats start talking about having a rerun in Florida, that we need to have a new election there. There are enough irregularities that have come up. Pollsters who are close to the Democrats having polls and saying that nationally the American people want this and so on, and they go to court, and Tom Daschle and Dick Gephardt say that it would be illegitimate for George W. Bush to be seated as president and so on. Now that would be a constitutional crisis.
Yeah, but so far that's just not happening.
All right. Okay, I agree. And so far, not happening. But let's take a look. Let's take a look at the electoral map that Mike Barone and I were just talking about. What Michael said suggested that what Republicans take away from this, even if they control the White House and both houses of Congress, may not be so promising for them. Fred, what do you think?
I think it's not promising at all. I mean, they've lost, California, they've lost. Florida's now a toss-up state. Florida and California, remember, were the anchors of the Reagan coalition. States like Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, even Colorado were not reliable states for the Republicans. Here's what I think ought to worry them the most. The suburbs are now, it showed last night, are evenly divided between Republicans and Democrats. Well, the suburbs were the areas where Republicans won elections all over the country. They don't seem to, that is not a Republican territory now. And finally, look how easy it was for Al Gore to summon this gigantic and overwhelmingly Democratic African-American vote. That was a killer. Republicans, as hard as George Bush tried to make overtures to African-Americans, he was still treated as a racist.
All right, we got to...
wait a minute, Fred.
This country
we haven't got much time here.
Absolutely equally divided, you know, and there are plenty of states like Michigan and Ohio and even Illinois and Pennsylvania that are on a knife edge that the Republicans, if they had the proper appeal, and in this case they almost did, could win.
Gotta go.
Governors that are Republicans.
Mort, you got the last word. Sorry, Mara. Thanks, everybody. That's all the time we have for the panel, but stay tuned for an election night call. It's worth a second look.
You know, some mornings this is just too much.
especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today? There you go.
Mother Nature takes her toll, raging against the elements. Fox News Channel is there, bringing you the updates. From the eye of the storms to the aftermath of destruction, make Fox News Channel your only source for complete and up-to-the-minute reports.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now. Channel V. 24時間 100% ミュージック US、UK のトップヒット on air Concert, music news, スター独占インタビュー and more International music scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
Channel V
恋のゲームはもう終わり悪女
ピーターには近づかないでほしいわね。
アマンダ言い過ぎだぞ
いざ
実は前から君のようなチェスパートナーを探してたな
プレイボーイ
私を抱きしめたくなったんだろ結婚してる
気にしないよ。
男好き
Finally, on a night when the unpredictable and unexpected became commonplace, we had a few unexpected developments of our own as we covered the returns, and one in particular. Watch this.
Florida's going to be decided by 5,000 votes or so.
I hope it's good information from either the
Somebody
Gore
from
or Bush
Florida just called
campaign.
Fred. We got our cell phones active here, folks. We're using every known means of modern communication to try to find out what's going on. So,
You can take the call. That's fine, Mort. If it's from the Gore campaign, you can share it with us.
Mort had an engagement at 1:30 a.m. and they're wondering why he's late.
Mort had a late date, everybody, and he probably missed it, and she's sore. And that's special report for this time. Please come again next time. And in the meantime, stay tuned for news and the latest election coverage, fair and balanced, as always.
One for the record books, and for those who thought their votes didn't count, after a day of indecision, who is the next leader of the free world? George W. Bush, who may have more electoral votes, or Al Gore, who may have more popular vote? We're live in Florida where they're counting and recounting, with Gore sending a special team to investigate and the eyes of the world focused here, waiting for America to choose a new leader.
Live from the Board of Elections in Miami, Florida, fair news, balanced news, as Fox reports right now.
And good evening from downtown Miami in front of the Government Center, where right now they're counting those crucial votes, just as they did last night, once again, to make sure there are no problems. In a matter of minutes, we're expecting a live news conference to find out if anything is awry. But first, not in 4 decades, an election so tight it is still too close to call, forcing a recount of votes in the state of Florida, where the winner takes all, as Fox reports this night. George W. Bush cautiously claiming victory today, gently saying he believes the recount will go his way. But his caution understandable, believing he won the election early this morning, even getting a congratulatory phone call from Al Gore, following almost immediately by a second phone call from Gore taking his concession back. Both candidates are urging a quick and orderly end to the suspense, and Bush admitting being shocked by the realization that the election was still undecided.
Well, I was. I felt like I was fully prepared to go out and give a speech and thanking my supporters, and he withdrew his earlier comments, and here we sit. I'm looking forward to this being speedily resolved.
We now need to resolve this election in a way that is fair, forthright, and fully consistent with our Constitution and our laws. Because of what is at stake, this matter must be resolved expeditiously, but deliberately and without any rush to judgment.
No rush to judgment here. The recount not ending until tomorrow afternoon at the very earliest, and possibly taking another 10 days as absentee ballots continue to roll in. You've decided, now we'll report and try and figure out what your decision was. Team Fox coverage begins tonight in Tallahassee, Florida, where Fox News correspondent David Schuster is keeping watch over what some say may have been some mistakes. David.
Shep, there's a lot of talk tonight about Palm Beach County. That is the area where they seem to have the greatest problems here in Florida as far as this election is concerned. The Democrats are claiming that there were more than 3,000 voters who complained about possibly voting for Pat Buchanan instead of Al Gore last night. The problem was that in that particular ballot in Palm Beach County, Al Gore was the second from the top on the left side of the ballot, but his hole punch was actually the third from the top down the middle. The second from the top corresponded with Pat Buchanan, and Pat Buchanan got an unusually high number of votes in that county. As a result, 3 lawsuits have already been filed today, and more lawsuits may be on the way. There are a number of Democratic lawyers who are taking affidavits from some of these voters, and it is possible that this will head to the courts. What are these people asking for? Well, they want a revote in Palm Beach County. They want to scrap the election in that county and start all over again. Meanwhile, Governor Jeb Bush came back to Florida today dismissing some of these allegations, saying that all of this was known about ahead of time, that people should have complained about the ballot ahead of time. He also urged caution on some of the other allegations of voting irregularities. He said many of them have not been substantiated. Specifically, there was a report today that a voting ballot box had been found in a preschool, and when they looked at that ballot box, it was discovered to have school supplies. But in any case, Jeb Bush said that he is going to recuse himself from any oversight of the Election Commission. The Election Commission located here in Tallahassee, they expect to have a final recount known by tomorrow night, but it still could be days before some of those absentee ballots from overseas are counted. So it's anybody's guess as to what's going to happen in the next 24 hours. Shep?
David Schuster live for us tonight in Tallahassee. Now we are still waiting on the rest of the votes to be counted here in Dade County. The largest of the bunch, we're told. A decision could come at any minute. We're expecting a live news conference, and we'll bring it to you as Fox reports tonight. In the meantime, lots of questions in 2 candidates' campaign headquarters. We begin tonight in Austin, Texas, where Fox News correspondent Carl Cameron is standing by with reaction from the Bush camp. Hello, Carl.
Well, good evening, Shepard. The governor came out of the mansion today with his Republican running mate Dick Cheney at his side and immediately said that the results from Florida were in and that he would ultimately be the president-elect, and that once the final tallies were reaffirmed by a recount in Florida, it would be official and he would begin a transition. Governor Bush very cautiously selecting his words today, probably a combination of both exhaustion and an attempt to assume a more president-like stature. The governor and his aides saying they believe ultimately the recount, historically recounts, they say, tend to affirm the winner in the earlier estimations and projections. The Bush campaign has always had a hallmark of confidence. They were showing it again today, saying that no matter what the Democrats do, ultimately it's a matter of time before George W. Bush is given the presidential election based upon carrying the Electoral College vote in Florida. They are also suggesting tonight that while they will embrace the results from the recount, all these lawsuits from the Democrats suggest it is about to get very ugly in the courts. Shepard?
It certainly seems so, Carl. Stand by for 1 minute if you can. Let's go to Jim Angle now, is standing by in Nashville, Tennessee, with Gore reaction. Jim?
Hello, Shep. Well, the Gore campaign is equally confident. They obviously are emphasizing that Al Gore won the popular vote. That's something that Al Gore himself noted. And his campaign chairman, Bill Daley, said not only did he win the popular vote, but that they believe and are convinced that when all is said and done, he will win the electoral vote and win Florida as well. The person who said it best may have been President Clinton, who said today that the American people have spoken. We just don't know what they've said. As they go through the recount here in Florida, it is unclear what the trends are. The Bush campaign claims that it is actually doing well and has a net 22 in one of the southern counties where the Democrats were thought to have been strongest. They have lost some votes in other parts of the states. On the Democratic side, the DNC is raising questions about irregularities, but the Gore campaign is not. One Gore advisor did say, though, that on the overseas absentee ballots, they believe those could go their way because there are many from Israel, and they believe those might be likely to come in heavy for the Democrats, and that many are members of the military, which one might think would go for George W. Bush. That's at least what some observers have been saying. But some Gore advisors say there are also many African Americans and Hispanics in the military, and that those might actually come in for the Democrats. So there are more and more questions as you ask more and more questions, even as you continue to go through this process. It is interesting, Shep, that just a couple of days ago in Philadelphia, Al Gore told a group of voters that this race was so close that their grandchildren would be asking about it. He had no idea how right he was. Shep?
No doubt about that. Jim Angle for us in Nashville, Carl Cameron for us in Austin, Texas. Lots of questions about how the next 2 days may play out, and we'll come back to you for those in just a minute. In the meantime, will this vote be tainted forever in the minds of some people? And what about the Electoral College? Fox's D.C. managing editor Brit Hume is live in our New York studios. Brit, a whole lot of questions being raised down here, at least.
Yeah, that's right, Shep. It seems to me that there are basically two questions that need to be addressed. One of them is whether the contours of the charges that are being made now about electoral fraud and confusing ballots and so forth are the kinds of things that might be likely to result in the election board down there saying that this election was this count is improper and it should be upset. The election experts we've talked to, including one that was just on with me on Special Report, says she doubts that very much and thinks that the recount will do what recounts almost always do, and that is to verify the original count. The second question, and I think the more urgent question growing out of what we just heard from Jim and Carl, is whether the Gore team and the Democrats will pursue legal avenues to keep this matter open and alive much longer. Whether they will insist, for example, that before any acceptance of the outcome is agreed to, that they would need to have all the votes come in from the overseas ballots that need to be counted, and so forth. So those are the questions that are out there. There's not much history of recounts upsetting elections. Probably not a great chance of that happening now. But whether this will be accepted and what the atmosphere would be if it were not remains to be seen.
No doubt. Miles to go before we sleep. Brit Hume live for us in New York. No doubt about it, the results in New York. The First Lady to run for office, making history in a huge way. But can Hillary Rodham Clinton make nice with everyone who said, Hillary, go home? Another first for the Senate, a dead man winning the race, and his home state finding a unique way to fill his shoes. But will the other side let it stand? Control of Congress also on the line from this election day. So how are the two houses now divided? From Miami, Florida, live to homes around the globe, this is your news. Fair and balanced. News with a pulse. News not boring. You're on the Fox Report from Fox News Channel.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテインメントが待っている。
Fox Thursday。
夜9時、ひょんなことからホーマーが宇宙飛行士に。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、留学生に恋したザンダー。でも正体はインカのミイラ。バキ、恋する十字架。夜11時、記憶をなくした少女。宇宙人の仕業か。X ファイル。
Fox Friday。
夜9時、感染死亡率 100%。未知の病原体が人間を襲う。ミレニアム。夜10時、強烈な個性がリングで弾ける。これが噂のバトルエンターテイメント。ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。
Fox Saturday。
夜9時転倒したブルドーザーの下に作業員が人命救助 SOS 夜10時凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル夜11時全米警察24時夜12時のどかな週末を悪夢に耐える大惨事まさかの災難パート2胸騒ぎの夜フォックスが待っているエンターテイメントが待っているシンプソンズバフィー恋する十字架 X ファイルミレニアムワールドレスリングフェデレーション人命救助 SOS 凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル全米警察24時まさかの災難パート2吹き抜けるハリウッドの風今日本にもうフォックスしかない
The results of a Miami-Dade County recount coming shortly, live from Miami this night. But first, Hillary Rodham Clinton is trading in her First Lady credentials for a seat in the U.S. Senate. Clinton winning her election battle against Rick Lazio with a convincing margin of 12%. Both Mrs. Clinton and Lazio telling their supporters it's time to put the election behind them.
I promise you tonight that I will reach across party lines to bring progress for all of New York's families. Today, we voted as Democrats and Republicans. Tomorrow, we begin again as New Yorkers.
I congratulated her, and it's time for us to hold our heads up high and to unify our state and to stand together. It's time for us to stand as New Yorkers together.
So for Clinton, it's a few more duties as First Lady and then a whole new career in the U.S. Senate. She has her work cut out for her. A Fox report now from Catherine Herridge, live in New York. Catherine.
Mrs. Clinton's got issues. There's no doubt about it. Reporters asking if she'll run for the White House, wondering if she can really cross party lines and be effective in the Senate. You remember last night at her victory speech here in New York City, Mrs. Clinton's message was bipartisanship. And again today, saying she has allies on both sides of the aisle, but it could be tough for her. She'll be side by side with senators who killed her health plan, held endless hearings about Whitewater, and who voted to impeach her husband. And then there's the question, does she want to run for the White House? Today saying she'll serve her 6-year term as New York's junior senator. This is a real issue in the race, critics saying she was an opportunist who was just using New York as a stepping stone to higher office. Whatever her true ambition, some politicos figure she'll need to establish herself as a senator first. It's worth remembering this was the most watched Senate race in the country, and the media glare will only intensify. She gets back to Washington. So the pressure's on, wouldn't you say, Shep?
No doubt about it. Catherine Herridge live for us in New York. Election history also being made in the state of Missouri, where voters narrowly elected their late governor, Mel Carnahan, to the Senate. His widow, Jean, set to take his seat. Mel Carnahan's opponent, John Ashcroft, saying he will not challenge the outcome of that election. And Mrs. Carnahan speaking by phone to supporters late last night, thanking them for continuing her husband's legacy.
You have stayed the course. You have kept the faith. You have carried our hopes and dreams.
I believe that the will of the people has been expressed with compassion and that the people's voice should be respected and heard.
So what now? A Fox report now from Steve Brown live in St. Louis. Steve.
Yes, Shepard, the only thing keeping Republicans from going forward with a legal challenge in this particular race is John Ashcroft himself. What makes them so angry, the GOP in Missouri, is what happened here in St. Louis last night. Late in the election day, Democratic forces asked for and got an extension on voting time, an additional 3 hours to vote. A municipal court judge saying that polling lines were too long, paperwork was a problem, people needed more time to exercise their franchise. But then the Republicans countered that move, appealing to a Missouri appeals court panel, which then overturned it. But 40 minutes of additional voting time only in St. Louis took place, and Mel Carnahan wins by 49,000 votes in an election which 3.2 million votes were cast. The Republicans were set to go ahead with a legal challenge on this, claiming widespread voter fraud here in St. Louis. But John Ashcroft makes his public statement known that he accepts the will of the people. He accepts the outcome of last night's election, and it paves the way for Jean Carnahan to become the first person to accept a seat in the U.S. Senate, which was won posthumously, of course, by her husband, the late Governor Mel Carnahan. That's the story from St. Louis. Shepard, back to you.
Steve Brown live for us in Missouri. Now that win actually winning a Senate seat away from the Republicans. And with one race still undecided, control of the Senate could be split directly in half. And the Republican edge in the rest of Congress also seeing some changes. A Fox report now from senior correspondent Rita Cosby, live in Washington. Rita.
Shepard, Republicans will keep control of both houses of Congress, but the margin has narrowed. Democrats were a few seats shy of the 7 needed to take control of the House of Representatives and the 5 they needed to pick up control of the Senate. Now, currently, election results show that the Senate will have 50 GOP seats, 49 for the Democrats, with one race still undecided. That is the one in Washington state where incumbent Republican Slade Gorton is challenged by internet millionaire Maria Cantwell. That race is still too close to call, but a win by Cantwell could make it a 50-50 tie in the Senate. Still, either way, the Republicans will remain in control. If Al Gore wins the presidency, then Joseph Lieberman's seat in Connecticut will likely go to a Republican. If Bush wins, his Vice President Dick Cheney would cast the tie-breaking votes. Either way, it will be an interesting Senate. Now, here are some highlights. In Delaware, William Roth, the powerful chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, was unseated by 53-year-old Democratic Governor Thomas Carper. In Michigan, incumbent Republican Spencer Abraham was unseated by Debbie Stabenow, who becomes Michigan's first female senator. In Florida, Republican Congressman Bill McCollum, a House manager during President Clinton's impeachment trial, was defeated in his bid for the Senate. He lost to State Insurance Commissioner Bill Nelson. And in New Jersey, Democrat John Corzine, a political neophyte who spent at least $50 million of his own money, defeated Congressman Bob Franks. Many political observers say the new narrow margin in both houses means more political warfare, regardless of who becomes president. But others, including some newly elected members, are already extending an olive branch, talking about working together, regardless of party affiliation. We will see. Back to you, Shep.
Rita Cosby live for us in Washington. Is it Bush? Is it Gore? It's the #1 question in this nation, and nobody likes waiting for the answer. From cliffhanger to bridge hanger, a tractor trailer going over the side of an overpass, hanging down into the street below. Like nothing, an election to bring talk of election fraud, especially an election like this one. It's kind of like the weather. Everybody talks about it, but no one does anything about it. And live from Miami in just a moment, the recount almost complete, the results coming to you as Fox reports tonight.
Fox News Channel, powerful all day. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, bringing the world to you, making the issues clearer. Powerful hour to hour. Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Breaking stories, aggressive coverage. Powerful all day, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this ready or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
That's the whole story. That's what happened.
Now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
You Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Channel V.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V. 24時間 100% music. US, UK のトップヒット on air. Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music. Channel V.
Ohio. The Highway Patrol clearing 4 state troopers now in the shooting death of a man armed with a knife. The incident happening last month at the end of a car chase. The officers try to subdue the guy with pepper spray, but he charges at them and they open fire. A woman riding in the car with a man faces several charges, including receiving stolen property. New York. A tractor-trailer cab dangling 20 feet over an Albany street, hanging from an overpass. The driver blowing a tire, steamrolling through the guardrail and going over the side. Bystanders helping him out, and at last word, he's in fair condition. California. The Santa Ana winds blowing again in Southern California. How hard was it blowing? Hard enough to knock tractor-trailers right off the highway, and big rigs blown off overpasses and straightaways. No word of any injuries, though. Oregon. An 18-year-old woman reunited with her mother after 15 years. A babysitter allegedly abducting the girl when she was 3, raising her and explaining that she was abandoned by her mother. The mother saying she never reported the kidnapping because of personal problems. The girl finding her way home with help from the cops after she was left to fend for herself. FBI's investigating. And that's a Fox Watch across America.
George W. Bush and Al Gore still waiting to find out who wins the White House, but now accusations of irregularities in the voting process casting another shadow over the final results. A candidate gets more votes but loses the election, all because of the way the Electoral College system works. Find out just what it does and why some folks say it could need an overhaul. You are looking live, Miami-Dade County, Florida, where in just 6 minutes, the results of a recount of hundreds of thousands of South Florida ballots are to be announced. We'll bring it to you live as Fox reports tonight.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's better.
An argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Fox presents
科学分析クロー危険人物関与目撃証言消去
だが真実はそこにある X ファイル on Fox さあスカリー行くぞ2人の FBI 捜査官が挑む世界の裏側の巨大な謎
I think that we've succeeded in doing that first and foremost. It's become a lot of other things, but I think it is a scary show.
X ファイル全米のメジャーなテレビショーを連続受賞
The X-Files has really caught on because I think people around the world have to be scared.
X ファイルその魅力は今も世界中にファンを生み出し続ける
X ファイル
よくできてますよねもっと続けて来週はどんな話なんだろう見ればハマる
テレビ史上真実が知りたいかつてない
答えを見つけて
進化し続ける最高傑作真実はそこにある目撃者はあなた X ファイル毎週月曜夜10時 Only on Fox
Approaching the bottom of the hour now, live from South Florida, and the top of the news this day, in fact, pretty much the only news of this day, who will be the next president. The recount of the ultra-close Florida vote still going on, but there are charges of missing ballot boxes and confusing ballots, raising some troubling questions. A Fox report now from David Schuster, live in Tallahassee. David.
Shep, the recount began at noon today. The precinct captains in 67 counties going ballot by ballot, trying to make sure there are no discrepancies, matching some of the names of the voters with the voting list. And of course, there are a lot of observers in this whole process, but already a number of complaints. So the Democrats are charging that some of the complaints are not being investigated. Some of the problems in some of the precincts, according to the Democrats, are not being pursued. The biggest dispute has developed in Palm Beach County. That is where 3 lawsuits have already been filed. The problem in Palm Beach County, according to some 3,000 people who complained last night and this morning, was that the ballot there had Al Gore second from the top on the left side of the ballot, but his hole punch was the third from the top down the middle of the ballot. What was second on the right side? Pat Buchanan. And Pat Buchanan got an unusually high number of votes in Palm Beach County. A lot of people suspect that they may have voted for Pat Buchanan by mistake. And the lawsuits are designed to try and force a new vote in Palm Beach County. Not so sure that that's going to happen, but expect perhaps some more legal action. Democrats believe that some of the, instead of a total recount right now, there should also be some detective work to try to figure out if, in fact, there are any problems. Florida Governor Jeb Bush came back to the state today to try to calm things down. He said that he is recusing himself from oversight of this election commission, which is involved in the recount. He doesn't want any sort of appearance that he's somehow looking out for his brother in Texas. But Bush again dismissed some of the allegations about widespread fraud. He said much of that has not been substantiated. But again, the voting commission here in Tallahassee expects to have the grand total perhaps by tomorrow evening. Some of the precinct captains and some of the counties are going to have results before then. But again, the grand total they're hoping to have here in Tallahassee by tomorrow night. Shep?
David Schuster, after that, we still have to go to these overseas ballots that may be coming from military. Are there any suggestions from the Gore camp that they may challenge any of this?
Shep, it's hard to tell. The Gore campaign seems to think that they may do well in some of the overseas ballots. They claim that there's some 1,600 ballots that are coming from Israel, presumably from Americans who would be very supportive of Al Gore's policies. Traditionally, there have only been a few thousand overseas ballots, absentee ballots, cast in Florida. And when you go back to 1996, as you recall, Bob Dole got about 42% in the general election here in Florida, but he pulled 55% of the vote from absentee ballots. So it trends towards Republicans in the absentee ballots from overseas, but maybe the Democrats think that they can pick up a couple of votes in this very unusual election. Shep?
David Schuster, live for us in Tallahassee, Florida. David, thanks. There's a lot of talk about voting irregularities going here, and even in some circles in South Florida, some are suggesting there may have actually been voter fraud. So how and when has fraud affected elections past? A Fox report now from Rick Folbaum.
Votes counted twice, cast by someone who's dead or in prison, by someone's pet. We may want to think voter fraud's a thing of the past, but apparently it's not.
anyone that's been around politics and the election process for a while understands that there are always irregularities in any electoral process.
In Indiana, the Indianapolis Star recently found that there were hundreds of thousands of bogus names on the rolls there. Similar claims have come out of Alaska, California, and Florida. And a lot of them stem from the motor voter law passed in President Clinton's first term, which requires states to allow people to register by mail and when they get a driver's license.
You have a lot of deadwood people who don't want to participate in the system but are registered anyway. And I think that skews not only voter turnout, but it makes it easier to commit absentee ballot fraud.
In 1996, Representative Bob Dornan tried to have his election loss in California overturned, blaming voter fraud. He was not successful. But in 1997, Miami's mayoral race was overturned after investigators discovered widespread absentee ballot fraud. But if these problems keep occurring, what's being done?
Each one of these things leads to a certain amount of reform and change and tightening of the procedures. But I think the important thing to remember, an important thing that all Americans ought to understand now, is that very seldom do these kinds of issues, irregularities or fraud attempts, lead to actually affecting the outcome of the election.
That said, one alternative that's been talked about is computerized voter databases. Fears of technology foul-ups and a loss of local control have kept that from happening, but now, after one of the wildest elections ever, maybe those fears will subside. In New York, Rick Folbaugh, Fox News.
Well, New Jersey Senator-elect Jon Corzine, the multimillionaire candidate, spending, that is, upwards of $50 million of his own money for his campaign and just squeaking through. But some say other rich people may pay the real price for his win. In a Fox report now from Eric Shawn.
I am joyful at the support I have had across the state.
It was the best race money could buy. Jon Corzine went shopping for a Senate seat, and critics say he bought his for $65 million. That's right, he shelled out $65 million of his own dough, paying about $54.83 for each of his votes.
Corzine is a real departure from what we usually expect from rich candidates. He's a self-made man who's a liberal Democrat.
Corzine, who made a ton on Wall Street, is worth $400 million and was elected as New Jersey's junior senator, beating Republican Bob Franks by the slim margin of only 1%. But his triumph could cost him and other wealthy Americans more if his proposals are enacted. He won on a platform calling for universal health care, wants to provide government-funded preschool, Medicare to pay for prescription drugs, and taxpayers to foot the bill for public university college students who maintain a B average.
People, I think, get it, that we ought to deal with these issues in a commonsensical view. That's what I tried to talk about.
Even Democratic strategists admit Corzine's plans won't put much of a dent in his wallet.
When you make that much money in life, it doesn't matter because you can afford to pay the taxes on whatever policies you may enact. But he ain't going to be enacting a lot because he's a Democrat and a Republican and a Democrat with no seniority in a Republican-dominated body.
About 40% of the people who voted for Corzine said they were troubled by the amount of money he was spending, but cast their ballots for him anyway. The job pays about $140,000 a year, which means it will only take 464 years for Corzine to get his money back. In New York, Eric Shawn, Fox News.
Well, you decide 2000, splitting the American people right down the middle. Al Gore with a slight lead in the popular vote, but both the vice president and George W. Bush receiving 48% of all votes cast. What's making this the closest election in 40 years? A Fox report now from William Longinus.
After 90 million votes, the election is still too close to call. But who voted and why? According to exit polls, Texas Governor George Bush carried male, independent, married, and suburban voters. He also scored higher with voters who considered education, taxes, honesty their top priority. And perhaps surprisingly, Bush virtually tied Gore among voters who described themselves as middle class.
There's a lot of things I did not like about the administration and that I don't really like about Al Gore.
Vice President Gore won 90% of the African-American vote. He also won the Hispanic vote, but only 6 out of 10. Seniors, too, sided with the vice president, but not by a significant margin and not in the decisive state of Florida. There, Gore lost the senior vote, suggesting his strategy to scare seniors about Bush's plans for Medicare and Social Security didn't work. Bush won among Protestants, Gore among Jews, while the Catholic vote was split. But the real deciding factor may have been Green Party candidate Ralph Nader. In Florida, Nader grabbed 95,000 votes. If Gore had just 1/10 of those, he would become our 43rd president.
Al Gore may not be the most exciting guy, but I think he's very smart. I don't think he had to have his buddies help him through college.
On the issues, voters gave Gore the upper hand, but Bush was the candidate Americans felt would be a better leader. So, who will take office? We won't know till after a recount. Even then, the decision could be made not at the polls, but in the courts. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
Well, in the end, it all comes down to the electoral vote, but for a lot of people, the system is a bit confusing. Where the Electoral College actually originated and why. In a Fox report now from John Dupree.
Bush now has 246 electoral votes to the vice president's 248.
Late on election night, Bush and Gore deadlocked in the closest presidential race in 40 years, prompting questions about the process we use to choose a chief executive. The Founding Fathers formed the Electoral College to represent the interests of the 13 states without getting 13 separate election results. They gave each state as many electoral votes as it had congressional representatives, based on population. But the system is not without some flaws. For instance, it is possible for the electoral vote to disagree with the popular vote.
I think the American people would be very upset over that if their national vote total favored one candidate and the electoral vote elected another candidate president.
Some policy experts argue the Electoral College system is necessary to ensure
This is a Fox News alert. We have been waiting throughout the day for the results of the Miami-Dade County recount. Since early afternoon, they've been retabulating all of the votes, hundreds of thousands of them throughout this day, to try and find out if there were any problems with yesterday's count. It's required by law. Now David Leahy, who's the superintendent of elections for Miami-Dade County, is coming to the microphone to give us the recount results. Let's listen in.
Supervisor of Elections for Miami-Dade County, David Leahy. Next to him is Assistant Supervisor of Elections, Isela Salazar, and with him as well is Judge Lawrence King, who is the chairman of the Miami-Dade County Elections Canvassing Board. David Leahy will address you and explain the results of the recounting today. David?
Okay, we've completed the recount required by the State Division of Elections as a result of the close presidential race. We again recounted all the ballots cast at the precincts yesterday, as well as all of the absentee ballots that had been received by 7 p.m. last night. All those ballots have been recounted. The percentages Okay, the percentages that each candidate got, both Bush and Gore, did not change. In terms of the votes, George W. Bush had a net gain of 36 votes, and Al Gore had a net gain of 62 votes. So that is the change as a result of the recount of all the absentee ballot.
So there you go. That's
ballots.
the result from Miami-Dade County. George W. Bush up 36 votes. Al Gore up 62 votes. The percentages don't change. I might add the next county to the north of here is Broward County, said to be heavily Democratic in most particular years. Today, a net change of about 32. George W. Bush picking up 32 votes there. We don't know at this point what the final totals will be, expecting to get them tomorrow sometime late in the afternoon. Much more news in just a moment as Fox reports tonight.
You know, some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today? There you go.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith, powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh, powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
Fox News Channel Daytime, the whole story in context. Facts presented fairly, the issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced, the most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel, we report, you decide.
Fox, Monday.
目的は強力な生物兵器を作ること。操るのは何者か。組織にはワクチンがある。メンバーの分を揃えるのがやっと。戦慄のクライマックスが今。
そんな死に方見られたくない。
ミレニアム、月曜夜11時、オンフォックス。
South Africa, a videotape surfacing showing police dogs and cops in Johannesburg attacking prisoners made 2 years ago, but state TV now airing it for all to see. Folks all across the country outraged. The officers on the tape calling the whole thing a training exercise for the dogs, others calling it a racist attack. All 6 officers arrested. China, a man without arms doing his dream job, working as a watch mechanic. His determination winning him a faithful following. Now his next goal, to open a larger shop and hire others with disabilities to work for him, saying he wants to let others realize their dreams too. Japan, the annual fire walking ritual. For more than 50 years, dozens of people gathering at a shrine, kicking off their shoes and walking across hot coals. The whole thing their way of warding off bad luck and bad health. A superstition they also believe protects them from fires in the coming year. South Africa, 2 3-month-old lion cubs getting folks all excited. The pair believed to be Cape lions, a species thought to be extinct, with the last one dying in the 19th century. But these 2 little ones discovered in a Siberian zoo and sent to Africa for DNA testing. And that's a wrap on this Fox trip around the world in 80 seconds.
So far, Al Gore winning the popular vote by a hair, but George W. Bush could be the next occupant of 1600. Hannity and Colmes coming next to talk about the craziest election possibly of all time. Waiting for the final word at the governor's mansion in Austin, Texas. We're live in G.W. Bush's home state and in Al Gore's campaign headquarters next as Fox reports tonight.
What, you got the tickets?
You bet I'm there. I'll pick you up. Oh, wait a second. You know, I can't make it. No, I can't. Yeah, it's pretty important. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. There's Daddy's little girl.
You Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Review: Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places, from mega markets to emerging nations, reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet, the global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
And Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V. 24時間 100% music. US, UK のトップヒット on air. Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music. Channel V.
Fox Tonight.
ザンダーが恋した相手は
あなたが好き。
古代の眠りから覚めた美少女。
ウィローは大事だ。一番の友達さ。つまりキスを考える対象にはならない。
切ない思いは地獄のキスへと変わる。
よせ！生きたいなら俺の命を奪え。
バフィー恋する十字架、今夜10時 on Fox。
The map all filled in now, except for the state of Florida. We'll have to wait till tomorrow afternoon to find out how Floridians went. With us now from New York, Hannity and Colmes of the Hannity and Colmes program. Sean, I mean, Alan, you know, the Democrats down here, the DNC threatening lawsuits in Palm Beach County, talking about how there may be lawsuits because the election commission not paying attention to some complaints. What's your sense on all this?
I think this is going to change the way we vote in the future. I think we're really going to look at voting irregularities. We're going to wind up looking at the Electoral College. Look, regardless of what happens, Al Gore got the popular vote. George W. Bush may well win the electoral vote, but I think that's going to make us take a very long, hard look at how we do elections in this country.
Hey, isn't there still a concern, though, Sean, about the small states which might be neglected if, in fact, the Electoral College were part of the process?
I was just about to say that. If this happened, what Alan is describing here, and it's a debate that's wide open, but constitutionally the Electoral College decides, and I believe it's going to be George W. Bush tomorrow, but states like Iowa and Idaho and Wisconsin, you know, everybody knew the rules going in, Shep. That's why you saw Al Gore in Wisconsin and Michigan and all these other states. He was going for the Electoral College vote. He didn't get it if Bush gets Florida. And what I see happening here is a little bit of whining going on the part of the Democratic side. We'll see tomorrow.
But not from Al Gore, Sean. Let's be fair about it, because Al Gore came on today and said, you know, we knew the rules going in.
Out there. They're claiming a Democrat approved the ballot in Florida, and they're complaining the way it was was designed, that some people may have voted for Pat Buchanan, and I don't buy that.
You know, it's easy to
I want to show you how that ballot went. Now, granted, they're saying today they should have complained about it in advance.
That's
but you got to figure you have one candidate here, another here, another here.
It's confusing.
And then 3 over here.
Well, blame the Democrat.
Hang on. Yet the button pushes go straight down the middle. And some people are saying, look, I pushed the third one. I thought it was this, you know?
Right. It's really easy, Shep, to blame the Democrats. You know, if the situation were reversed, and if George W. Bush had the popular vote, and there was an electoral question, and it was Al Gore, you know that the Republicans would be saying the very same thing.
Shep,
as a matter of fact,
a Democrat had the opportunity.
Let me finish.
A Democrat had the opportunity.
You know that there was already a plan in place that if there was going to be what we thought, and George W. Bush winning the popular vote but not the electoral vote, they were already planning to challenge it.
Where did you get that information from?
There was news reports all over the place.
Cite me a source, Alan. No, but that is absolutely false.
You can check the wires.
No. You know what a lot of people in South Florida are complaining about, guys? They're complaining about what the networks did. Calling this election, having to come back, then going forward with it again. Do we need to look more closely at the way we use the information we have?
Part of Florida and the Panhandle is in the Central Time Zone. And I got reports, I spoke to people today, Shep, that said they were in line, they were going to vote, and they heard that Al Gore had the state, and they went home. They didn't vote. How did this affect the mountain states, the Pacific states, when they found out Florida, Michigan, Pennsylvania was called for Gore? They said, it's over, no business for me to go out there and vote. But I will defend the networks in this regard. The service that everybody subscribes to has had an incredible rate of accuracy. We've got to admit this, but we all called it too early. It's something we got to look at because it could have an impact on these other states that have where the polls haven't closed.
Ultimately, we're going to have to look at how this is done, how voting is done. There's also reports out of St. Louis that they wanted to keep the polls open longer because there are a number of people online because they didn't have the tools and the equipment to get everybody to vote. But a circuit panel said that it was time to close, and they closed at 7:45, and there were still people waiting to vote in St. Louis.
Lots of questions still. Alan Colmes, Sean Hannity, the big show tonight, 9 o'clock in the East, 6 o'clock in the West. We'll be watching. All right, give a shout out for the Fox Report. We'd like to know your thoughts on all of this. Check out our website at foxnews.com/Fox Report. If you'd like to email us, the address foxreport@foxnews.com, or through the U.S. mail, it's 1211 Avenue of the Americas, New York, New York, 10036. What a long and strange election day, and the outcome still up in the air. We are live at Bush headquarters in Austin, Texas, and live at Gore headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee, as Fox reports tonight.
Opinions. I have them, you have them. In fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
Mother Nature takes her toll, raging against the elements. Fox News Channel is there, bringing you the updates. From the eye of the storms to the aftermath of destruction, make Fox News Channel your only source for complete and up-to-the-minute reports.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V 24時間 100% ミュージック US、UK のトップヒット on air Concert, music news, スター独占インタビュー and more International music scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
Channel V
恋のゲームはもう終わり悪女
ピーターには近づかないでほしいわね
アマンダ言い過ぎだぞ
いざ
実は前から君のようなチェスパートナーを探してたな
プレイボーイ
私を抱きしめたくなったんだろ結婚してる
気にしないよ
男好き
Well, it's been one heck of a ride, hasn't it? And it's still undecided. It all comes down to Florida. But before we end this special edition of the Fox Report live from Miami, let's go back to Bush headquarters and to Nashville, where our correspondents are standing by. Carl Cameron and Jim Angle still on the campaign trail. Carl, a lot of people talking about this calling of the race early. Is it resonating there?
Sure it is. Of course, the Bush campaign was very disappointed and immediately disputed the network decision to call the race for Al Gore in Florida. In fact, within about 3 or 4 minutes of our having said that it appeared as though Gore was projected winner in Florida, we were getting phone calls. My beeper and cell phone was going off like crazy, and we got right back on the air and said that the Bush campaign was denying that that was the case. They had a different view. As Jim will tell you as well, we are very much at the mercy of the campaigns at this point. And Jim and I have been talking about this for days. The Bush campaign has been incredibly confident. The Gore campaign has been describing themselves as determined. And now we find out that the Gore campaign's determination versus the Bush campaign's confidence leaves us hanging and barely awake, too, Shep.
Yeah, I bet. Jim, a lot of things can happen tomorrow. We get these numbers in from Florida. If, in fact, everything stays as is, do you expect that there'll be some sort of challenge from the Gore camp, or will he concede?
A lawyer involved in this process, Shep, says he expects a bare-knuckles brawl over every last ballot. I do not think that you are going to have anyone say, oh, okay, close enough. That's it. Al Gore has been running for president for much of his adult life. He is not going to go gently into that good night without a fight over the ballots, especially when they think it is that close. Now, there's one very interesting thing to point out here, Shep. A lot of the dispute, now much of this dispute, by the way, is coming from the Democratic National Committee. The campaign itself is not raising that many questions yet about irregularities. That's because they want to wait and see what the vote is before they start questioning whether or not it's legitimate. But the fact is that the Democrats in the campaign and at the DNC are saying, look, the problem in Palm Beach County was that Buchanan got 3,000-something votes. That's so much higher than every other precinct. It just cannot be true. But there is a Buchanan relative who lives in Palm Beach County, a cousin whose husband is active politically. And in 1996, in the Republican primary, Buchanan got 8,788 votes in Palm Beach County. So it is not beyond the realm of reason that he could have, in fact, gotten 3,000 votes this time in the general election, Chip.
So in a word, this thing probably is not over tomorrow?
I think you're going to have a battle for days, if not for the entire administration of the next president.
All right,
and
Jim
Shep,
Angle. Real quickly, Carl.
Shep, one of the things that you can't underestimate is the importance of the Bush campaign going to Jim Baker, former President Bush's former chief of staff, and a bare-knuckle negotiator in his own right. They are getting ready for a real battle.
All right, Carl Cameron, Jim Angle, thank you both. And that's your news as Fox reports this Wednesday, November 8th, Y2K. Still ahead, the most powerful prime time in all of cable news begins with Mr. O'Reilly. It's out in the field. O'Reilly Factor's coming up, then it's Hannity and Colmes, and then The Edge with Paula Zanh. I'm Shepard Smith in Florida. We're live from Tallahassee tomorrow night. See you then.
The O'Reilly Factor is on tonight. Fear, loathing, panic. Much of it directed at the American media, which botched the election coverage. We'll report on why the Florida race was erroneously called, why the electoral vote has sway over the popular vote, what is going on right now in Florida, and what Jesse Jackson is doing down there. At the end of the broadcast, you'll be up to date on the closest presidential election this century. Caution, you're about to enter a no-spin zone. Factor begins in 90 seconds.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lori Dew. History on hold tonight with the presidency in the balance. Votes cast in Florida for George W. Bush and Al Gore are being recounted very carefully. Whoever wins the Sunshine State, of course, moves into the White House in January. Al Gore says it is still too close to call, but says he will accept the results.
No matter what the outcome, America will make the transition to a new administration with dignity, with full respect for the freely expressed will of the people.
Meantime, George W. Bush thinks the recount will go his way.
Last night was obviously an historic moment, and it's going to be resolved in a quick way. I'm confident that the Secretary and I will become the President-elect and the Vice President-elect in short order.
His brother, Florida Governor Jeb Bush, says to avoid any conflict of interest, he will have nothing to do with the recount. And today we get the first public comment from President Clinton on the Florida drama. He says this historic election shows once and for all that every single vote counts. Clinton says he watched the returns last night and was fascinated. He says both Gore and Bush ran good campaigns. My next update will be at the bottom of the hour. Now stay tuned for the O'Reilly Factor. Much more on the election and the Florida recount.
Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thank you for watching us tonight. Can I resign from the media and still do the factor? Millions of Americans are furious at us. I don't blame you. Over the coverage of the election, and that chaotic event is the subject of this evening's Talking Points memo. First, the numbers. Popular vote. Gore, almost 49 million, 948,976,148. Bush, 48,783,510. Less than a 200,000 vote difference for Gore, and they're still coming in. Electoral vote. Gore, 260, Bush, 246, with only Florida and Oregon. What's going on out there in Oregon? Outstanding. The current Florida tally right now, Gore, 2,907,544. Bush, 2,909,199. More than a 1,500 vote margin for Bush, with the overseas votes still to be counted. The recount in Florida is expected to be completed tomorrow. Looks like George W. will prevail by a few thousand votes, because most of the overseas balloting is done by military men who have voted strongly Republican in the past. Of course, could be wrong there. We've been wrong a lot, but it looks like George W. Bush has it at this moment. There is a minor brouhaha in Palm Beach County about a confusing ballot. Now, I've seen this ballot. It's not very confusing. There are little arrows everywhere. Come on. Nothing will happen there. There are reports of voting irregularities across the country. That always happens. A voting machine broke down in Iowa, for example, in a district that's mainly Republican. In Missouri, reporters say that some people were voting hours after the polls closed. In Oregon, computers malfunctioned, and on and on. That's why the framers installed the Electoral College, which we'll analyze a bit later on. At this point, I must congratulate both candidates for keeping their dignity in a horrific situation. Put yourself in Al Gore's place right now. He wins the popular vote, but will join Andrew Jackson and Samuel Tilden in losing the Electoral College. Knowing Mr. Gore's intensity, he has to be going nuts. But so far, he has handled himself like a patriot. Same thing can be said for Governor Bush, who thought he had the world's most powerful job locked, and then he saw it snatched away early in the morning. You can just sense the governor's frustration. No matter what they tell you, America is now a divided country. 50% of American adults didn't even bother to vote. They're right in a free society. And those of us who did vote are primarily split along income lines, the poor going for the Democrats, the better off going Republican. The next president will have to address that situation, as the class warfare in this country is getting worse. As for the media, we are all at the mercy of human error, and some big ones were made in Florida last night. We will explain exactly what they were a bit later on the Factor. Americans want their news fast these days, and that's why there is exit polling. If I were in Congress, I would introduce a bill to stop that polling and just let the votes be counted. If everybody has to wait until the next day, that's fine. Patience is a virtue. Talking Points is surprised the race was so close. Everything will work out, of course, but some Americans will be mighty disappointed. That's a memo which is posted on our website. Now for the top story tonight. Guess who ran down to Florida as fast as he could?
We're going to have a mass meeting tonight in North Miami, Florida, at Reverend Bishop Victor Curry's church, New Birth Baptist Church, because people from Tallahassee and from Tampa and other places around the state, some went to the polls and their names were not on the rolls, for example. Others pulled for Gore, and Buchanan's name came up.
Well, if there's publicity to be had over a divisive situation, who are you going to call? The Reverend Jackson. With us now to analyze what is going on is Fox News analyst and NPR talk show host Juan Williams. Hey, I bet you were shocked to see the Reverend Jackson fly down to Florida and inject himself. And I should say, there's nobody pulling the Gore, the lever for Gore and getting Buchanan. This ballot.
That's not true, actually.
Yes,
What I've heard is these butterfly ballots exist, and I saw one of them. and you have the names right next to each other. So, Bill, I think there are people who made a mistake.
Well, they're morons, Juan. I mean, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to go in and pull a ballot for them? We showed the ballot on the factor. There's little arrows. They, you know, I mean, come on. You got to be a big kid. You going into the vote? Be a big kid. It wasn't confusing. I saw it.
Are you going to sit there and be happy that we thwarted the will of some old people whose eyesight might be bad or whose judgment might be bad?
Look, I mean, it all balances out. It balances out. If somebody's eyesight were bad and they voted for Bush instead of Gore, then in Iowa, when that machine broke down, they lost some votes. You know that. It's never going to be perfect. It can't be perfect. There's always going to be irregularities. And Jackson runs down there, caused trouble, because this is how he got rich and famous, causing trouble. Am I wrong?
Well, you know what? He has a lot of magic. And I got to say, you know, he brings home hostages. He goes out to L.A. and he settles the transit strike. So, you know, for me, I mean, I find him a little bit irritating, to be quite frank.
Oh,
and I find him, it's like his ego has such tremendous needs that he inserts himself in these situations.
Yeah.
But if you think about this in terms of power politics, Bill, and I know that you are familiar with power politics, what you see is that the Democrats realize that they need to shake this thing up. So they're going to start talking about what's going on in terms of voter irregularities. Maybe some people got intimidated. Maybe the ballots didn't work. Maybe this butterfly ballots deceived some people.
But this always happens, Juan. This is not new. This is not new, and as I said, it balances out. For every abuse on the right, you have one on the left. And I believe that.
They want to make sure they have their abuses on the left.
Well, no. What Jesse Jackson wants to make sure is that he gets his face on national television and he gets more money and fame. That's what he wants to make sure about. Because, look, if you have the Florida Election Commission and you have both candidates sending down their big guns, Warren Christopher for Al Gore, and I don't know who Bush is sending down, but he's got his brother down there. He's got these people are going to watch every vote that comes in. And I'm not rooting for anybody, but I don't want Jesse Jackson stirring up racial tensions and class warfare. And this is what he makes a living out of doing, and it tees me off.
Wait a minute. You mean you just get mad at Jesse Jackson because he raises racial issues? But let me suggest something to you, that the Democratic Party, that Al Gore, Bill Daley, Donna Brazile, all those people want Jackson involved. They understand what Jackson does. They understand his function, and they're sending him down there with a purpose. It's like you play a pawn in a game, man. He's sent down there to stir things up so that they can see what exactly bubbles to the top. Maybe they can find something that they can latch onto and claim that the election was irregular.
All right, so we should all get hysterical then.
Just on one side. Believe me, Bush's people, his brother's the governor, he's playing games too.
Well, maybe he should send Rush Limbaugh down there with his army of right-wingers, and they should stir things up. This isn't what we're all about here, Juan. What we're about is casting our ballots, making sure they're fair, all right, and making sure that the system works. That we're not about being hysterical. We're not about saying people. Juan, wait a minute. Wait, Juan.
Let's talk about American politics and let's be square with each other. You know that in American politics, the big guy, the rich guy, the powerful guy usually wins.
Yeah, and that's why Jesse Jackson is winning, because he's the big, rich, and powerful guy. But look, I'm going to take a break, and I got to tell you, Juan, since you've been on NPR, you've gotten a lot feistier. I don't know what's going on there. But
it's you. You're my role model.
Oh, boy. Don't say that. They'll fire you at NPR. We'll have more with Juan Williams in a moment. We'll analyze the voting trends, and then we'll debate the Electoral College. Is it fair? And is it necessary? Also up ahead, somebody messed up big and calling Florida early for Al Gore. We'll tell you exactly what happened behind the scenes in a moment.
You Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Brit, Hume, Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテインメントが待っている。
Fox Thursday。
夜9時、ひょんなことからホーマーが宇宙飛行士に。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、留学生に恋したザンダー、 でも正体はインカのミイラバフィー恋する十字架。夜11時記憶をなくした少女宇宙人の仕業か X ファイル。
Friday
夜9時感染死亡率 100%。 未知の病原体が人間を襲うミレニアム。夜10時強烈な個性がリングで弾ける。これが噂のバトルエンターテイメントワールドレスリングフェデレーション。
Saturday
夜9時転倒したブルドーザーの下に作業員が人命救助 SOS。 夜10時凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル。夜11時全米警察24時。夜12時のどかな週末を悪夢に変える大惨事まさかの災難パート2。胸騒ぎの夜フォックスが待っているエンターテイメントが待っている。シンプソンズバフィー恋する十字架 X ファイル。ミレニアムワールドレスリングフェデレーション。人命救助 SOS 凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル全米警察24時まさかの災難パート2。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風今日本にもうフォックスしかない。
Continuing now with Juan Williams, a Fox analyst from Washington. Do you agree with me that the class warfare vote based upon what your income level is was really the story of last night?
You know, I don't know about that. I think that there were lots of divisions that surprised me. For instance, I noticed that low-income people overwhelmingly went for Gore, upper income went for Bush. I noticed that men overwhelmingly voted for Bush. Women, especially women of color, voted for Gore. It's interesting, white women split just about evenly.
Why do you think black women voted for Al Gore?
Oh, I think that for black women, they are a little bit put off and afraid of George Bush, and it may be irrational in some sense, but, you know, if you look at the issues ranging from affirmative action, pro-choice, all the rest of it, I think you could build a case, but I don't think they have a sense of comfort with him. Condoleezza Rice, who's going to be his national security advisor, who was showcased at the Republican convention, is really an exception there.
All right, so you feel that it's an emotional vote, not an intellectual vote. There's a fear there, but is it a really founded fear? I mean, I don't see George W. Bush as a danger to anyone. Do you?
Hey, Bill O'Reilly, you missed something. The NAACP's been running ads that have chains off the back of a pickup truck and talk about...
That's to their shame, though, Juan. That's to their shame.
It was pure scare tactics, but,
right.
you know, it has impact on people.
Do you really believe it does, then?
It's on your television.
Well, you know, I think that's an emotional vote, then. I don't think anybody listening to that ad intellectually could say, gee, I'm not going to vote for the governor. But I don't know. That's why I have you here. The other thing that you're on the radio, and you have a very good window to a certain segment of the population that I don't get to talk to a lot, the NPR listeners. What were they saying today?
Well, we had a lot of calls from down in the Florida area, and it's interesting. There were people who were saying, listen, everybody knew about this butterfly ballot. It's insulting. You know, people shouldn't be treated like, you know, as if they're infantile, which is exactly what you were saying.
Right.
On the other hand, you had people who were saying, wait a minute, there really were problems, not enough attendance, not enough people to explain to the elderly what was going on here. And they also pointed out, listen, this is a largely Jewish community. They're not exactly going to be crazy for Pat Buchanan, so you know some irregularity exists there. The other part was, we were talking about Hillary on the radio today, and gosh, one lady suggested I do something that was anatomically impossible with my head because I suggested Hillary had a lot of baggage as she comes up here, that she's part of the divisiveness and the polarizing nature.
Absolutely. We're going to get to Hillary tomorrow. We're going to get to Hillary tomorrow night. I want to spend this whole program, though, on the presidential race because it's such a historical event. But what I'm seeing is, from my analysis of this, is that 50% of Americans didn't vote at all. So we don't care what those people think. You know, if you don't vote, you forfeit your right to be taken seriously as a citizen, in my opinion. But
I agree with you.
Yeah, the 50% who did vote are basically, I mean, it is amazing how right down the middle it's split. And yes, there is that white elite, very left-wing, one issue, whether it be abortion or whatever, or gun control on the right. There is that segment. But it comes down to the have-nots in this society feel that the government really has to help them, directly help them. And the people who are making money say, whoa, whoa. You know, if we did it, you got to do it for yourself, too. And maybe I'm oversimplifying, but I think that's what this all comes down to.
Well, I think that everybody wants a social safety net. And what's interesting here is that women want to be able to say, listen, I'm sure that my kids are going to go to a good public school. I want to make sure that in the case of some catastrophe, my mom's going to have her Medicare, her Medicaid going to be taken care of. But by and large, the great American tradition is work your way up by your bootstraps. It might be a little different, though, for people of color who have to deal with racism, and I think you're familiar with that.
Okay, so what we have then is a growing class warfare, and this is what concerns me. Now, I feel whoever the next president is, and it looks like it's going to be Governor Bush, he's got to address this class warfare deal. He's got to allay some fears among the poor that, yes, we're here to help you, but primarily we're here to help you help yourself. I think that's got to be his message, because if it were Al Gore as president, he would say, yes, we're here to help you, and here's all we can give you. I don't think you're going to get that from Bush Cheney.
Well, you know, the thing is, you have a man who admits that his tax plan helps the richest 1%. Now,
helps everybody, Juan. It helps everybody. Helps everybody.
Well, it helps. Well, you know the old theory, Bill. Everybody's going to take their share of the tax cut, but the largest cut goes clearly to the rich.
But so
and I think lots of people look at that and they say, well, I want to be rich too.
Yeah.
Lots of people, even the rich in this country, say they're middle class. They don't want to be identified
Juan,
as
if you want to
rich.
be rich too, then you have to work to be rich. Not to say that all wealthy people are. There are some real bad folks up there who have stolen money and taken advantage and cheated and lied. We all know that. But you can't be telling the government to redistribute income. It's not American. I'll give you the last word.
Well, I agree with you. You know what, though? You got to realize that it is American to have Social Security. You can't have a more popular program, and that is redistributing wealth.
All right, Juan, we appreciate it. Thanks very much. We'll see you soon. And next on The Factor, who voted for whom and why? Is it class warfare in America really? We'll talk with the demonized exit pollers in a moment.
You know, some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today? There you go.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
Power. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Power. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Nobody gives you more original live programming. The power of news to keep you up to date. Shows that go in-depth. Issues in context. Topics that matter to you. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You decide 2000 from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
What? You got the tickets? You bet I'm there. I'll pick you up. Oh, wait a second. You know, I can't make it. No, I can't. Yeah, it's pretty important. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. There's Daddy's little girl.
In the Impact segment tonight, who voted for whom and why? 101 million Americans voted for president yesterday, about half the adult population of the USA. As we mentioned, Al Gore won the popular vote by just under 200,000 votes. With us now is Kellyanne Fitzpatrick, president of the polling company. Now, Kellyanne, please forgive me, but I want to put you out of business. If I were in Congress, I would introduce legislation that would ban exit polling and just count the votes, because after last night, I think the folks are right. They're outraged. The Florida thing hurt perceptions, you know, floating all around. And we don't really need exit polling, do we, that quickly? Why do we need it?
I've never said that we do, Bill. In fact, real pollsters don't do exit polling because exit polling isn't an exact science the way telephone polling would be. For example, my firm yesterday, as other firms, conducted post-election surveys. Those are actually telephone surveys of people who voted, and we try to make them feel comfortable to perhaps admit to us that they did not vote. Did you have a chance to vote at the polls today or by mail, or did you not have a chance because perhaps you were busy with work or family obligations?
So you're giving them a built-in excuse then to
Indeed,
like
to blame the system
What's the
and not
difference between
themselves?
standing there with a chart at a polling place and calling them up as you do? There's not really any difference other than the venue, right?
Well, the science is important. In other words, you have to have quotas set up ahead of time based on immutable characteristics, meaning race and ethnicity, gender, age. Those things don't change over time. We know certainly age changes over time, but the year you were born does not.
What would be wrong with my opinion that they shouldn't be released until the next day? Let it lie.
Nothing. In fact, the voters yesterday would agree with you, Bill. We posed a question or a post-election survey which said, do you agree or disagree with the following statement? I wish that in covering the election cycle and campaign trail, the news media would report more news stories and fewer polls.
Yeah.
73% of people agreed with that statement.
We're going to get that legislation rolling. We'll find somebody, some favorable congressman to the factor and try to get that thing beyond, because I don't think we need this. It's just not necessary for the news media to be so aggressive. And for the sake of what we're talking about is 6 or 7 hours, let it lie. Just count the votes. Let the folks go, count them, and then put them out the next day or in the middle of the night, and then we'll know. Now,
well, you have my agreement.
All right, good, Kellyanne. We like that. The trends that you saw, my theory is race warfare, class warfare. 90 to 8 black Americans going for Gore. 90 to 8.
That's right, and some have tried to observe that Bush won the white vote by 9 points. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no white vote, but there are some monolithic groups of voters still out there in our electorate. The black vote is one, the Jewish vote is one, but there are very few groups of voters that vote so overwhelmingly one way or the other, particularly when you have such a dead heat in the electoral race. For black voters, the Democratic Party has always been their default position, and the enhanced turnout models that were done by and executed by the Democratic Party, in this case, helped to gin that up.
See, my thesis is that there shouldn't be this divide. The Jewish vote was overwhelmingly for Gore, right? Can you put a percentage on it?
Oh, it's somewhere upwards about 72, 73%.
And that was Lieberman, basically that, right?
Some, but I should say that the Jewish vote has always gone Democratic, much more so than...
But not that big, not that big. It's like it's a mostly 60-40 vote in my past experiences with it. But look,
that is correct.
It troubles me that black Americans feel that they have to buy into this big government program, you see? And the Republican Party doesn't reach out for them at all. I mean, they say they do, but when was the last time you saw Dick Cheney and George W. Bush campaigning in a ghetto? They didn't.
That's right. To reach out to black Americans, you have to combine message, messenger, and delivery. You have to find ready-made surrogates.
You got to go there.
Within their neighborhoods and communities. And as Woody Allen has said, show up. It's 80%. I think with those communities, it's even more than that.
And that's what I think that all politicians should try to embrace all groups, rather than what they do now is they hire people like you to break them out and say, okay, who are the undecideds, who could vote, who might not. They should try to envelop everybody and develop programs that make sense to folks, rather than we're going to give you everything, because that doesn't work.
Well,
anything surprised you last night?
I'm sorry?
Anything surprise you?
Yes, it did. I think in the end, we were left realizing that this race was all about geography, not demography. That so many people love to talk about the woman's vote or the Hispanic vote. This was a ground war where every swatch of turf was available to both. The one thing that did surprise me in our post-election survey were how many people who did vote on intangibles. Vice President Gore had a significant advantage among voters who voted on traditional issues like education, Social Security, health care. George W. Bush had traditional advantages for any Republican candidate on national defense, foreign policy, economy, and taxes.
Kellyanne, thank you, and we'll be back with more of The Factor in a moment.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. You Decide 2000. Exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage. From America's election headquarters. John Scott. Bridget Quinn. David Asman. Linda Vester. Shepard Smith. Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team. Giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000. From the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
And Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
Fox presents
科学分析クローバー危険人物関与目撃証言消去
だが真実はそこにある X ファイル on Fox さあスカリー行くぞ2人の FBI 捜査官が挑む世界の裏側の巨大な謎
I think that we've succeeded in doing that first and foremost. It's become a lot of other things, but I think it is a scary show.
X ファイル全米のメジャーなテレビショーを連続受賞
The X-Files is really caught on because I think people around the world have to be scared.
X ファイルその魅力は今も世界中にファンを生み出し続ける
X ファイルよくできてますよねもっと続けて来週はどんな話なんだろう見ればハマるテレビ史上真実が知りたいかつてない答えを見つけて進化し続ける最高傑作真実はそこにある目撃者はあなた X ファイル毎週月曜夜10時 Only on Fox
The Unresolved Problem segment tonight. I feel your pain about the botched Florida call. I was horrified when I saw it for two reasons. One, it hurts the country. And two, we broke the initial erroneous call on the factor. Here's the way it worked. An outfit called the Voter News Service conducts exit polling and feeds the results and analysis into all the networks, which then make any call they want from that information. Now, our analysts here at the Fox News Channel made the call on the factor. And with us now is Arnon Mishkin, the Deputy Director of the Fox News Decision Desk. So, Arnon, should I slap you now, or should I wait till the program is over?
Not at all.
You got to tell everybody. The folks really want to know this. You know what happened in Florida that they called it so early and it was wrong.
Okay. Well, this is what happened in Florida. In Florida, the exit poll showed a very, very high Gore margin. And in fact, there was a lot of suspicion of folks on the Fox News decision desk as to whether or not there were some questions about that poll. For instance, Jeb Bush's favorable, unfavorable seemed a little weaker than it should have been. The number of conservatives in the poll seemed weaker than you'd expect in a Florida poll. At the same time, as we looked at the data across the country at that time, we saw state after state that should clearly have been Bush strongholds, states like Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Mississippi even, Arizona even, where the Bush strength was far weaker than you would have expected. So it was not a case where you could say there's something wrong with this poll. There had to be something wrong with basically every poll.
All right, now, let me stop you there. Subsequently, Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona went fairly big for the governor. He didn't,
right.
You know, he won by a pretty handsome margin. In Florida, you were getting a poll result. Do you believe it was inaccurate? Do you believe it was fraudulent? Why were they giving you information that ultimately didn't turn out to be true?
In Florida, what you saw was that based on the exit polls, based on all the models that VNS runs and that feeds to all the different networks, that Al Gore was going to win.
I know that, but why? Why? That was the information you were getting. Yes. You weren't down there, and I'm not blaming you. But the information was wrong. Why was it wrong? Did you
In any statistical sample, there was always a possibility for something to be absolutely
Now, I've heard it was human error, that mistakes were made down there.
No, we do not believe it was a human error. Mistakes were made. We believe the VNS is going to be doing an analysis over several weeks to figure out was there something wrong with the weighting or the like. But basically what you saw was an extremely close race that for whatever reason, the polling that was done by VNS showed all the networks that Gore, to the extreme of Gore. When the actual vote was counted, it was, as we know, far closer.
Okay, and so it was, the poll was wrong, flat out wrong. The polling was wrong.
The poll data was slightly off.
All right, now, that bolsters my contention, and we shouldn't have exit polling. Am I crazy?
I would disagree with you, Bill.
Why? You make your case.
Okay, what was the one question everyone asked you today that you met?
Who's going to win?
Yes, and that is the question the networks are asked to answer on Election Day.
Why do they have to answer it 2 minutes after the polls close?
Because the public wants to know, number one. Number two, because we know that uncertainty is frankly a bad thing. The fact that there is uncertainty today, the fact that there was, Gore called Bush and...
Yeah, it's bad today, but you mean to tell me that the American public, and I believe they wouldn't sit for 6 hours until all the polls closed?
I would rather have a country where you had exit polls and knew something about the vote result as soon as possible.
But the problem with that is that
close the doors
you make a mistake like last night, and that tilts other people out in the West. They see Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan going down fast. They go, I'm not going to go out to vote. It's all over. Why should I waste my time?
Look at the results last night. Did that happen?
No, but it could have happened.
Well,
and we don't know what people
should have. The point is...
Well, there's another point to be made
What
here.
we saw yesterday was an extremely, from a news...
Screw up. It was a major screw up.
We saw no evidence of any bias caused by any, the Florida call or anything else or any exit polls.
Your poll could have been wrong there too.
That suggested that there was going to be any, any impact on the election.
One more
What we saw was the public votes the way they want to vote, having nothing to do with what networks say.
Fine, but look. You call the Florida race and the Panhandle, some of the Panhandle districts were still open because they're on Central Time. That's wrong. Just let everybody in the same state.
That is a decision that is made before the fact, and everyone discusses it, and it is, it has been made for years.
I'm on the folks' side here, Arnie, and I think if they were here now, we might have to protect you. We might have to get security. We appreciate you coming in.
They appreciate knowing as soon as possible.
All right, well, we'll see you in the mail tomorrow. Up next, how is Congress reacting to this incredibly close vote? We will find out. And then, that annoying electoral college. We'll get to the bottom of it. We hope you stay tuned.
Fox News Live, I'm Lori Dew. All eyes tonight are on the state of Florida, where votes for George W. Bush and Al Gore are being recounted very carefully. The winner, of course, getting the state's 25 electoral votes and the presidency. George W. Bush predicting it'll go his way and says he is looking forward to the transition of power. And even though he won the popular vote, Al Gore says it is the Electoral College that matters. Whatever the result in Florida, Gore says he will accept it. Both men are sending some old trusted friends to Florida to keep an eye on the recount process. Bush has sent former Secretary of State James Baker and Gore, former Secretary of State Warren Christopher. And while he waits to learn who the new tenants at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue will be, President Clinton says both Gore and Bush ran strong campaigns. He says the situation in Florida proves once and for all that every vote counts on Election Day. And as Mr. Clinton prepares to leave office, the Mrs. is about to enter it. Hillary Clinton, the senator-elect from New York, greeted her new constituents today. Mrs. Clinton, of course, is the first Lady ever to seek and win elected office. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour for the next update. The O'Reilly factor continues after the break. Gore winning the popular vote, but could lose the election. Is that fair? Bill will have all that and the rest of the look from yesterday's historic election right after this.
kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this ready, or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's better.
An argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Fox News Channel, powerful all day. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, bringing the world to you, making the issues clearer. Powerful hour to hour. Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Breaking stories, aggressive coverage. Powerful all day, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Fox Monday.
目的は強力な生物兵器を作ること。
操るのは何者か。
組織にはワクチンがある。メンバーの分を揃えるのがやっと。
戦慄のクライマックスが今。
そんな死に方見られたくない。
ミレニアム月曜夜11時オンフォックス。
Thanks for staying with us. I'm Bill O'Reilly in a personal story segment tonight. I think it's safe to say that all Americans who care about their country, about 50% of us, are still fascinated by the election of 2000. The question, will the results change anything in Washington, D.C.? Joining us now from Stamford, Connecticut is Republican Congressman Christopher Shays from Connecticut, who is a straight shooter, doesn't play the clubhouse game or the party line. Now, the Republicans look like, and I believe this is going to be true, your party is going to control everything in Washington. How will that change things?
Oh, it's pretty exciting. I mean, we expect that George W. will win this election. The overseas ballots should be supportive of him. Dole had 43% of the vote in Florida, but he got 54% of the overseas ballots. So we hope that Governor Bush wins and is the president. He'll work together. He's going to bring people together. He'll have a meeting with Republicans and say, you know, we're a family. We need to work together. Then he'll have a high-profile meeting with the Democrats, and he'll say, if you want to be an American first, I'm going to be working closely with you.
I know, but that's what he says.
That's what he'll do.
Maybe he'll do it. Maybe he'll go out and play golf. We don't know what he's going to do.
No, he'll do it.
All right. You're a campaign finance guy. You want to clean the system up. He hasn't shown a lot of enthusiasm for that.
Well,
so are you going to nudge him on that? You're going to push him on that?
Oh, I think that all sides are going to be nudging him. He already is on board in enforcing the 1907 law that prevents corporate money from being in campaigns, the 1947 law preventing union dues money from being in campaigns, and the 74 law that prevents foreign money from being in campaigns. We just need him to realize that we can't have unlimited amounts of money from individuals. Raise the limits, but still have limits. And you know what? The Senate is changing. I mean, most of the senators who lost were against reform, and the new ones, elected Democrats in this instance, are very supportive.
Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting because now you got 50-50 in the Senate, and Dick Cheney, if it plays out the way you think it will, and I think it will, that the overseas ballots in Florida will go the governor's way, Dick Cheney will be the tiebreaker. But you got this guy in Vermont who you know, this Jeffers guy. The Republican senator from Vermont, who is a liberal and a maverick, and he could vote for the Democrats on a lot of different issues.
Well, I think there are a number of Republicans who will vote with Democrats if they've got good positions. So, I mean, that I agree with. But Jeffords is going to be very supportive of Governor Bush. as president.
Why do you think that? Vermont guy, they hate him up there.
You know what? We are so excited. I mean, it's been almost 50 years when you've had a Republican president and a Republican House and Senate, and we want to show the American people what we can achieve. I mean,
yeah, it's almost a frightening prospect to see a bunch of Republicans excited in Washington. Whoa, what is that? You guys going to be discoing and stuff at the inaugural ball?
You know what? It's going to be a thrilling experience. We have an agenda. I think most Americans are pleased with how we got our country's financial house in order, pleased that we paid down so much debt. We paid down $592 billion of debt, pleased with our tax cuts, and I think even Democrats, when they see a Republican president who's for tax cuts, are going to be supportive of some cuts in taxes, and I think we can find bipartisan agreement.
Listen, if you don't, he's got to get the tax cut done. I mean, Governor Bush has got to get the tax cut done. He has to.
He'll do it.
And you know, the Democrats will resist it, but a few of them will come over, a few of the blue dogs. You know, your state's a really interesting state, and it's one of the states I point to in my thesis of class warfare in this country and what this election was all about. You're a Republican from a very affluent district, and you were reelected handily yesterday. But in Hartford, I mean, it's like 95 to 5. Democratic. Every black person in Connecticut votes Democrat. And what do you say to black people when you try to convince them to come over to your side, because they're just rejecting the Republican Party in enormous numbers?
You know why I'm excited? Because I think George Bush will bring them on board. I mean, that's what makes me so excited. He did in the election,
Congressman. He lost 90 to 8.
Yeah, but see, you know, I think he showed in Texas that he can reach out to Hispanics, Latinos, and blacks. As president, he'll be reaching out. And I think, frankly, that would be one of the big concerns the Democrats will have, that we'll break through this barrier.
Yeah, sure. Listen, the way it is now, the white guys who are doing pretty well are all going for the Republicans. 60% of white men who are making good money vote your way. Women, most vote Democrat, but not by a large margin. But it is the African Americans who make up 13% of the population in this country and they overwhelmingly go for the Democrats. That gives them a plurality, almost everywhere.
I agree with you. And I mean, I felt it in my own district. I saw my numbers go down.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an area we want to see a big improvement.
Well, what can you do for African Americans, though? What can you guys do for them? Because they're waiting to hear it.
Well, first off, we are doing many things that they support. I mean, believe it or not, they do want choice. I mean, black Americans are the ones who don't have choice in school. I mean, there are so many things that we're doing that are helpful. Even welfare reform is helpful. We've empowered so many people who haven't, been working before and now are having hopes and dreams that they didn't have before. So that's why I'm smiling tonight. I mean, I'm apprehensive. I'd like it to know for certain that we won Florida. I mean, you guys made it very interesting last night. I mean, I thought he wasn't winning Florida, then I thought he was winning Florida.
Yeah, but would you be willing to sponsor my legislation of banning these exit polls? I know it's against freedom of speech and that we have to get around it somehow, but I just don't think we need these exit polls right after people get out of the booth.
Well,
just give us a little breathing room,
Well, you know what we're learning is just not to pay attention to you, so when you make
everybody does. Everybody.
So you can do your exit polls. We just won't believe them next time.
That's okay. It's okay with me. I mean, because I've never been a big exit poll fan. But you must rely on these things to compete. The media has to compete with the other networks.
I saw it last night. When you all said that Gore was winning Florida, I mean, we were depressed.
Yeah.
And it was so early on. And then around 11 or 12, we're getting excited again because we're now in the run. And then at 3:30, I'm cheering. And then at 4:30, I'm in bed and I get a call saying we're back on the undecided list.
A unique situation in American history. It will go down in the history books as probably the wildest election.
You know
hey,
what,
Congress, go ahead.
We have two great candidates who are running for president, and hats off to Vice President Gore for standing up and saying what he had said before, that it's the Electoral College that decides who's the president. And his statement was important because the losers and winners have to acknowledge the victory and the defeat.
That's right. And you just gave me a terrific segue into our next segment, Congressman, and we didn't even prep you for it. We are going to take a look at the Electoral College. Congressman Shea, it's always a pleasure. You're always welcome here on The Factor. And directly ahead, the guy who got the most votes will most likely not be president. How could that happen? We'll take a look at the Electoral College, explain it, debate it in a moment.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith, powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh, Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Opinions. I have them, you have them. In fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
You Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Brit, Hume, Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V 24時間 100% ミュージック US、UK のトップヒット on air Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more International music scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music!
Channel V
Fox Tonight
ザンダーが恋した相手は
あなたが好き
古代の眠りから覚めた美少女。
ウィローは大事だ。一番の友達さ。つまりキスを考える対象にはならない。
切ない思いは地獄のキスへと変わる。
うせ！生きたいなら俺の命を奪え。
バフィー恋する十字架今夜10時 on Fox。
In the back of the book segment tonight, the guy who got the most votes will most likely lose. Al Gore is up by almost 200,000 popular votes, but if Florida goes for Bush, he wins in the Electoral College and thus becomes President of the United States. Is that fair? Joining us now from Boston is Dr. Bruce Schulman, the Director of American Studies at Boston University. So, you don't like the Electoral College system?
No, not at all, Bill. You know, the Electoral College really is a relic of a bygone era that is in fact at odds with our fundamental principles as Americans today.
Explain that for me.
Well, I mean, the founders invented the Electoral College for two reasons. First and foremost, they did not trust the people to decide who the president would be. They wanted to insulate the electoral process from the people that they regarded as an uneducated, even dangerous mob. They wanted the better sort to make the decision, and they modeled the Electoral College on the United States Senate, and they didn't want there to be direct election. Remember, people didn't even vote for the electors then, as we did now. The state legislatures in most of the states picked the electors originally, and only in the course of the 19th century did you even get to vote for the Electoral College directly. The second thing was that the little states insisted on the Electoral College to protect them against being dominated by the states with the big populations. And that was a concession that the big states had to make to get the Constitution
And I think
through.
that was a fair concession. And I want to explain to everybody that how you get your electoral votes in each state is that you add up your two senators, each state has two senators, and your congressmen. Right. So that California has the most population, therefore the most congressmen, therefore the most electoral votes. But if you did just a popular vote thing, I fear two things. I think that you're right on the first part, that the founders had a fear of the people in that they could be manipulated in some certain circumstances and bought in others, that they, you know, paying for ballots and things like that, and prejudice could be used against one one bloc for another, and they really didn't have full confidence of the people to throw it open as a true democracy, so they set up a republic. However, today, if we allow California to have an overwhelming voice in the election of our public officials all across our country, which the state would, it's just growing and growing and growing, the voice in California is not the same as it is in the Midwest or the Northeast or the South. And therefore, the country is not really represented in a true fashion. How am I wrong?
I think you're entirely wrong, Bill, because California is a big, complicated state. It's elected Republican governors until the last governor. It's voted for Ronald Reagan. And what's happening now is there was no election in California.
All right, let me stop you there.
No election in Massachusetts or Texas or North Carolina.
I understand, but let me stop you there. California is a diverse state, and they are capable, certainly, of electing people that you wouldn't expect them to elect. But there is an overwhelming population difference, Hispanic difference because of the border with Mexico and the attraction of California than there is in the industrial states of the upper Midwest, for example. I like the Electoral College. I think it's a fair system, and I understand people getting upset about the popular vote, but, you know, there's a lot of variables that go on here. A lot of things. Money buys votes, unions push votes, minorities push votes, and a lot of voting blocs under control. It's not a pure my vote counts system, and you know that.
But the Electoral College intensifies those irregularities and potential for influence because some states, some areas are weighted more than their population, and also because of the way our country is divided now. I mean, I can't agree with you that what we're seeing here is class warfare. What I think we're seeing is a return to a kind of regional and cultural conflict where there really are different elections in different parts of the country, and there's only really a contested election in, you know, the middle of the country.
Well, it's an interesting point. I do think that there's a cultural war going on as well. But I think when you break down the voting patterns, Professor, you will see that overwhelmingly the people earning less than $35,000 in this country are going for the Democrats. We appreciate your point of view, Professor. We'll let the audience decide as always. Thank you. And next, we'll wrap things up with the most ridiculous item of the day and some of your mail.
You got the tickets? You bet I'm there. I'll pick you up. Oh, wait a second. You know, I can't make it. No, I can't. Yeah, it's pretty important. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. There's Daddy's little girl.
Fox News Channel Daytime. The whole story in context. Facts presented fairly. The issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Channel B.
Channel B. Channel B.
Channel B. Check it out now.
Channel B 24時間 100% music US UK のトップヒット on air concert music news スター独占インタビュー and more international music scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music.
Channel B
恋のゲームはもう終わり悪女
ピーターには近づかないでほしいわね。
アマンダ言い過ぎだぞ
いざ
実は前から君のようなチェスパートナーを探してたな
プレイボーイ
私を抱きしめたくなったんだろ結婚してる
気にしないよ。
男好き
Time now for the most ridiculous item of the day. I know it's a bit ridiculous for me to be thanking you all the time, but what else can I say? The O'Reilly Factor book will be #1 this Sunday on the New York Times bestseller list. It's a miracle. And you are the ones who did it. The elite media continues to take shots at the book and the Factor TV program like crazy, the latest being Imus in the Morning. I'll be on his program tomorrow at 7:20 a.m. Eastern Time. That should be interesting. By the way, the Factor book now has 81 customer reviews posted on Amazon.com. I think that's the record. 90% of them are favorable, but the ones who hate me are really hysterical. Once again, thanks for making the Factor book #1. If I wasn't such a blabbermouth, I'd be speechless. And finally tonight, the mail. Milton Wolf, Prairie Village, Kansas. Hey, Bill, you predicted that you'd call Florida on the Factor. You just forgot to tell us what day. That's it, Mr. Wolf. Rub it in. Connie Now, Port Richey, Florida. Bill, this will be my last vote for president unless they drop the electoral system. Rafael Marquez, Apopka, Florida. O'Reilly, how dare you be so nasty as to say that people who made their minds up at the last minute to vote are idiots? You're the idiot. I believe I used the word moron, Mr. Marquez, and I believe I said that some of the people who made their minds up while in the voting booth fit into that category. I stand by the statement, and as I'm sure you stand by yours. Brian Dean Anderson, North Miami, Florida. As a Floridian, I feel the only fair resolution to the matter of confusing ballots is to conduct a new vote for president in this state. Oh, come on, Mr. Anderson. The ballot had a little arrow pointing to the checkbox. What else do you want? Only a... Oops. I'm not going to use that M word. Barry Moss, New York City. So, O'Reilly, despite all your ranting and raving, Hillary has won. How does it feel to know you have no influence? How does it feel to know you have a corrupt senator, Mr. Moss? Feel good about that? Brad Fresh, Vancouver, Washington. Hillary wins in New York. I'm glad I live 3,000 miles away. But wait till she runs for president, Mr. Fresh. Matt Holcomb, Los Angeles. If Bush wins, stay on him like you stayed on the Democrats, Bill. I'll make you a promise that I will, Mr. Holcomb. Henry Armstrong, Arkadelphia, Arkansas. O'Reilly, you and the other networks skewed the popular vote by your early wrong call on Florida. You convinced Bush voters in the western states that Gore was the winner, and I believe some stayed home because of that. Wendy Fought, Petoskey, Michigan. The real winners in this election were the kids. I was able to give my children lessons in the Electoral College and how every vote does count. Carolyn Keating, Sun City West, Arizona. Fox will never convince me you're fair and balanced after calling Florida before the polls closed in the Panhandle. You liberals better get a wake-up call. Philip Cole, Morrison, Colorado. So much for We Report, You Decide. Fox is complicit with the other liberal networks in influencing the election for Al Gore. Once again, human error. They say bad polling, gotta be human error though, right? Bad polling was responsible for that mistake. Chris Beal, South Korea. Mr. O, I'm a soldier stationed here on the DMZ. One of the few luxuries in this godforsaken place is Fox News. I salute you. And we salute you, Chris. Kim and Ken Crace, Newark, Ohio. Mr. O'Reilly, we have never been so emotionally involved in an election. We stayed up all night and appreciate all the hard work of the Fox News team. Kevin Wade, Colorado Springs. O'Reilly, I loved your book. I read it on my honeymoon, much to the chagrin of my wife. Now, Kevin, you're not expecting me to comment on that, are you? And if you would like to sound off, the email address, O'Reilly at FoxNews.com, O'Reilly at FoxNews.com. Yeah, the O'Reilly Factor in the U.S. mail. Fox News Channel 1211, Avenue of the Americas, NYC 10036, and all over the world. Even counting the ballots in Florida, name and town on all correspondence. And then there's the website.
Let's go, I'm bored, let's go.
We're trying to move it along. You will not be bored getting online with the Factor. www.foxnews.com/O'Reilly. Get online, the Factor for the time of your life. That is it for us today. As always, we thank you for watching. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Hope to see you again next time.
Tonight on Hannity Colmes, George W. Bush was announced as president, but with Florida's recount underway, could the presidency go to Gore? Both Newt Gingrich and Rahm Emanuel will join us.
And Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez and Governor Frank Keating on the possibility of vote tampering. First, the headline.
Fox News Live, I'm Lori Dew. In Austin and Nashville tonight, they are still waiting. George W. Bush and Al Gore both hoping that the closest presidential election in decades will go their way. It doesn't matter that more Americans voted for Gore. If he doesn't get Florida's 25 electoral votes, he will lose. And Bush, who in the span of a few dramatic hours lost Florida, got it back, then had it taken away, thinks it'll all work out.
Last night was obviously an historic moment, and it's going to be resolved in a quick way. I'm confident that the Secretary and I will become the President-elect and the Vice President-elect in short order.
We now need to resolve this election in a way that is fair, forthright, and fully consistent with our Constitution and our laws. Because of what is at stake, this matter must be resolved expeditiously, but deliberately and without any rush to judgment.
Florida officials say they will finish counting the ballots, nearly 6 million of them, tomorrow. Governor Bush's brother, Florida Governor Jeb Bush, will not be involved in the recount. He says it's a conflict of interest. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour with another update. But coming up next, Hannity and Colmes, they'll have much more on this election. They'll be talking with former House Speaker Newt Gingrich.
Welcome to Hannity and Colmes. We're glad you're with us. I'm Sean Hannity. In just a moment, we'll speak with Fox News political analyst Newt Gingrich. And later, the country waits on a recount in Florida to determine who the next president of the United States will be. Tonight, we'll be joined by California Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez and Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating. Rahm Emanuel, a former advisor to President Clinton and a Gore supporter. He'll join us. We'll get his thoughts on last night's chaos. That's all straight ahead. Plus, we'll examine how the media handled the election last night. And was George W. Bush right when he suggested that the media jumped the gun last night?
But the networks called this thing awfully early, but the people actually counting the votes are coming up with a little different perspective. And so I'm pretty darn upbeat about things.
But first, it's the day after Election Day, and the race is still too close to call. It all comes down to Florida, and whoever is declared the winner in the Sunshine State will have enough electoral votes to become the 43rd president of the United States. For a brief time last night, George W. Bush was declared the president-elect, and he hopes to regain the title when a vote recount in Florida is completed. Last night, the vote tally showed Governor Bush winning the state with more than 1,700 votes.
This morning brings news from Florida that the final vote count there shows that Secretary Cheney and I have carried the state of Florida. And if that result is confirmed in an automatic recount, as we expect it will be, that we have won the election. America has a long tradition of uniting once elections are over. Secretary Cheney and I will do everything in our power to unite the nation, to call upon the best, to bring people together after one of the most exciting elections in our nation's history.
Vice President Al Gore was ready to concede defeat early this morning, but some last-minute vote tallies out of Florida put Gore's concession speech on hold. Now the vice president is cautiously watching and waiting as Florida recounts the votes.
Because of what is at stake, this matter must be resolved expeditiously, but deliberately and without any rush to judgment. Despite the fact that Joe Lieberman and I won the popular vote, under our Constitution, it is the winner of the Electoral College who will be the next president. Our Constitution is the whole foundation of our freedom, and it must be followed faithfully toward the true result ordained by the American people with their votes in our respective states.
So when the dust settles, who will move into the White House in January? Joining us now from Washington, the former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich. I was with you, Mr. Speaker. 1994, I didn't think it could get any more exciting than that, but last night, I don't know, they may have had you beat.
This is, I think, clearly the wildest election night, certainly of my lifetime, to have
the Republicans basically, I think, either be even in the House or at worst down one, to have the Senate results we've seen, and to have the presidency with certainly not the results I predicted. I think with Gore ahead in the popular vote, but probably with Bush in the end winning the Electoral College. I have never in my lifetime seen anything like this level of complexity in one election night.
Let's talk about the electoral vote. You are a historian. Hasn't happened very often. Has happened in the past. What do you think the reaction of the American people ultimately will be? If it turns out, and I think it will, I think we'll find out the next day or so that George W. Bush wins this, the way things are looking, but I don't want to predict anything now. But if we do, what will be the reaction of the public, and is it a lack of understanding of the Constitution that may sway their opinion?
No, I think the American people understand and are a very rule-abiding people in the end. We abide by rules in baseball. We abide by them in football. We understand them in basketball. And I think Vice President Gore was correct today when he said that under our Constitution, in the end, it's the Electoral College. And I think the American people, some people will grumble about it, but I think in the end, they will accept the winner in Florida as the winner of the presidency, and that person will have the authority of being president.
New Jersey Senator Robert Torricelli said, once the recount is over, the loser should concede. What we are seeing and what I am feeling and sensing is you have people like Jesse Jackson and the DNC. They're going out there to stir up a little bit of trouble, to see what the reaction is going to be. And my guess is Gore is going to make his judgment based on what the reaction of the public is because of what they're doing. What are your thoughts on that?
Look, I've lived through 3 recounts in my own personal career, 2 in which I came out the winner, 1 where I came out the loser very early in my career. And I can tell you that the person who insists on a recount, if there's no grounds for it. Now, I think the one that we're going through in Florida is totally correct. Tomorrow night, we'll basically know the answer. The only question after tomorrow night will be whether or not the military votes that come in that have to be postmarked as of Election Day, whether they're going to go against Bush. I don't think anybody thinks they will. So his lead should actually increase some from tomorrow night. If he ends up being ahead by 1,500, 2,000, 3,000 votes, the fact is it's over. And I think at that point, it would be that Vice President Gore would serve the country well by saying, okay, it was a great fight. Maybe he'll be back in 2004 as the Democratic nominee. But for this round, under these rules, Governor Bush will become the president-elect. I hope for the stability of the country that'll happen either tomorrow night or certainly no later than Friday.
Mr. Speaker, welcome back to Hannity and Colmes. I know you'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Al Gore on his great popular vote victory.
I didn't expect it. He deserves a lot of credit for it. It was a tremendous achievement.
It is a great achievement. And what does this say about what the public really wants? Are we saying we want a coalition government? What is the message here to our elected officials?
I have to tell you, when I look at an election where the House Republicans, who entered the year as the group people thought were in the most trouble, ended up in the best shape of the Republicans, the Senate Republicans, who were confident they're going to keep control, end up maybe with a 51-49 margin. And with the person who I thought would get a majority of the popular vote, probably getting a majority of the electoral vote, but having a slight 200,000, 150,000 votes less than Gore in the popular vote. This is really a year where I'm not sure what the American people are telling us. And if you know, I wish you would share with us, because I'd sure like to be able to tell
you what,
friends.
when you're the host and I get hired as a Fox analyst, you can ask me those questions. You know, look, I think that we're seeing that people want a centrist government. Doesn't it seem as though people want the two parties maybe to work together, and whoever is president will have to reach across party lines?
Yeah, I remember, Alan, when I was a senior in high school, we had the election in which John F. Kennedy won by an extraordinarily narrow vote, and people at that time, you remember, charged that the Democrats had stolen Illinois and Texas, and Vice President Nixon refused to contest it, thought it was too important for America to be unified. Within about 6 months, John F. Kennedy had grown a mandate by serving in the job in a really able way. I think whoever becomes the winner, whether it's President-elect Bush or President-elect Gore, they need to reach out in a way that 2 or 3 months into their term, people feel comfortable they become the American president trying to represent all the people. And I thought it was important that Governor Bush today made the point that if he does end up being the president-elect, his job will be to bring together Democrats and Republicans. That's exactly the right attitude.
If Al Gore loses the Electoral College and graciously concedes, does he become the front runner again 4 years from now, or does he no longer have a viable chance of running again as a Democratic standard bearer?
I think Vice President Gore has frankly proven that he was a much more formidable candidate than people thought he was. I think that he clearly will be the leading figure in the Democratic Party under any circumstance. And I think, frankly, that if he does it in a statesmanlike way, it'll increase his stature.
By the way, Hillary's the front runner, Alan. That's my
that's what you want to have happen, Sean, right?
When we come back with the speaker, we'll raise the question of the value of the Electoral College versus the popular vote. We'll talk about that. Also, some charges of voter fraud on missing ballot boxes. And is it a legitimate recount in the state of Florida? That's going to be determining the next president. We'll tell you about it. Congressman Loretta Sanchez and Governor Frank Keating straight ahead.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテイメントが待っている。
Fox Thursday。
夜9時、ひょんなことからホーマーが宇宙飛行士に。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、留学生に恋したザンダー。でも正体はインカのミイラ。バキ、恋する十字架。夜11時、記憶をなくした少女。宇宙人の仕業か。X ファイル。
Fox Friday。
夜9時、感染死亡率 100%。未知の病原体が人間を襲う。ミレニアム。夜10時、強烈な個性がリングで弾ける。これが噂のバトルエンターテイメント。ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。夜9時、転倒したブルドーザーの下に作業員が。人命救助 SOS。夜10時、凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル。夜11時、全米警察24時。夜12時、のどかな週末を悪夢に変える大惨事。まさかの災難パート2。胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテイメントが待っている。シンプソンズ、バフィー、恋する十字架、X ファイル。ミレニアム、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。人命救助 SOS、凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル。全米警察24時。まさかの災難パート2。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本に。もうFOXしかない。
Welcome back to Hannity and Colmes. I'm Alan Colmes. Later on in the show, why was the media so quick to call G.W. Bush president-elect last night? And was Governor Bush onto something when he said this last evening?
But the networks called this thing awfully early, but the people who are actually counting the votes are coming up with a little different perspective. And so we're pretty darn upbeat about things.
We'll discuss it with former White House Special Counsel Lanny Davis and California Congressman David Dreyer. Now back to our debate. With us, former House Speaker Newt Gingrich. I'd like to put up on our screen something from one of George W. Bush's websites, Mr. Speaker, where he talks about the Electoral College. And here's what G.W. Bush says. He said, the American people choose the president. The Electoral College itself is only a formality. Have we now found out otherwise? Mr. Speaker, I wonder if you can hear me. All right, we're having obviously some audio problems with Speaker Gingrich, but look, you and I may disagree. Yes. Oh, there he is. Were you able to hear me, yes. Mr. Speaker? I was quoting George W. Bush when he said...
That was our Diet Coke commercial, by the way.
All right, he's obviously not hearing us. You and I will disagree probably, and I'm sure we'll debate this in shows to come about the Electoral College and whether or not this is the best way to go.
Right.
But, you know, he did say that we're finding out now it's not a formality and that it's not necessarily the popular vote. We know they can elect the president.
We've known this, Alan. This is the Constitution. And, you know, now's not the time to change it. If you guys want to make the case before the American people. We know how difficult it is to get a constitutional amendment. But the fact of the matter is, I'll tell you why I think...
I'm hearing program.
Oh, can you hear me?
All right, Mr. Speaker, I was asking you about it. You got me? Okay. You can hear us now? I was asking you about a quote that George W. Bush said when he said the American people choose the president, the Electoral College itself is only a formality. And I asked you if we have found out now otherwise.
Well, I'd say it's a pretty darn important formality. And I think that we are finding that the original association of states and the way the Constitution is written is having an impact. I am very surprised because we haven't had this happen since 1888. But it is the system the way we currently operate it. And I think in that sense, as Vice President Gore said, it's the binding process. It does have some advantages in that it makes the election a series of states rather than blending us into one national vote where you actually would increase the advantage of vote fraud and vote theft on a nationwide basis. It also guarantees that small towns and smaller states get more attention than they would get in an election in which it was purely popular vote and everybody would focus only on the largest cities. But I think there's going to be a lot of question after this election's over about the Electoral College.
Would you support changing to a popular vote system for president?
No, I'd want to look at that very carefully because I think there are side effects of a popular vote system that you'd have to raise questions about. And as I said, for the last 112 years, this has served us as a remarkably stable system and normally gives us a very solid result that we've been very comfortable with. And it does mean that people think about the states. You think about trying to carry California or Arizona or Georgia differently than if it had been a purely national popular vote.
All right, Mr. Speaker, let me ask you this question because everybody, there's a lot of debate in the country now about this, Electoral College versus popular vote. Everybody knew the rules going into this particular election. That's why Al Gore spent the majority of the last few weeks of the election in states like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and Iowa. And he's trying to shore up Tennessee. Interesting, if he would have won his home state, he would have won this election. And Florida. It would have been an entirely different strategy if he was out for the popular vote. So he knew the rules going in.
Sure, no, I don't think there's any question about that. And I think you can have a lot of interesting discussions about what to do in the future. The key question, I think, for Americans right now, with the entire world watching us, and with young people really paying a lot of attention, I think, for the first time in some cases, will we be able to handle this with dignity and keep the political process in the right tone and in the right direction? Tomorrow, we're going to finish up a recount. I think it will probably be decisive. If it is decisive, and if at the end of business tomorrow night, the Secretary of State of Florida and the Attorney General, who's a Democrat, announced that Governor Bush has carried the state and therefore he'll have a majority of the electors, I think then the question will become, can we move on with getting a presidential transition team and doing the right things?
I think we're going to learn an awful lot about Al Gore in the next 24 to 48 hours, Mr. Speaker. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But I think you made a good point, too. If we get rid of the Electoral College and we go to the popular vote, the states that provide most of the nation's food and oil and other natural resources, what Rush calls flyover country, is going to be ignored, and the focus will be on California, New York, Florida, Texas, and states like Michigan, and that's it, and Illinois.
I'd be curious to see, if you were to go to Senator Daschle, for example, from South Dakota, the Senate is stacked in favor of the small states, and deliberately so by the Founding Fathers and the Constitutional Convention. I'd be very curious whether Senator Daschle would want to give up South Dakota's 2 senatorial votes in the Electoral College and go to a purely popular vote. And you can go right down the list in the Senate of liberal Democrats who I think are suddenly going to find out that their state has a bigger say in America, is more central to the American political process, and would basically, as you just pointed out, Sean, be totally ignored in a popular vote environment.
Well, what do you make of, there's been allegations, and we're going to get into this a little bit later on in the program, of a problem in Florida. And I can even put up on the screen, and what's very interesting about this, that the ballot had, and we could show the ballot too, I understand we have it queued in there. The ballot had Pat Buchanan's name very close to the governor's name, as you can see there, and you'd have to hit that one. And you see, right, by the way, right below it is the Republican name. And some are claiming that because they didn't have an opportunity to see this before, but we can put up the words of the supervisor of elections, Teresa Lepore, a Democrat, who says, you know, that they sent out ballots to anybody. Is this a legitimate issue in your view? You've been following?
No, I think you saw an earlier example earlier today when we had this magic box that had a lock on it that turned out to have school supplies in it, not votes.
Mr.
I don't
Speaker,
think it's legitimate.
We're out of time. We thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for being with us. Coming up next, Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez and Governor Frank Keating. They'll continue our look at the still undecided presidential election. And still to come, we'll get reaction from former Clinton advisor Rahm Emanuel. Stay with us on Hannity and Colmes.
Fox News Channel, powerful all day. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, bringing the world to you, making the issues clearer. Powerful hour to hour. Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Breaking stories, aggressive coverage. Powerful all day, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this read or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much away this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
That's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
You Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Channel B.
Channel B. Channel B.
Channel B.
Check it out now.
Channel B 24時間 100% ミュージック US、UK のトップヒット on air Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more International music scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music! Channel B
Welcome back to Hannity and Colmes. I'm Sean Hannity. Coming up next, former Clinton advisor and Gore supporter Rahm Emanuel. He'll weigh in. Could his candidate win the popular vote? Still lose this election? That's still to be determined. But first, with less than 2,000 votes separating the presidential candidates in Florida, some Democrats are raising the possibility that ballot irregularities may hold the key to a Gore win. Supporters of the vice president flooded the Palm Beach County Elections Office with calls yesterday fearing that they had accidentally cast their votes for Reform Party candidate Pat Buchanan. The confusion apparently arose from the way Palm Beach County's punch card-style ballot was laid out. Arrows linked the names of presidential candidates with the proper hole, but some voters feared that maybe they missed the arrows and punched the wrong hole, voting for Buchanan instead of Gore. And Buchanan got over 3,000 votes for president in this district that some say is fairly heavy Democratic and more than he received anywhere else in Florida. So what's going on here? Joining us from Los Angeles, California, Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez. From Oklahoma City, Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating. Congresswoman, you went through this once in your career where there was accusations that it wasn't a fair election when you were up against Bob Dornan the first time you ran around. I'm looking at this, and we can put it up on the screen again. I don't buy this at all. It's legitimate. You could see the Democratic candidate, an arrow pointing right to it. Pat Buchanan, right to it. Same thing when you look at the Republican. The Republican and Democrat are equally next to the reform thing. And I want to put up the words of the Democrat supervisor of elections, Teresa Lepore, who said, when talking about this, that she was trying to make the print bigger so elderly people in Palm Beach could read it. They sent out sample ballots to all registered voters. No one said a word. If they felt at the time in the ballot box they had made a mistake, they had 3 opportunities to correct it, and there were people there to help it. I think sounds like a lot of grasping at straws here, Loretta.
Well, it certainly is confusing, I'll admit that, but I believe that they did get some of the information ahead of time. If you looked at your sample ballot, would it be confusing for somebody who hadn't been in the ballot box before? Maybe. It's always a difficult and confusing process I've seen trying even to get through a California ballot. But I think it's going to take more than that in order to make this election move one way or another, significantly more than just the printing of a ballot.
Governor Keating, you got to acknowledge, I think, that this is confusing and that someone, somewhere along the way, if there were 3 opportunities to correct this, somebody should have corrected this so it didn't read the way it looked, the way we just saw it. Would you agree with that?
Well, Alan, you know, that was an upside-down, topsy-turvy election last night. Really wild. I think the speaker's interview was excellent. You know, when Cornwallis surrendered his sword at Yorktown, the British band played, then the world turned upside down, and that's what certainly last night appeared to be. But in my state, for example, the issue always is whether or not the ballot title is confusing, and the state makes an effort to write it as clearly as can be, but obviously people who are perhaps second language or first language is not English challenged, those individuals may have a difficult time.
Right, but if you just look at the visuals there, Governor, you can see people could easily be confused. If you check the second box down, and the second one down on the right is the Democratic ticket, it's very likely that those people, and given that, couple that with the number of votes Buchanan got.
Well, there always is going to be an issue about a ballot. All the states design different ballots. For example, some states require number 2 pencils. If you don't have a number 2 pencil, there is an issue about the validity of the ballot. So all of those things are going to happen. What the state authorities do, and that's both Democrats and Republicans, they bless these ballots in advance. We vote and we count, and let's see who wins.
We got to take a break, and when we come back, we'll bring up the point. A Democrat was the one who approved it, and we'll get into the Electoral College. Lanny Davis and Congressman David Dreyer will join us as we continue our analysis of this incredible election straight ahead.
Side 2000, exclusively on the Fox News channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News channel. We report, you decide.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's better.
An argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Fox presents 科学分析グロー危険人物関与目撃証言消去
だが真実はそこにある X ファイル on Fox
さあスカリー行くぞ
2人の FBI 捜査官が挑む世界の裏側の巨大な謎
I think that we've succeeded in doing that first and foremost. It's become a lot of other things, but I think it is a scary show.
X ファイル全米のメジャーなテレビショーを連続受賞
The X-Files has really caught on because I think people around the world have to be scared.
X ファイルその魅力は今も世界中にファンを生み出し続ける
X ファイルよくできてますよねもっと続けて来週はどんな話なんだろう見ればハマる
テレビ史上真実が知りたいかつてない
答えを見つけて
進化し続ける最高傑作 真実はそこにある。目撃者はあなた。 X ファイル毎週月曜夜10時 Only on Fox。
Hello, everyone. I'm Lori Dew. Florida officials say they hope to finish recounting nearly 6 million votes for George W. Bush and Al Gore tomorrow. This as America waits to learn who will be the 43rd president of the United States. Bush, hanging on to less than 0.5%, says he will win. Al Gore, meanwhile, not making any predictions, saying only that he will respect the results. President Clinton spoke with Gore today and says the vice president was in a good mood. He says both Gore and Bush ran good campaigns. He adds that the razor-thin margin in Florida shows just how important it is for every citizen to vote. And talk about wanting to make your vote count. A 67-year-old Seattle woman being taken to the hospital for hip surgery asked her ambulance driver to stop off at the polls first. So they did. Carolyn Zutenhorst says she just wanted to do her civic duty. No word on who she voted for. Also, the Sara Lee Underwear Company is issuing a voluntary recall of some baby items. It says puffy decals can flake off after washing. They could cause choking if they're swallowed. The items being recalled include a one-piece union suit, a receiving blanket, and a terry cloth hooded towel. I'll be back at the top of the hour with another update. Now, more Hannity and Colmes. Was there vote tampering in Florida? And should the guy who gets the popular vote be president? Sean and Alan coming up.
Welcome back to Hannity and Colmes. I'm Alan Colmes. Coming up, what does Gore supporter Rahm Emanuel think about the voting chaos last night? We'll ask him in just a moment. Back to our debate, Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez. Democratic Party lawyers, Congresswoman, say a two-page ballot like the one we just showed you, listing presidential candidates on different lines is illegal, and that they may ask for a revote in Palm Beach County. And also that Florida law specifies that voters mark an X in the blank space to the right of the name of the candidate. Now, if we can throw up on the screen, so as you answer this, our viewers can see it again, you know that where Buchanan's name is, the check mark would be to the left. And some say that's illegal. If that's proven to be the case, would it be out of question to suggest there might be a revote, not just a recount?
Certainly, if that is the case of the state law in Florida, I would believe that it could be very possible that a judge would rule that there'd have to be a revote in that particular county.
Also of concern is there are some other charges about what might have happened last night. According to the Miami Herald today, 4 Florida Highway Patrol troopers set up a safety checkpoint about 1¼ miles from the Woodville Baptist Church, a polling station where a third of the voters are African American. The Department of Justice says it may look into what they're calling voter intimidation charges.
Well, certainly we've had quite a bit of that, and I have to tell you that the Republicans, at least here in Orange County, California, have a long history of doing that. In '88, we won in a settlement with the Republican Party for $600,000 because in the Latino precincts, they sent people dressed like INS agents to turn away the Latino vote. And so they have a history. Just this past week, in fact, we had an email going around to our Democrats, our registered Democrats in Orange County, saying that the lines would be so long that Democrats were to vote on Wednesday and Republicans on Tuesday. So there is a history of this with the Republican Party in particular.
With this many charges taking place and the vote so close, would it be out of the ordinary that regardless of what happens tomorrow, if Vice President Gore says, look, I'm not going to concede yet, I'm going to challenge this. There are too many charges of irregularities, too many charges of intimidation. The vote is just too close. Would that put Gore in a bad light if he said, look, I'm going to wait. We're not going to concede yet?
Well, first, people need to understand a recount is different than to contest an election. I know because I've been through both of them. So the recount will get done. Then Vice President Gore, if he's still behind at that point, and we don't know that that's going to happen, he might come ahead. Just as in my election, I came ahead on the absentee ballots that had come in through the mail late. And so if he decides, if he's still behind, that he wants to contest it, he really has to have specific instances, and enough that it would show that that would overturn the election or make it
Congresswoman,
make it wrong. Just one incident here or one incident there, in my personal belief, is not enough to overturn an election.
Congresswoman, remember in this particular case, it was a Democrat that approved that particular ballot and organized that ballot the way it was, and it was approved by the Secretary of State in the great state of Florida. But, you know...
Yes, but I think I've said earlier that I do not believe that that would be enough.
I agree with you. I agree.
There would have to be other instances of real voter fraud,
I think what I'm hearing
or voter intimidation,
I agree with
or
you.
poll places not opening on time, or a real concerted effort to keep a person away from
Governor
voting
Keating,
or voting a different way.
I agree with Senator Torricelli that once this recount is over, I think the loser, and I believe it'll be Al Gore, should concede and maybe learn from Richard Nixon and what he did in 1960 and put the nation above his own personal ambition and so on. But I think there's another issue we haven't been able to delve into yet, Governor, and that is at 7:40, the media all across the country called the state of Florida for Al Gore. In the Panhandle, they're on Central Time. Those people were waiting to vote. There were reports that they heard that Gore had the state, they walked out of the polling booth. Also, people that were waiting in line, even though the polls closed, they still had an opportunity to vote. The state had been called, they left. What did it do to suppress the vote out in California and these western states? Because at that point, it was California, Michigan, and Florida, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I think all of that would have hurt Bush's chances.
Well, I think that's absolutely right, Sean. And the reality is, this should be a recount, and once the count is over, the winner should be declared and we should move on. The problem with the arcana of individual ballots and the arcana of individual laws of individual states is that it never ends. You haul in 50 lawyers per side, and in about a year we'll figure out where we're going. I mean, the reality is the Democrats have played dirty tricks. I'm sure the Republicans on occasion have played dirty tricks. In my state, for example, on Election Day, or a few days before the election, a Christian fundamentalist college here, a flyer was circulated that if any child moved his registration and voted in that college, his parents could no longer claim them as an exemption. That was probably dirty tricks on the left. But the fact is, every single vote counts. Every single state law must be conformed to. Right. But we have to move on and resolve the election so that the country can be stable.
You know, the vice president responded to the issue of the Electoral College, and I want to ask both of you this. I'm going to put up on the screen here in a second. And I found this interesting. The vice president was asked on October the 30th, do you think a president who becomes president while losing the popular vote could effectively govern? And I thought his answer was interesting. It was by Jonathan Karl of CNN, and Al Gore answered, well, we won't know until November the 7th, but in all the years or all the cases, we are fortunate as a people to have a constitution that resolves all doubt as to what would happen in that situation. And then Karl goes on, but do you think the president would have a hard time governing? And Gore's answer was very straightforward when he responded, no, I don't think so, but I don't think it's going to happen. If it did happen, I think the Constitution would be respected as it always is. October 30th, Governor, what do you think of that?
Well, Monday, when we thought there was a possibility that George Bush was going to win the popular vote and lose the Electoral College, the Democrats were saying the Electoral College is just this grand institution of tradition. Now it's just the opposite. But the reality is the media obviously has to control itself. Now we have a lot of absentee ballots. Oregon and Washington systems are very unusual. People shouldn't anticipate early, and we ought to get this thing behind us.
Governor, thank you very much. You didn't say a few seconds ago that the Republicans are capable of dirty tricks on occasion. I don't think I heard you say that.
Well, on occasion, but that was back in the 19th century.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Congresswoman, thank you. Coming up,
continues still today.
Rahm Emanuel joins us next. Stay with us on Hannity and Colmes.
You know, some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today?
News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith, powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh, powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
Fox News Channel Daytime. The whole story in context. Facts presented fairly. The issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Fox, Monday.
目的は強力な生物兵器を作ること。
操るのは何者か。
組織にはワクチンがある。メンバーの分を揃えるのがやっと。
戦慄のクライマックスが今。
そんな死に方見られたくない。
ミレニアム月曜夜11時オンフォックス。
Welcome back to Hannity and Colmes. I'm Sean Hannity. Coming up, what was the reaction in the Gore-Lieberman camp last night? Well, hopefully we'll be able to extract some behind-the-scenes info from friend of the show and Gore supporter, our good friend Lanny Davis. I owe him a steak dinner, I'll explain. Plus, he'll be joined by California Congressman David Dreyer. Does he owe me? I think he may. I'm not sure.
You owe me $200.
But first, we're joined by former Clinton advisor, Gore supporter, Rahm Emanuel. You know, putting aside all this electoral college, popular vote stuff, recounting the vote, Rahm, let me ask you if you're proud of something. Because I noticed in the final days of Hillary's campaign, Corzine's campaign, final weeks of Gore campaign, you guys went back to the same old, you know, demagoguery. You went to the Meta-Scare, we had the Ed Asner ad, we had the calls going in, scaring seniors, the race baiting when Gore says strict constructionist, 3/5 blacks will be viewed in a Bush administration, the NAACP ad. Are you proud of all that?
Look, I think all these campaigns ran very strong campaigns on the issues that they ran on. And you know, take the First Lady's campaign. I think she ran a very good campaign on the basis of the issues in her agenda. Listen, this has been 12 months. She walked over the hot coals in that, and she earned that race. I don't think you can say the last.
She never answered a tough question in the entire 18 months she's been in New York.
John, you would be the first person to say the New York media doesn't ask tough questions. But you know, if you want to take that role, you go ahead.
No, listen, you know what? She picked New York, and she won. I give her credit.
Late-breaking story. The New York media isn't tough on its
The New York
candidates.
media was not tough on. They gave her a free ride. That's we disagree. But I want to ask you this. But when you have these calls, the Democratic Party took credit for the calls going into the swing states. My name is so-and-so. I'm calling for Texas. George Bush poisoned the air, and my son has asthma. My husband died because George Bush didn't sign this law. The NAACP ad, you know, using the dragging death of James Byrd. Are you proud of that?
Listen, I think the one ad in particular, I think the last one you mentioned by the NAACP is over the line. They get a clipping foul for that. But I think overall, my own view, if you look at the presidential campaign as a whole, the campaign run by the candidates, this has been an incredibly clean campaign.
You got to be kidding.
Very issue-focused. And I think you really, you want to know, over in modern, wait a second, you asked me a question. In modern history, contemporary history, very clean, very issue-focused, not a lot of the dirty play that you see before.
Rahm, it's Alan. Welcome to the show. Look,
Alan.
It's likely that George W. Bush may win the electoral vote. They won't take yes for an answer. I mean, it's over. With nothing more the voters can do. Hillary won. That's over. You know, they could show some grace in losing that one. But, you know, to continue to argue over these issues, Rick Lazio never defined himself as anything other than that he was not Hillary Rodham Clinton in New York, which is why he didn't win the race.
Right. I mean, I think if you look at his vote and you look at some of the exit polls, why people voted for him, I think you hit upon the core, which is he never really presented his agenda. He wanted to basically try to garner this as an anti-Hillary vote, and that's just not enough for it. I think the New York voters clearly saw her running a more affirmative campaign, and one that she's really clearly focused on what she's going to do.
Ram, you worked in the Clinton White House. Should Al Gore have used Bill Clinton more effectively? Could he have used him more effectively? Would that have made a difference in Florida and other swing states?
No, you know what? Let me give you a no, and I'll tell you why, but then there's a nuance to that. If you look historically, in 1960 Nixon, 68 Humphrey, and 76 Ford, all vice presidential candidates who are then running for president finished strong at the end. And what happens is the undecided in the end actually, rather than going against the incumbent, break form in the case of incumbent vice presidents running for president. And he clearly got that coming to him. And the real thing he did smart, which was, no, I don't think the president should campaign for him, because for those voters, that was an essential piece. And I think that would have hurt his last surge that he was clearly getting. Let me go on. The president's use in doing telephone calls, radio ads, and getting the Democratic base going was the right way. I think if you wanted to look for a nuance here, towards the end, the vice president started talking more about the last 8 years of prosperity and not taking that for granted and keeping that work going on and building on that prosperity. I think that should have been a more central message for a long time ago. But that's Monday morning or Wednesday morning quarterbacking. And I think that there'll be time for analysis on that. But I think he made the right call on that one point you asked.
Looks like the Senate, the House, and we may find out the White House tomorrow. I know that's got to hurt.
Here comes the gloat. Congratulations
on Hillary's win in New York. We'll get you in 4 years when she runs for president.
There's more to it than that. There's a 50-50 Senate now.
Thanks, Ram. Appreciate it. Coming up next, what was the media's role in last night's election confusion? Or was the media too anxious to call the winner or just reporting the facts? That controversy straight ahead.
You got the tickets? You bet I'm there. I'll pick you up. Oh, wait a second. You know, I can't make it. No, I can't. Yeah, it's pretty important. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. There's Daddy's little girl.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Brit, Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You decide 2000 from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places, from mega markets to emerging nations. Reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet, the global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
Channel B.
Channel B. Channel B.
Channel B.
Check it out now.
Channel B 24時間 100% ミュージック US UK のトップヒット on air Concert Music News スター独占インタビュー and more International Music Scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music Channel B
Fox Tonight
ザンダーが恋した相手は
あなたが好き
古代の眠りから覚めた美少女
ウィローは大事だ。一番の友達さ。つまりキスを考える対象にはならない。
切ない思いは地獄のキスへと変わる。
よせ！生きたいなら俺の命を奪え。
バフィー恋する十字架、今夜10時 on Fox。
Welcome back to Hannity and Colmes. I'm Alan Colmes. The presidential veto was so close, vote, excuse me. The vote was so close that the news media gave and then recalled the state's 25 electoral votes to each candidate during the course of the evening. Governor Bush warned reporters last night that the state of Florida was not in Gore's back pocket.
But the networks called this thing awfully early, but the people actually counting the votes are coming up with a little different perspective. And so I'm pretty darn upbeat about things.
As we continue to wait for the results of the Florida recount, was the media too eager to call this hotly contested election? Joining us from Los Angeles, California, Congressman David Dreyer. In Washington, man who spent a large part of last evening with Joe Lieberman, former Clinton special counsel Lanny Davis. He was with the senator last night. We'll ask him about that in a moment. But I want to ask you, Congressman Dreyer, and welcome both of you. Congressman Dreyer, should the media have waited? And shouldn't we be aware of the fact there's a different time zone in Florida? And once they declared Gore erroneously the victor in Florida, that could have stopped people in other parts of the country from going and voting for Gore.
Well, you're right about the time zone thing. Let me begin by extending congratulations all the way around. Lanny Davis is a very good friend of George Bush's. They went to school together, and I know he's very happy about the outcome there. Alan, I know that you're a happy guy, too. And Sean may be enjoying a little bit of euphoria.
We got
right
all
now,
three. We got the House, the Senate.
All right. He'll be up in a second. He'll tell you. Go ahead, Congressman.
It says to me, by the way, Sean, that there's a mandate for us to govern responsibly and in a bipartisan way, and that's why I want to be friendly with both Alan and Lanny. Because
so you're going to need us, aren't you?
Yeah, well, that's what it's going to take to be successful. Let me tell you, as one who bounces between Washington, D.C. and Southern California, I know about time zone changes. And it was very disturbing to me that a couple of things happened. We all knew going into this that both Ohio and Georgia would be going to the Bush column. Very early on, everyone knew that. And yet there was a delay in calling the Ohio and Georgia races. And the Florida call came so early that more than a few of our party activists who were on phone banks working out here in California, and I suspect in Oregon and Washington State, went home because they thought it had been a done deal. Ohio and Georgia both were supposed to go for Bush early on. They, of course, did, but they delayed calling it, and then they called very early the Florida thing. So I think that may have played a role in the loss of the 5 congressional seats between Washington and here in California.
And I have an email from one of our viewers in Hawaii. It says, Sean, once Florida was won, it was like a balloon deflating for many of us in Hawaii and on the West Coast. Many of my friends didn't even bother to vote because of the importance of Florida. So, Lanny, I think we may find an area of agreement here that was not the right thing to do, and it could have suppressed turnout in the West Coast and even turnout in the state of Florida because of the change in the time zone in the Panhandle.
Tells you a lot about the weak, committed Republican activists that David Dreyer knows. We Democrats stick to it no matter what.
Oh, is that what that is? Hey, Lanny, by the way, I think we have a wash on
and that's why you've got control of both houses of Congress and the White House now. Is that it, Lanny?
Lanny, we have a wash on this bet. Now, we bet on the Hillary race. So you're conceding the race now, and so it's a wash, right? George Bush is the next president?
I'd like to say to your vast audience that loves Sean Hannity that the pothole in front of Sean Hannity's house will be filled because of Hillary Rodham.
There we go. We tell you, hold it, guys. We're going to be back in a moment.
She's your senator.
We'll continue the debate.
Real New Yorker, through and through.
Get used to it, Sean.
Sean will gloat about the House and the Senate when we get back.
Clinton,
we'll be back in just a moment, guys. Stay with us on Hannity and Colmes.
Opinions. I have them, you have them. In fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
Mother Nature takes her toll, raging against the elements. Fox News Channel is there, bringing you the updates. From the eye of the storms to the aftermath of destruction, make Fox News Channel your only source for complete and up-to-the-minute reports.
Channel V.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V 24時間 100% ミュージック US、UK のトップヒットを on air Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more International music scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
Channel V
恋のゲームはもう終わり悪女
ピーターには近づかないでほしいわね。
アマンダ言い過ぎだぞ。
いざ
実は前から君のようなチェスパートナーを探してたな。
プレイボーイ
私を抱きしめたくなったんだろ。結婚してる。
気にしないわ。
男好き
As we continue on Hannity and Colmes, all right, back to my good friend Lanny Davis. Lanny, repeat after me. President George W. Bush. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Hastert, Mr. Majority Leader, Trent Lott. So,
first of all, we all jumped to conclusions last night, both sides.
I'm not.
So let's wait.
I'm out of the prediction business. It's too
exactly. Let's wait for the recount to take place in Florida. I think that Vice President Gore has a good chance to overcome a 0.2%.
You don't think he has a chance, Lanny? I don't believe you even believe that. Look, well, let me ask you this,
I'm sure it's going to be difficult, but I think he has a chance.
All right, you know George W. Bush. You've said nice things on this program about George W. Bush, and we all know you to be the partisan Clinton Democrat that you are. You know, maybe you can reassure Democrats like Alec Baldwin threatening to leave America that Republicans, we're not going to poison the air, water, and kill children. We're not going to throw the old people out on the street and steal their Social Security and Medicare, and children are going to live, and the economy is going to prosper, and people will get some money back, or their tax money. It's going to be okay, right?
I supported Al Gore because I believed he was right on the major issues, and I believed his positions were preferable to George W. Bush's. But I always have said, and I've written, that George Bush is a good and decent man. I think he's wrong on the issues, but I think he will reach out. I don't think he's going to be president now. He may be able to run 4 years from now because Al Gore is going to be president.
Congressman Dreyer,
but I don't think he's a bad man.
Congressman Dreyer, aren't the Republicans going to have to work with the Democrats more closely than before? Won't there have to be more unity than ever before in this country? Hannity. Go ahead, Congressman.
Well, let me just say that if you looked at the end of this campaign, what was it that Al Gore was saying? I'll fight for you, I'll fight for you. What was it that George Bush was saying? Let's bring America together. Actually, the situation that we're faced with right now is, I believe, custom-made for George W. Bush. He's done it effectively in Texas, and I recognize the Democrats in Washington are different than the Democrats in Texas. Right. But he has governed responsibly, and I think that this narrow margin will lead us to not overreach. I don't want us to do what Bill Clinton did in 1993, trying to socialize medicine
work with the Congress
care and that sort of thing. Yeah, and he lost the Congress in 1994, lost governorships all over. No, he didn't work with the Congress then in 1993 and 1994, Alan. That was
in his second term, he did. Let me
in his second term, I worked with him on trade and a wide range of things.
Lanny, you were with Joe Lieberman last night. What was his mood, and do you think they're going to fight this to the nth degree if they have to?
Well, first of all, Joe Lieberman, the most important thing he did is talk to my son about his new fiancée and whether she was the right girl for him. And, of course, he's my son's godfather. Joe was very confident. I think they still are confident that the votes are there in Florida, and we'll know in the next several days whether that's the case. And David, my good friend, the trend line of us taking over this Congress, we're even in the Senate.
Lanny, real
2 years
quick,
from now we'll take the House.
If the recount does not go out Gore's way, Lanny, should he concede, yes or no?
If there aren't the votes there and there's no legal case to be made, he should concede, yes.
Oh, that's a pretty open-ended
And we're going to work
answer.
with Lanny and
All right,
Alan
we got to end it there. Thank you, Congressman Dreyer. Lanny Davis, thank you.
Always great to be with you guys.
Stay with the Fox News Channel for continuing coverage of the deadlock presidential election. We'll be back tomorrow night with Senator Arlen Specter and Congressman Steve Largent.
Tonight, we still don't know who the next president of the United States is. Were the polls in Florida tampered with? And when it is determined who won, will the loser go quietly? We're live with the latest. The Edge begins.
everyone. I'm Lori Dew. George W. Bush and Al Gore will have to wait until at least tomorrow to learn who will be the next president. This as Florida recounts nearly 6 million votes. Bush thinks it'll go his way, and he says he's looking forward to the transition of power. And even though he won the popular vote, Al Gore says it's the Electoral College that matters. Whatever the result in Florida, Gore says he will accept it. Bush has sent former Secretary of State James Baker to Florida to monitor the recount. Gore has also sent a former Secretary of State, Warren Christopher. And it seems money doesn't just talk, it also gets you elected. An Associated Press analysis shows that 9 out of 10 congressional candidates with the most campaign cash won their races. 81% of Senate winners and 96% of House winners outspent their opponents. Turning now overseas, Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak says he is still willing to accept a Palestinian state, but only if the fighting stops. It didn't stop today. An Israeli woman and 3 Palestinian teens were killed in the Gaza Strip. Meantime, Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat is in London tonight. He met with British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Arafat flies to Washington tomorrow for talks with President Clinton. Barak will visit Clinton over the weekend. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour for another update. Now stay tuned for The Edge with Paula Zanh. Paula will have much more on yesterday's presidential election.
And good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us tonight on The Edge. I'm glad you have enough energy to watch us after that late night we all experienced last night. I'm Paula Zanh. Just who is going to be the next president of the United States? Well, it all hinges on a recount now underway in Florida tonight. 28 of 67 counties have been counted, and Mr. Bush leads Mr. Gore, or actually that lead has decreased by 663 votes, but Mr. Bush continues to lead by 1,121 votes. Now, last night, many of you watched the drama play out with us. Let's take a look.
Fox News projects that Al Gore will carry the state of Florida. You see some raw vote percentages there. Disregard those. We project a win for Al Gore in the state of Florida. Let me interrupt. We have a very important announcement. We and other networks are now saying that Florida, which we and others had called for Vice President Gore, is now too close to call. Fox News now projects George W. Bush the winner in Florida, and thus it appears the winner of the presidency of the United States. Fox News projects George W. Bush the winner of the presidency of the United States based on the call we now make in the state of Florida.
This election seems to have more lives than a cat, since it has gone back and forth so many times, and people here who had come here thinking that they had lost the election they thought to hear a concession speech from the vice president, only to hear the campaign chairman come out and say this campaign is still alive until we find out what has happened in Florida.
And today, Governor Bush said this about the Florida returns.
It was a close contest that produced a huge turnout. I want to thank all the supporters who worked hard on our behalf. I also want to thank the Vice President's supporters for their hard work and their belief in their cause. I want to assure them that should the election go the way that we think it will, that I will work hard to earn their confidence.
And this is how the vice president responded.
Joe Lieberman and I want to thank the nearly 50 million Americans who gave us their votes and confidence. And I want to express my deep and profound gratitude to all of those who cast their ballots, however they cast them. We now need to resolve this election in a way that is fair, forthright, and fully consistent with our Constitution and our laws.
Now, also in the picture, voters in Palm Beach say they accidentally voted for Pat Buchanan instead of Al Gore. Those voters claim they were confused by the placement of the candidates' names on the ballot. So where does the election stand right now? Joining me now from Columbus, Ohio to help sort through some of this chaos is Congressman John Kasich, a prominent Bush supporter and a former presidential candidate himself. Good to see you. I'm surprised you're still awake tonight and still standing.
Glad to be with you, Paula.
All right, let's talk about the actions of the DNC right now. We are told that an army of 50 or so attorneys are either on their way to Florida or they are already in Florida to start looking at the potential of vote fraud and other irregularities. We are also told they are prepared to file a lawsuit to stop this recount. Don't they have the right to do that?
Well, Paula, maybe they have the right to do it. I don't happen to be an attorney myself, but you know, this is not just about DNC lawyers, because I didn't know they don't usually wear colors on their suit jackets, so I know which party they're with. But I've seen many, many lawyers trudging to Florida, sitting, it looked like, in classrooms, trying to figure out what this is all about. And I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to the sense that people want to be on the ground and they want to try to figure out what happened. But I have to say to all parties involved that we have to get this done rather expeditiously, clearly thoroughly. But to go to court and try to stop the recount, I think would be a very big mistake. Frankly, what we ought to do is let this count be done. And once this count is done, as long as it's clear there wasn't some kind of effort to bring about fraud or to manipulate the vote, then let's declare a winner and get on with it. You know,
but wait, before you go any further, you know that the DNC is now claiming that the Secretary of State in Florida, who happens to be a Republican, is deliberately rushing through the process and, they maintain, ignoring possible evidence of voter fraud.
Well, Paula, this is beginning to be a problem in our country, because everybody now is out to try to build their own case. And I'm not even questioning the fact that some people feel as though the Attorney General did this or did that. But what I want to implore to people, because, you know, I've held public office for 22 years. I've not really been a partisan. I've worked with both sides. We got to be grown-ups, and what we have to be sure of is that we're putting the country first and not partisanship first. That's both for Democrats and for Republicans, because in this country, we go through elections, Paula, and when humans are involved, whether it's in medicine or whether it's in the media or whether it's in sports or whether it's in politics, human beings make mistakes. There's no such thing as a perfect election result. Obviously, we're not going to tolerate fraud. We're not going to tolerate abuse at the polls. But what we do need to do is when we have an election, we count the votes, recognizing that you may not always come up with the perfect number, but in this process, both sides pitch in. They put the country first, the citizens first.
All right.
We reach a conclusion and we move on. Let me make one other point.
Let me just ask you this. Would you be just as grown up if you reversed this pattern? And if you had George W. Bush winning the popular vote, not winning the electoral vote, wouldn't you want him to challenge the results in Florida if he believed there was a potential that he had been cost the election because of some mistakes?
Paula, let me just change that word grown up and put something else in that place and say patriotic. Patriotic is making sure we have honest elections. But at the end of the day, it's not delaying elections, trying to build partisan advantages. This is the order of the day on both sides in politics. You know, you're in, we want to get you out, we'll do whatever it takes to get you out. I mean, this has to stop, because what you have is you have the political consultants engaging in this kind of war. And I'll tell you, I've seen too much of it in the House and in the Senate. And we got to call a halt to it, because we're in public life to advance a cause which is the good of the nation.
All right.
In 1960, we can say a lot of things that we want about Richard Nixon, but in 1960, most of his advisors said, you need to go to court, you need to do a recount, you need to protest the fact that some said the election was ripped off in Chicago. And you know what Nixon said? No way. The country comes first. We're going to move forward. Was it perfect? No, right. But I've got to put my country first. And that's where we have to be today on both sides.
But you're not denying the fact that Al Gore has the moral right to do this. I guess what you're questioning is the length of time this should drag out. Like, are you saying if he drags this beyond tomorrow,
Paula,
if he doesn't believe it's a definitive result, then he's a sore loser?
What I'm saying is this, and I know Al Gore, I think he's a good man. I know George Bush, he's a good man. All I'm suggesting is this. Remember, it's the country that is watching. It's the country that is at stake. No one's suggesting that if you got ripped off, you don't have the right to stand up and fight it. What I'm concerned about is that people's motives in this case, in politics, what I've observed over the last 10 years has gotten to be a lot less about public service, a lot less about the country, and a whole lot about getting power and gaining power. And I don't care if it's a Republican or a Democrat. We got to put the country first, our communities first.
Well, you're basically telling me tonight the Vice President does not have a pure motive.
I'm not saying that.
Then what are you saying?
I'm saying that the people who are down there better examine their hearts and their souls and their consciences, because they're not just playing around with some city council election now. What they're playing around with is the United States. And I want people to think about how they want to talk to their children, how they want to be viewed in terms of the kind of example they are. I am not opposed to people sliding hard into second base, but you don't have to go in with the intention of spiking somebody. I'm asking all the lawyers to take a deep breath, to put the country first, to not rationalize, and let's get this thing counted, let's get it determined, let's get a president established, and let's unify as a country, and let's do our job to be good public servants. That's all I'm saying. I'm not questioning anybody's motives, but I want them to think about what they're doing.
Quick yes or no, will we have a president by this time tomorrow night?
I don't know, Paula. I would hope that we would have this count done and we would know by the end of tomorrow, but let's all put America first and partisanship second. It'll be best for the country and best for ourselves as individuals.
Okay, we'll be waiting right alongside you. Congressman Kasich, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Coming up next, Democratic Florida Congressman Alcee Hastings and Republican Florida Congressman Joe Scarborough square off on which way the Sunshine State will lean when the dust settles and the votes are recounted. Keep it right here on The Edge.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテイメントが待っている。Fox Thursday。夜9時、ひょんなことからホーマーが宇宙飛行士に。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、留学生に恋したザンダー。でも正体はインカのミイラ。バキ、恋する十字架。夜11時、記憶をなくした少女、宇宙人の仕業か、X ファイル。Fox Friday。夜9時。感染死亡率 100%。 未知の病原体が人間を襲うミレニアム。夜10時、強烈な個性がリングで弾ける。これが噂のバトルエンターテイメント、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。夜9時、転倒したブルドーザーの下に作業員が。人命救助 SOS。 夜10時、凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル。夜11時、全米警察24時。夜12時、のどかな週末を悪夢に変える大惨事、まさかの災難パート2。胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテイメントが待っている。シンプソンズ、バフィー、恋する十字架、X ファイル。ミレニアム、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。人命救助 SOS、 凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル。全米警察24時、まさかの災難パート2。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもうフォックスしかない。
No American will ever be able to seriously say again, my vote doesn't count. The American people have now spoken, but it's going to take a little while to determine exactly what they said.
And we continue now with our lead story tonight, the presidential election, which remains deadlocked as we speak. Joining me now are two congressmen who represent the pivotal state of Florida. In Fort Lauderdale, Democratic Congressman Alcee Hastings, and in Pensacola, Republican Congressman Joe Scarborough. Welcome, both of you, to the show.
Hey,
Thanks,
how you
Paula.
doing?
Congressman Hastings, what are the chances when the lawyers are done with this recount that the vote won't be validated?
In Florida, with the lawsuit that was filed today in Palm Beach County, I might add, not by Al Gore, and I might add, not by those in Nashville who cautioned against filing the lawsuit, but the lawyers in Palm Beach County found citizens who are aggrieved for the reason that Pat Buchanan got 3,407 votes, when in fact there are only 304 registered Reform Party voters in Palm Beach County. In addition to that, Paula, the chances are not very good because this lawsuit is valid. The design of the ballot was inaccurate according to Florida law. And because of that, Florida says that even where there is negligence that may rise to the level of gross negligence, then you would have to invalidate the results.
All right, before you go any further, isn't it true that both parties accepted this ballot, Congressman Hastings?
You're absolutely correct, but the citizens hadn't voted. The parties had accepted it, but then you had people that went in, and this ballot, it's too complicated to explain in a short period of time, but what it did, it caused some seniors and citizens in Palm Beach County to think that they were voting for Al Gore. I think it's going to have to be ferreted out, and until such time as it is, then I don't think the election itself is going to be validated.
Okay, Congressman Scarborough, let's talk about those numbers, because the number, the 3,417 number that Congressman Hastings just mentioned was in Palm Beach County. Now, if you go to much larger counties, you see Pat Buchanan, for example, in Broward County pulling 789 votes. In Miami-Dade County, larger still, 561, and 650 in Duval County. How do you explain that? And do you take seriously the concerns of some of these voters who say, wait a minute, the ballot was confusing. I actually voted for Pat Buchanan, but in fact, I thought I was voting for Al Gore.
Well, you know, it's anecdotal evidence right now, and I think that's the biggest problem. I'm just kind of curious why you have a Democratic supervisor of elections down there that approved it. You had all the officials that saw the ballots. They mailed it out. They did everything they were supposed to do according to Florida law, and in fact, Florida law requires for you to make your protest before the first vote is counted, and that's why they want people to publish these ballots and send them out and put them in the newspaper so people can see them. Let me say this, though.
Do you think it's weird, though, that Pat Buchanan would have gotten almost 4 times as many votes in Palm Beach County as he did in some of these much larger counties?
Yeah. Well, it depends on the demographic makeup. I mean, you have 4 congressmen, different congressmen, who represent 4 distinct demographic groups representing Palm County. And Alcee said, for instance, that there are only 300 reform members in Palm Beach County, and yet Buchanan got 30,000 votes. Well, I'm sure there were less than 300 in 1996, and you had the reform candidate for president pull in over 30,000 votes, and in 1992, even less reform members than that, and he pulled in about 60,000 in Palm Beach County. So, I mean, you just can't connect those dots and say because there are only 300, this doesn't make sense. It's important to remember one other thing, and then certainly we'll yield to Alcee here. Pat Buchanan, in the end, got 0.79%. He came in well behind Ralph Nader. He ended up in 4th place, as he did across the rest of the state. And it just doesn't add up to me that somehow that these people, that a Democrat who's supervisor of election, somehow was trying to rig the deck for George W. Bush.
Okay, Representative Hastings, a quick thought, and then we got to take a break.
Yes, Joe, it was the only place in Florida where the design of the ballot was that way. And I can assure you, citizens came forward and said that they made mistakes, and that's the difference in what happened this time as opposed to 1996.
All right, Congressman, we'll leave it there for this part of our conversation. We'll continue our debate on the other side of the break, and a little bit later on, Bush National Co-Chair, Congressman J.C. Watts, will be joining us as well. Keep it right here on The Edge.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's better.
An argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places, from mega markets to emerging nations. Reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet, the global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Come first to Fox News for breaking news, exclusive stories that impact the world, unique, timely interviews that shape our nation. First on the scene with breaking news, continuous coverage from over 70 bureaus around the globe.
We're the only ones here who still have live pictures out.
Reporters, anchors, and correspondents that are first, fair, balanced. Powerful insight, powerful perspective, powerful news. Come first to Fox News for breaking news.
You know, some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today?
Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
I am hoping that Vice President Gore and Joe Lieberman are, at the end of this process going on in Florida, declared the president and vice president. Like many of you, I'm sure, I stayed up literally all night and was just riveted.
And we continue now with Florida Congressman Alcee Hastings and Joe Scarborough. Okay, Representative Hastings, very quickly, when you talked about this confusion over the ballots in Palm Beach County, you're not suggesting that that is voter fraud, are you? I just need a quick yes or no to that.
Absolutely not.
All right,
absolutely
so let's move on to some of the other various accusations of potential voter fraud in Florida. There have been reports, none of which we could substantiate, about missing ballot boxes and other charges. Have you seen any evidence of voter fraud in your state?
I have not. There's one example of potential voter intimidation that the Justice Department is investigating in northern Florida, where the police set up a checkpoint near a place where people were voting. But insofar...
Now, that was a Baptist church, right?
That is correct.
And a third of the voters there would have been African Americans.
Yes, that's true. But, Paula, let me make it very clear. A substantial number of irregularities, the cumulative effect of them can sour an election. But I don't think that we are going to see the kind of fraud that the Voting Rights Act contemplates. But I think what has happened in Palm Beach County is the kind of negligence in the design of the ballot that is egregious. And it caused citizens to not be reflective of the vote that they wanted to cast. And that is what the ultimate issue is, and I think it could turn this election.
Representative Scarborough, do you agree with that? Do you think there are going to be enough cases of this that it could change the results of this election?
Well, no, I don't. And I haven't really met anybody that was an impartial observer that would think it would. I think most people are saying, let's be mature, adult, let's be grown up about this, be patient and wait till tomorrow night at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock and see what happens. I think Alcee certainly knows, and I can certainly understand why Democrats would be nervous right now, and but I think Alcee knows that not much is going to come out of this Palm Beach matter.
I'm not so certain, Joe.
I don't think it will. And going back to what you said earlier, Paula, about some of these other things we've heard throughout the day. Well, this morning when we woke up after getting our 15 minutes of sleep, the first buzz we heard...
I'm jealous. Most of us didn't get any.
A lot of cable networks were reporting that there was a mystery box in Miami in an African-American neighborhood, and that there were votes that were not counted. It took 5 or 6 hours to knock that one out of the sky, and then we found out there were like crayons and other school supplies. And now we're hearing rumors of Volusia County, which are being discounted, and we're hearing rumors of this and that. I think in the end, if people will just let the officials do their job, count the ballots tomorrow night, we'll know whether George W. Bush or Al Gore is president of the United States. And if there are irregularities at that point, the 50 or so lawyers think there are irregularities, then at that point, let them file their challenge.
I agree with you that the ballots should be counted, and at 5 p.m. tomorrow, the results should be known. And I can tell you the historical precedent suggests that there won't be any change, that George Bush will carry the state of Florida. But he will have carried it in Palm Beach with citizens appealing for their rights based on a flawed design of the ballot.
All right, but the truth is, gentlemen, I want to move you on to something else, because I think you could hear thousands of complaints about confusion over ballots across the country. Congressman Hastings, very quickly, if you get that result tomorrow evening and George W. Bush is confirmed as the winner of Florida, does the vice president have to concede at that point? Or can he continue the process along without being considered a bad loser?
First thing you need to understand is the lawsuit wasn't filed by Vice President Gore.
We understand
the answer to your question is yes, he can. He has to find that break. He has the moral authority, having won the popular vote, apparently, to proceed.
Not yet. That is up in the air. In fact, Bush is only 95,000 votes down now. We've picked up about 70,000 today in a week.
All right, gentlemen. Unfortunately, I got to wrap it up there. Thank you both for dropping by the Edge tonight. J.C. Watts coming up next. We'll be right back.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this ready or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, falls all over you. You gotta make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
And Grandpa, that's the whole story. That's what happened.
Okay. Katie, now you tell me what happened.
Well, but Grandpa, I just told you.
Well, it's only fair if we hear her side.
What, you don't believe me?
Oh, now wait a second. It's important to hear both sides of the story so that we can understand everything that happened.
Grandpa, can I tell you my side?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
When I was playing, Greg just came over and pushed me. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, Greg, now what about...
Fox presents 科学分析クローバー危険人物関与目撃証言消去
だが真実はそこにある X ファイル on Fox
さあスカリー行くぞ
2人の FBI 捜査官が挑む世界の裏側の巨大な謎
I think that we've succeeded in doing that first and foremost. It's become a lot of other things, but I think it is a scary show.
X ファイル全米のメジャーなテレビショーを連続受賞
The X-Files is really caught on because I think people around the world like to be scared.
X ファイルその魅力は今も世界中にファンを生み出し続ける
X ファイル
よくできてますよねもっと続けて来週はどんな話なんだろう見ればハマる
テレビ史上
真実が知りたい
かつてない
答えを見つけて
進化し続ける最高傑作真実はそこにある目撃者はあなた X ファイル毎週月曜夜10時 Only on Fox
Fox News Live, I'm Lori Dew. With the White House hanging in the balance, votes are being recounted in Florida tonight for George W. Bush and Al Gore. And it looks like Gore is chipping away at Bush's lead. Gore has closed the gap by more than 600 votes, but still trails by some 1,100 votes. It's that close. Gore says he will accept the results from the recount.
No matter what the outcome, America will make the transition to a new administration with dignity, with full respect for the freely expressed will of the people.
Meantime, George W. Bush thinks the recount will go his way.
Last night was obviously an historic moment, and it's going to be resolved in a quick way. I'm confident that the Secretary and I will become the President-elect and the Vice President-elect in short order.
And his brother, Florida Governor Jeb Bush, says to avoid any conflict of interest, he will have nothing to do with the recount. And we are getting the first public comments from President Clinton on the Florida drama. He says this historic election shows once and for all that every single vote counts. Clinton says he was fascinated by watching last night's returns. He says both Gore and Bush ran good campaigns. My next update will be at the top of the hour. Now stay tuned as The Edge with Paula Zanh continues.
From the beginning, I've always said that Florida would be a hard-fought state. And in fact, the Attorney General and I sit next to each other in cabinet meetings, and we have discussed how close and how hard-fought it's been all the way from the very beginning to the end. And we thought it would be close. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever imagine it would be this close.
What a night it was. Welcome back to The Edge. We continue discussing this precedent-setting election and the fate of the country. Joining me right now from Oklahoma City is the national co-chair of the Bush campaign, Congressman J.C. Watts. Good to have you back with us on The Edge.
Thank you, Paula.
First of all, Congressman, the DNC now is putting together a lawsuit. They want to challenge what they think is the legitimacy of the recount effort now underway in Florida. They sort of intimate they expect some kind of fraud. What do you think of that?
Well, I'm sure we're going to see and hear a lot of different things, Paula, but the fact is you've got people on the ground, you've got the Secretary of State, you've got the Attorney General, you've got the governor in the state of Florida, all appropriate authorities who are looking at this, who are making sure that the recount is executed properly with integrity. The Gore folks have sent down, I believe, Warren Christopher. The Bush folks have sent in James Baker. So I'm sure you're going to see a lot of things. But the fact is they're going to have their recount. The appropriate officials are going to take that on. They're going to do it. They'll have results tomorrow. And I think the outcome will be determined, and we think it'll be Governor Bush. I think anything beyond that is pretty much, smoke and mirrors.
All right, what is your understanding of when the final numbers will be in? Because we understand that the Secretary of State is now indicating it could take 10 days to get everything counted.
Well, I have heard that it could take up to 10 days, but it was my understanding earlier today that they would have it concluded by 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow afternoon, Thursday evening. So I have heard that it's taken 8 to 10 days before, but that's not the understanding that I have. In this circumstance, I understand we'll have it done tomorrow by 5 p.m.
In my hand, I have what is considered a DNC position paper on alleged voting irregularities in Florida. One of the things that the DNC seems to be concerned about is that the Florida Highway Patrol prevented African Americans from voting. Now, let me quickly read this to you to get your reaction. According to the Miami Herald, 4 highway patrol officers in Florida set up a safety checkpoint very close to a Baptist church where 1/3 of the voters are black. Now, apparently the checkpoint didn't have the approval of the district commander. There was no media notification. They say the checkpoint was there because of fuel shortages. Does this sound odd to you? And does that make you uncomfortable here that perhaps some African Americans were turned away from the polls?
Well, Paula, I think if we have the opportunity to vote, we should vote. And I think we should make every effort to get to the polls. I don't think there should be any hindrances to keep one from going to the ballot box and exercising their democratic freedom. I am not totally informed on all that has happened down there. Again, I think the proper authorities are looking into this. I heard Governor Jeb Bush say earlier today that the state of Florida takes great pride and integrity in trying to make sure that their citizens are allowed to exercise their democratic freedom. Now, what happened in this certain situation, I don't know all the circumstances, but again, the proper authorities will take a look at that and see what in fact did happen.
And how concerned are you about reports in Palm Beach that some citizens felt that they were voting for Al Gore, but the ballot was so confusing, they ended up voting for Pat Buchanan?
Well, Paula, what I saw today, I have not seen that particular ballot. I've not had it in my hand. I've not physically handled that ballot. But what I saw on TV today and what I could see, it looked like you had a pretty clear indication who you were voting for, arrows pointing to certain circles and numbers and so forth. So it looked pretty clear, looked pretty self-explanatory. So again, I think the Secretary of State, the Attorney General in the state of Florida, the governor in the state of Florida, Governor Bush's brother, who, by the way, has recused himself from many of these things because of the, the appearance of impropriety, and I think is the right thing. But those people are going to look into this, and they will make the determination. What I'm afraid of is that regardless of the outcome, you're going to have somebody that's not going to like it if the outcome is not in favor of Vice President Gore. And so that's why I think the Vice President sent Warren Christopher down there, someone that he has confidence in, that will handle the situation with integrity. Governor George Bush sent James Baker. I'm sure you'll have all the legal eagles in the world there, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General for the state of Florida, who is, I understand, an official in Vice President Gore's campaign for the state of Florida. So you've got good people involved in this situation that I think can draw us to a conclusion with integrity, a conclusion with honor. And having said that, I do believe that Governor Bush will prevail when it's all said and done.
I guess we could know as soon as 5 o'clock tomorrow, or as maybe as late as 10 days from now, according to the Secretary of State of Florida. As always, good to see you, Congressman. Thank you. Thank you for staying up so late with us tonight. We'll let you get some sleep. I know all of us collectively have gotten maybe 4 hours of sleep between the two of us.
Well, thanks for having me on.
All right, our pleasure. We're going to have more on the election in just a moment. Keep it right here on The Edge.
Side 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Power. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Power. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Nobody gives you more original live programming. The power of news to keep you up to date. Shows that go in-depth. Issues in context. Topics that matter to you. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Fox News Channel Daytime. The whole story in context. Facts presented fairly. The issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Fox Monday.
目的は強力な生物兵器を作ること。
操るのは何者か。
組織にはワクチンがある。メンバーの分を揃えるのがやっと。
戦慄のクライマックスが今。
そんな死に方見られたくない。
ミレニアム月曜夜11時オンフォックス。
Despite the fact that Joe Lieberman and I won the popular vote, under our Constitution, it is the winner of the Electoral College who will be the next president.
I'm looking forward to this being speedily resolved and that the vote that we believe we've got in Florida is confirmed. And when that happens, I'll be the president-elect, and my friend will be the vice president-elect, and we'll begin the transition.
You know those men, both Vice President Gore and Governor Bush, on the ongoing race for the White House. We are continuing our coverage of the presidential election. Joining me right now in the studio is Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore. Welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, Paula.
In person for once.
That's right. It's good to be in New York.
All right. What are the chances that we will have a new president by this time tomorrow night?
Well, it's impossible.
Given what is going on down in Florida.
Well, you know, it's impossible to know when they're going to get the votes counted, but that's not the really important question. The important question is, are we going to count the votes and then declare the president and then move on to the business of this nation?
You
and
sound
begin
a
to
little
get to work.
skeptical that that might be the scenario.
No, I think that we are going to do that, as a matter of fact. In fact, as a matter of fact, the liberties of the people and the democracy and republic of this nation demand that we do. And so I think that people in Florida need to remember that there's nothing wrong with recounting the votes and verifying the results and making sure that the votes that were cast are for the person who wins. But they should be extremely careful about winning at all costs and undermining the democracy and the Republic of the United States itself.
What is the potential for that happening?
Well, I think we have to be very careful about the idea of getting these things into lawsuits that are basically frivolous. But then at the same time, there are people out here that are watching television that don't really know whether they're frivolous or not, and then they undermine the confidence in this system. And the truth is that this is a glorious and great system that we have here in this country, and the very liberties of every American depend upon, in fact, having confidence and faith in this system. And this business about, well, you know, perhaps a voter here didn't understand the way they were casting the ballot. The responsibility of a citizen is to, if they don't understand the ballot, is to make sure they do before they cast their ballot. That's a citizen's responsibility. You cannot challenge an election based on something like that afterwards. If there's a fraud, fine, prosecute. If you don't like the form, get it changed. If you don't understand the form, ask. But you can't undo an election. To do that opens us up to a monumental challenge at every state, every jurisdiction, every precinct, until the point comes where we have no republic anymore.
What is striking about these complaints is that both parties approved this ballot in Palm Beach before they were printed. And then Democrats tell us today, even though both sides approved it, it didn't follow the legal framework you're supposed to follow in Florida by the direction of which the names are placed on the ballot. But what I want to move on to is when you were talking about the future of democracy. We know the Constitution absolutely clearly states whoever wins the electoral vote becomes the next president. If it turns out that George W. Bush wins Florida, hence becomes the president once again, since we announced that last night, do you think the American public will be willing to accept the fact that Al Gore was the guy who won the popular vote?
Certainly, because the people of the United States are mature enough to know that this is a constitutional republic that we live in. We live under the Constitution, not whoever wins the argument on the evening news. We live by the law of the land. We live by the Constitution. And frankly, the Constitution is right in this. The Electoral College is a good thing. For one thing, we need to recognize that we are not one big conglomerate of one unidentified nation from coast to coast. We are a federation of states. We all have governors. I'm one of those that are elected by the people of my state. The real work of this country is going on in the states. Education, transportation, taxation. The real efforts at improving the quality of people's lives are going on there. And we have identities as Texans or Virginians or Oregonians, whatever we are. We are Americans, and we are also members of a state. History has indicated that we are going to vote as Americans, vote as members of that state, and then deliver that state to our candidate for president. It's exactly the right thing to do.
We have not seen this electoral scenario play out in some 100 years. Given the closeness of this race all over the country, the closeness of the House races and the Senate races, what are the implications of that for governing if, in fact, Governor Bush becomes President Bush?
Well, that's a really good question, and I do think that it's important for people in both parties to recognize that maybe we may have to cross some party lines here. And instead of just winning at all costs or scoring in order to get an advantage for the next election, maybe at some point we're going to have to settle down now and be statesmen and recognize that we have to act in the best interest of the nation and not just for a partisan political reason. I think the next president is going to have a great obligation to attempt to do that, and it's going to be a great chore. But I believe Governor Bush is going to be the next president of the United States. I think he's won the election. I think he won Florida. And now, as he moves on, he is the person probably best equipped to do that because he's done it in Texas. So I have a lot of confidence that he'll be okay.
Very quickly in closing, a lot of Democrats feel that Al Gore has the moral right to challenge the results in Florida now that there is some belief there might be some irregularities there. If he allows this process to go on for a week or so, will that damage Al Gore?
Yes. The vice president, I think, must consider his place in history. Richard Nixon did. And he came to the right conclusion on behalf of all the people of the United States. The vice president must consider very, very carefully whether he wants to go down in history as the man who undermined the democracy and the republic that we live in.
Even if he thinks he's right?
If he thinks he's right, he must act in accordance with the law. And it's perfectly okay to check this out and make sure that, in fact, Florida did vote for George Bush the way all the indications are. But once that's done, to play games with the courts and using lawyers and doing all that type of thing to try to reverse this, I think is not the place in history that Al Gore wants to be.
And we really don't understand if that's what's going to happen yet, but I guess we'll have a clear understanding tomorrow night if we have some sort of result. Governor Gilmore, thank you very much for dropping by to us in the studio. Coming up next, our daily campaign wrap-up. We'll be right back.
You got the tickets? You bet I'm there. I'll pick you up. Oh, wait a second. You know, I can't make it. No, I can't. Yeah, it's pretty important. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. There's Daddy's little girl.
Opinions. I have them, you have them. In fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith, powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh, powerful insight, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
You know, some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today? There you go.
Channel V.
Channel V.
Channel V.
Channel B.
Check it out now.
Channel V 24時間 100% ミュージック US、UK のトップヒット on air Concert, music news, スター独占インタビュー and more International music scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
Channel V
Fox Tonight
ザンダーが恋した相手は
あなたが好き
古代の眠りから覚めた美少女
ウイロは大事だ一番の友達さつまりキスを考える対象にはならない
切ない思いは地獄のキスへと変わる
よせ生きたいなら俺の命を奪え
バフィー恋する十字架今夜10時 on Fox
Time for our campaign wrap-up. We're continuing to call it a campaign. Joining me now with their opinions once again, Laura Ingraham, a political analyst and author of the book, The Hillary Trap, that is, looking for power in all the wrong places. Professor Alan J. Lichtman, head of the history department at American University, and Jeffrey Pollack, Democratic strategist and the pollster for the Global Strategy Group. We should all apologize collectively. None of us got any sleep last night, but we're going to attempt to analyze what happened. Alan, do you feel like you're recovering from some sort of whiplash?
It's absolutely amazing. But what amazes me even more, Paula, is how fragile people think our republic is. We have withstood historically far more serious questions about electoral college votes than have been raised this year in Florida. In 1876, 3 southern states submitted absolutely conflicting sets of certified votes. Congress set up a commission. It took months to resolve it. By a straight line, 8-7 partisan vote, the commission gave all the disputed votes to the Republican candidate Rutherford B. Hayes, who became president, who wasn't certified as president until 2 days before the inauguration date of March 4th. The Republic survived that. There have been past challenges to elections. Sometimes those challenges have been upheld. Sometimes they have not. There is no reason why the full and due process of the law can't take place here to settle the Florida matter.
Jeffrey Pollack, do you have every reason to believe the results will in fact be certified and George W. Bush will become the president-elect?
I don't have reason to believe that. I mean, I can't believe the hyperbole.
What reason do you have not to believe that?
Well, Paula, you're the one who's... Let's talk about two things. One, the other day you challenged me when you said, are the undecided voters breaking towards Al Gore? And I said, yes. What happened to the popular vote? The undecided vote broke towards Al Gore. Tonight, your own network has reported that the number of votes that Bush leads by has shrunk by 600 votes, with only 20 of the 67 votes counties having been counted.
It's
so
actually
I have
28
no reason to believe that it will be.
I'll give you the latest update. It's 28 counties after 67, and Mr. Gore actually gained 663 votes. The vote differential is some 1,100 votes.
But that's a third of the counties, Paula. And so do I have any reason to believe that either one of them will be certified? At this point, no. I'm totally confused.
Laura, are you confused?
Well, Paula, remember, I'm the one who thought that George Bush would get 336 electoral votes.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Opt out.
That's right. You're paying for dinner, aren't you? That's right.
No
You and
way.
Jeffrey had a challenge. I forgot about that little bit.
Jeffrey's glow notwithstanding, I think that we'll see this, hammered out by tomorrow. But, I just don't believe that, all this 600, 700, 800 votes are going to fall for Al Gore at this point. And more importantly, a point that Alan brought up, I was on a British television network earlier today, and there's all this talk about a constitutional crisis.
Really?
And I mean, it's absolutely preposterous. We have an electoral system in this country. We are not one just, big conglomerate. We are a nation of states. States do matter in our country. And, the electoral system has worked and will continue to work. And the question is whether Al Gore will have the grace, if it comes time to have the grace, to step aside and say the will of the people has been done. I did get the popular vote, but that's not what our Constitution dictates and demands.
Well, guess who gets to answer that question on the other side of the break? Jeffrey, you'll take a stab at that in a couple minutes. We'll be right back.
Some mornings this is just too much. Especially when it's cold and nasty outside. But you're my pal. You're always there for me, unlike some people. And I'm not gonna let you down. Come on, man, let's go outside. So, Cosmo, got any big plans for today? There you go.
Mother Nature takes her toll, raging against the elements. Fox News Channel is there, bringing you the updates. From the eye of the storms to the aftermath of destruction, make Fox News Channel your only source for complete and up-to-the-minute reports.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V 24時間 100% ミュージック US UK のトップヒット on air concert music news スター独占インタビュー and more international music scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music.
Channel V
恋のゲームはもう終わり悪女
ピーターには近づかないでほしいわね。
アマンダ言い過ぎだぞ。
いざ
実は前から君のようなチェスパートナーを探してたな。
プレイボーイ
私を抱きしめたくなったんだろ。結婚してる。
気にしないわ。
男好き
And we want to welcome you back. We continue now with our all-star panel, Laura Ingraham, Jeffrey Pollack, and Alan Lichtman. Welcome back. Okay, Jeffrey, take a crack at the question that was posed earlier on. Basically, if it is determined that George W. Bush wins Florida, he becomes the president-elect. How many days, once that decision becomes final, does the vice president have to concede before he's harshly judged?
It's a good question. The vice president will have to concede when the will of the people has been shown to have been made clearly. And that's what Laura said. I agree with her. We have to find out whether or not the will of the people has been expressed.
When will we know that, Jeffrey? When do we know that?
Frankly, I don't think we'll know it, Paula, for a couple of days.
So it's not enough for the Secretary of State of Florida to come out tomorrow and ratify that, in fact, the vote was valid. Yeah. And even though there might have been discrepancies of some votes here and there, that the Bush maintains his lead. And hence
I think that the American public are willing to sit and wait and make sure that we've got the right person elected, and we don't need to rush through this in 24 hours for any other reason other than just to get it done. I mean, let's get it done right.
Jump in there, Alan.
Yeah, you know, Al Gore and his team of lawyers are not the only players here. Citizens have a right to challenge this vote if they believe their voting rights were violated. And I'm not certain of this, but I understand some of those folks out there in Palm Beach County have hired a lawyer and are filing suits. So this may wind up in the courts anyway.
That is true, but Laura, is that a violation of their rights, or is it confusion something that reigns supreme on a bunch of ballots across the country when you have actually both parties approving those ballots before they were ever printed?
Paula, you took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, since when is stupidity a claim, a legal claim? I mean, stupidity is not, a form of voter fraud. I mean, the fact that you look at a ballot, and yeah, it's the arrows are a little small, but when you actually are in the voting booth, I mean, it is your obligation, as Governor Gilmore said, to take your responsibility seriously. You are, you have a privilege. It's a right to vote. Take your responsibility seriously. Because you happen to, put the wrong, mark the wrong bubble, suddenly it's a Voting Rights Act violation.
All
right. It makes no sense.
But Laura's not showing any sensitivities to some of those elderly folks in Palm Beach County, Jeffrey, who really said it was a problem for them.
It was, Laura, the hyperbole coming out of Governor Gilmore was enough to blow him straight back to Richmond tonight. I can't believe it.
Right.
I mean, look, if you think that 3,000 Jewish voters voted for Pat Buchanan, I will sell you the Brooklyn Bridge.
I said they made a mistake, and it's their fault, not ours.
All right, Alan Lichtman, you get the last word tonight, very quickly, though.
The courts will decide. It's no disgrace to try to put this in the courts if there is serious allegations of irregularities. That's not a violation of statesmanship or citizenship.
All right, Laura Ingraham, Alan Lichtman, Jeffrey Pollack, thanks for your time, and thank you all for watching. Good night.
The O'Reilly Factor is on tonight. Fear, loathing, panic. Much of it directed at the American media, which botched the election coverage. We'll report on why the Florida race was erroneously called, why the electoral vote has sway over the popular vote, what is going on right now in Florida, and what Jesse Jackson is doing down there. At the end of the broadcast, you'll be up to date on the closest presidential election this century. Caution, You're about to enter a no-spin zone. Factor begins in 90 seconds.
Everyone, I'm Joy Demandin. Florida officials hope to finish recounting nearly 6 million votes for George W. Bush and Al Gore tomorrow. This as America and the world wait to learn who will be the 43rd president of the United States. Bush, hanging on to a lead of less than 0.5%, says he'll win. Al Gore didn't make any predictions, saying only that he'll respect the results. President Clinton spoke with Al Gore today and says the vice president was in a good mood. He says both Gore and Bush ran good campaigns. Clinton adds the razor-thin margin in Florida shows how important it is for every citizen to vote. Talk about wanting to make your vote count. A 67-year-old Seattle woman being taken to the hospital for hip surgery asked her ambulance driver to stop off at the polls first, so they did. Carolyn Zutenhorst says she wanted to do her civic duty. No word on who she voted for. And here at home, the Sara Lee Underwear Company is issuing a voluntary recall of some baby items. It says puffy decals can flake off after washing, so they could cause choking if they're swallowed. The items being recalled include a one-piece union suit, a receiving blanket, and a terry cloth hooded towel. And I'll be back with more news for you at the bottom of the hour. Coming up next, the O'Reilly Factor with much more on the presidential election and the Florida gridlock. Stay with us. You're watching Fox News Channel.
Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thank you for watching us tonight. Can I resign from the media and still do the Factor? Millions of Americans are furious at us. I don't blame you. Over the coverage of the election, and that chaotic event is the subject of this evening's Talking Points memo. First, the numbers. Popular vote. Gore, almost 49 million, 948,976,148. Bush, 48,783,510. Less than a 200,000 vote difference for Gore, and they're still coming in. Electoral vote. Gore, 260, Bush, 246, with only Florida and Oregon. What's going on out there in Oregon? Outstanding. The current Florida tally right now, Gore, 2,907,544. Bush, 2,909,199. More than a 1,500 vote margin for Bush, with the overseas votes still to be counted. The recount in Florida is expected to be completed tomorrow. Looks like George W. will prevail by a few thousand votes because most of the overseas balloting is done by military men who have voted strongly Republican in the past. Of course, could be wrong there. We've been wrong a lot, but it looks like George W. Bush has it at this moment. There is a minor brouhaha in Palm Beach County about a confusing ballot. Now, I've seen this ballot. It's not very confusing. There are little arrows everywhere. Come on. Nothing will happen there. There are reports of voting irregularities across the country. That always happens. A voting machine broke down in Iowa, for example, in a district that's mainly Republican. In Missouri, reporters say that some people were voting hours after the polls closed. In Oregon, computers malfunctioned, and on and on. That's why the framers installed the Electoral College, which we'll analyze a bit later on. At this point, I must congratulate both candidates for keeping their dignity in a horrific situation. Put yourself in Al Gore's place right now. He wins the popular vote, but will join Andrew Jackson and Samuel Tilden in losing the Electoral College. Knowing Mr. Gore's intensity, he has to be going nuts. But so far, he has handled himself like a patriot. Same thing can be said for Governor Bush, who thought he had the world's most powerful job locked, and then he saw it snatched away early in the morning. You could just sense the governor's frustration. No matter what they tell you, America is now a divided country. 50% of American adults didn't even bother to vote. They're right in a free society. And those of us who did vote are primarily split along income lines, the poor going for the Democrats, the better off going Republican. The next president will have to address that situation as the class warfare in this country is getting worse. As for the media, we are all at the mercy of human error, and some big ones were made in Florida last night. We will explain exactly what they were a bit later on the Factor. Americans want their news fast these days, and that's why there is exit polling. If I were in Congress, I would introduce a bill to stop that polling and just let the votes be counted. If everybody has to wait until the next day, that's fine. Patience is a virtue. Talking Points is surprised the race was so close. Everything will work out, of course, but some Americans will be mighty disappointed. That's a memo which is posted on our website. Now for the top story tonight. Guess who ran down to Florida as fast as he could?
We're going to have a mass meeting tonight in North Miami, Florida, at Reverend Bishop Victor Curry's church, New Birth Baptist Church, because people from Tallahassee and from Tampa and other places around the state, some went to the polls and their names were not on the rolls, for example. Others pulled for Gore and Buchanan's name came up.
Well, if there's publicity to be had over a divisive situation, who are you going to call? The Reverend Jackson. With us now to analyze what is going on is Fox News analyst and NPR talk show host Juan Williams. Hey, I bet you were shocked to see the Reverend Jackson fly down to Florida and inject himself. And I should say, there's nobody pulling the Gore, the lever for Gore and getting Buchanan. This ballot.
That's not true, actually.
Yes,
what I've heard is these butterfly ballots exist, and I saw one of them. And you have the names right next to each other. So, Bill, I think there are people who made a mistake.
Well, they're morons, Juan. I mean, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to go in and pull a ballot for them? We showed the ballot on the factor. There's little arrows. They, you know, I mean, come on. You got to be a big kid. You going in to vote? Be a big kid. It wasn't confusing. I saw it.
Are you going to sit there and be happy that we thwarted the will of some old people whose eyesight might be bad or whose judgment might be bad?
Look,
I mean,
it all balances out. It balances out. If somebody's eyesight were bad and they voted for Bush instead of Gore, then in Iowa, when that machine broke down, they lost some votes. You know that. It's never going to be perfect. It can't be perfect. There's always going to be irregularities. And Jackson runs down there, caused trouble, because this is how he got rich and famous, causing trouble. Am I wrong?
Well, you know what? He has a lot of magic. And I got to say, you know, he brings home hostages. He goes out to L.A. and he settles the transit strike. So, you know, for me, I mean, I find him a little bit irritating, to be quite frank.
Oh,
and I find him, it's like his ego has such tremendous needs that he inserts himself in these situations.
Yeah.
But if you think about this in terms of power politics, Bill, and I know that you are familiar with power politics, what you see is that the Democrats realize that they need to shake this thing up. So they're going to start talking about what's going on in terms of voter irregularities. Maybe some people got intimidated. Maybe the ballots didn't work. Maybe this butterfly ballots deceived some people.
But this always happens, Juan. This is not new. This is not new. And as I said, it balances out. For every abuse on the right, you have one on the left. And I believe
that. They want to make sure they have their abuses on the left.
Well, no. What Jesse Jackson wants to make sure is that he gets his face on national television and he gets more money and fame. That's what he wants to make sure about. Because, look, if you have the Florida Election Commission and you have both candidates sending down their big guns, Warren Christopher for Al Gore, and I don't know who Bush is sending down, but he's got his brother down there. He's got these people are going to watch every vote that comes in. And I'm not rooting for anybody, but I don't want Jesse Jackson stirring up racial tensions and class warfare. And this is what he makes a living out of doing, and it tees me off.
Wait a minute. You mean you just get mad at Jesse Jackson because he raises racial issues? But let me suggest something to you, that the Democratic Party, that Al Gore, Bill Daley, Donna Brazile, all those people want Jackson involved. They understand what Jackson does. They understand his function, and they're sending him down there with a purpose. It's like you play a pawn in a game, man. He's sent down there to stir things up so that they can see what exactly bubbles to the top. Maybe they can find something that they can latch onto and claim that the election was irregular.
All right, so we should all get hysterical then.
Just on one side. Believe me, Bush's people, his brother's the governor, he's playing games too.
Well, maybe he should send Rush Limbaugh down there with his army of right-wingers, and they should stir things up. This isn't what we're all about here, Juan. What we're about is casting our ballots, making sure they're fair, all right, and making sure that the system works. That we're not about being hysterical. We're not about saying people. Juan, wait a minute. Wait, Juan.
Let's talk about American politics and let's be square with each other. You know that in American politics, the big guy, the rich guy, the powerful guy usually wins.
Yeah, and that's why Jesse Jackson is winning, because he's the big, rich, and powerful guy. But look, I'm going to take a break, and I got to tell you, Juan, since you've been on NPR, you've gotten a lot feistier. I don't know what's going on there. But
it's you. You're my role model.
Oh, boy. Don't say that. They'll fire you at NPR. We'll have more with Juan Williams in a moment. We'll analyze the voting trends, and then we'll debate the Electoral College. Is it fair? And is it necessary? Also up ahead, somebody messed up big and calling Florida early for Al Gore. We'll tell you exactly what happened behind the scenes in a moment.
You Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Brit, Hume, Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zanh. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000. From the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテイメントが待っている。
Fox Thursday。
夜9時、ひょんなことからホーマーが宇宙飛行士に。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、留学生に恋したザンダー。でも正体はインカのミイラ。バキ、恋する十字架。夜11時、記憶をなくした少女、宇宙人の仕業か、X ファイル。
Fox Friday。
夜9時、感染死亡率 100%。未知の病原体が人間を襲うミレニアム。夜10時、強烈な個性がリングで弾ける。これが噂のバトルエンターテイメント、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。夜9時、転倒したブルドーザーの下に作業員が。人命救助 SOS。夜10時、凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル。夜11時、全米警察24時。夜12時、のどかな週末を悪夢に変える大惨事、まさかの災難パート2。胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテイメントが待っている。シンプソンズ、バフィー、恋する十字架、X ファイル。ミレニアム、ワールドレスリングフェデレーション。人命救助 SOS、凶悪犯罪捜査ファイル。全米警察24時、まさかの災難パート2。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもうフォックスしかない。
Continuing now with Juan Williams, a Fox analyst from Washington. Do you agree with me that the class warfare vote based upon what your income level is was really the story of last night?
You know, I don't know about that. I think that there were lots of divisions that surprised me. For instance, I noticed that low-income people overwhelmingly went for Gore, upper income went for Bush. I noticed that men overwhelmingly voted for Bush. Women, especially women of color, voted for Gore. It's interesting, white women split just about evenly.
Why do you think black women voted for Al Gore?
Oh, I think that for black women, they are a little bit put off and afraid of George Bush, and it may be irrational in some sense, but you know, if you look at the issues ranging from affirmative action, pro-choice, all the rest of it, I think you could build a case, but I don't think they have a sense of comfort with him. Condoleezza Rice, who's going to be his national security advisor, who was showcased at the Republican convention, is really an exception there.
All right, so you feel that it's an emotional vote, not an intellectual vote. There's a fear there, but is it a really founded fear? I mean, I don't see George W. Bush as a danger to anyone. Do you?
Hey, Bill O'Reilly, you missed something. The NAACP's been running ads that have chains off the back of a pickup truck and talk about.
That's to their shame, though, Juan. That's to their shame.
It was pure scare tactics, but
right.
you know, it has impact on people.
Do you really believe it does?
Then? On your television.
Well, you know, I think that's an emotional vote. Then I don't think anybody listening to that ad intellectually could say, "Gee, I'm not going to vote for the governor." But I don't know. That's why I have you here. The other thing that I didn't. You're on the radio, and you have a very good window to a certain segment of the population that I don't get to talk to a lot, the NPR listeners. What were they saying today?
Well, we had a lot of calls from down in the Florida area, and it's interesting. There were people who were saying, listen, everybody knew about this butterfly ballot. It's insulting. You know, people shouldn't be treated like, you know, as if they're infantile, which is exactly what you were saying.
Right.
On the other hand, you had people who were saying, wait a minute, there really were problems, not enough attendance, not enough people to explain to the elderly what was going on here. And they also pointed out, listen, this is a largely Jewish community. They're not exactly going to be crazy for Pat Buchanan, so you know some irregularity exists there. The other part was, we're talking about Hillary on the radio today, and gosh, one lady suggested I do something that was anatomically impossible with my head because I suggested Hillary had a lot of baggage as she comes up here, that she's part of divisiveness and the polarizing nature.
Absolutely. We're going to get to Hillary
politics.
tomorrow. We're going to get to Hillary tomorrow night. I want to spend this whole program, though, on the presidential race because it's such a historical event. But what I'm seeing is, from my analysis of this, is that 50% of Americans didn't vote at all. So we don't care what those people think. You know, if you don't vote, you forfeit your right to be taken seriously as a citizen, in my opinion. But
I agree with you.
Yeah, the 50% who did vote are basically, I mean, it is amazing how right down the middle it's split. And yes, there is that white elite, very left-wing, one issue, whether it be abortion or whatever, or gun control on the right. There is that segment. But it comes down to the have-nots in this society feel that the government really has to help them, directly help them. And the people who are making money say, whoa, whoa. You know, if we did it, you got to do it for yourself, too. And maybe I'm oversimplifying, but I think that's what this all comes down to.
Well, I think that everybody wants a social safety net. And what's interesting here is that women want to be able to say, listen, I'm sure that my kids are going to go to a good public school. I want to make sure that in the case of some catastrophe, my mom's going to have her Medicare, her Medicaid going to be taken care of. But by and large, the great American tradition is work your way up by your bootstraps. It might be a little different, though, for people of color who have to deal with racism, and I think you're familiar with that.
Okay, so what we have then is a growing class warfare, and this is what concerns me. Now, I feel whoever the next president is, and it looks like it's going to be Governor Bush, he's got to address this class warfare deal. He's got to allay some fears among the poor that, yes, we're here to help you, but primarily we're here to help you help yourself. I think that's got to be his message, because if it were Al Gore as president, he would say, yes, we're here to help you, and here's all we can give you. I don't think you're going to get that from Bush Cheney.
Well, you know, the thing is, you have a man who admits